Can I do a quick sound check? Are we good? You've got audio for me?
Hi, Chair. Hi, Supervisor. So this
I,
is Valerie. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And you've got me and audio in the room.
I see you too.
Thank you. And thank you for helping me make sure I could get on today.
Of course.
Like to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors here for Tuesday, April 25th. We have a roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who will be here shortly. And Supervisors Adams, Church, and Lopez are appearing in person, and Supervisor Askew is appearing via video conference.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. So we'll be going to a closed sessions on items 1A, 1A, 1B, and 1C for all items pursuant to government code sections. And are there any public comments on closed session items?
I don't see anybody raising their hand.
So the board will recess then until 10:30 to address the closed session items.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Bienvenidos. Muchas gracias. Tonight is a very important night, and we're happy that you're here with us.
Vamos a comenzar, damas y caballeros. Esto es una noche muy importante.
And we're going to provide you with some very important information. And we're here with you 100%.
Vamos a darle información importante y esperamos que lo comprenda todo.
And so our first speaker tonight is the County Administrative Officer, Ms. Sonia De La Rosa.
Nuestra presentadora primera es la señora Sonia de la Rosa. Ella es la encargada del condado de Monterrey.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you again to provide you with information about what will be the reopening to the community of Pájaro. It is possible that in the coming days, possibly by the end of the week, if not the beginning of the next, you will be able to return. The problem is that it will be for re-entry, not necessarily to stay. The reason for this is that there is still significant cleanup that needs to happen when you return to your homes. The cleaning will include removing mud, debris, or any material that had contact with the water. The people that are here with us today will talk about this information. There will be an opportunity to record what we're discussing today. So if you have a problem, if it's not coming in YouTube or in Facebook in the future, it will be available for you to listen or to provide it to family members who would like to have this information. So thank you all for being here, and we'll be moving quickly. We know that there's a lot of people that are standing, and we want the information to be provided quickly. And then give you an opportunity also to ask questions if you have any. So thank you very much. And I will give it back to the mic to Nick so that we can start with the presentations.
Our next speaker tonight is Kelsey Scanlon from the Department of Emergency Management.
Nuestra siguiente presentadora es Kelsey del Departamento de Emergencias.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I represent the Monterey County Office of Emergency Services, now currently Department of Emergency Management, and we are responsible for managing and maintaining and operating the Emergency Operations Center during times of crisis and disasters.
Nuestro departamento está encargado de cuidar al área del condado durante el tiempo de desastres o en caso de emergencias.
Ultimately, we're responsible for coordinating the reentry and repopulation of areas affected by disasters such as Pájaro.
Una de las actividades en las que estamos llevando actualmente es ayudar a la población de Pájaro que vuelvan a reingresar a su comunidad.
There are several factors that we consider before allowing the community to reenter to make sure that it is as safe as possible for you to resume your lives and begin to recover from the disaster.
Hay diferentes pasos que debemos llevar a cabo para asegurarnos que la comunidad pueda regresar de una manera segura a sus hogares.
The reentry process is extremely complex and requires the cooperation and collaboration of several government agencies, essentially, to make sure that their responsibilities for repairing assets and services, and they're able to do that in an efficient manner before people are allowed to go back.
El proceso de reingreso es un proceso un poco complicado, porque lleva cierta evaluación de los daños ocasionados y también evaluación sobre cómo se va a llevar a cabo el ingreso de una manera segura para toda la población.
Some of the factors that we consider multiple times a day in evaluating the safety of the disaster-affected area include levee repairs and safety of levee infrastructure.
Uno de los factores que estuvimos observando es la reparación del dique y mantener la seguridad del dique.
windshield surveys assessing the overall impact to the community.
Otra actividad que se ha llevado a cabo es hacer una encuesta de los daños de las estructuras dañadas y esto es a través de un etiquetado de los manubrios de los carros.
Residential and commercial damage assessments by the Building Services Department and the Environmental Health Bureau.
También se hizo una investigación de los daños a hogares y a negocios de acuerdo a los daños que se recibieron por la inundación.
My colleague at Environmental Health will address the different tags you might see on your doors as you enter home. Specifically, you'll see two types of tags, a red tag or a yellow tag.
Mi colega en un momento va a explicar un poco más sobre el etiquetado que usted puede encontrar cuando regrese a su hogar. Va a haber un etiquetado de color rojo o color amarillo.
These damage assessments are almost complete. We have about one more street left.
Nuestra evaluación de las entidades está casi terminada. Nos falta solamente una área.
PG&E has inspected the residential areas for gas leaks, and they have determined that there are no gas leaks in the community at this time.
La agencia de PG&E ha hecho una investigación para asegurarse que no hay fugas de gas y hasta el momento no se ha detectado ninguna fuga.
Power is currently on in the community. If you return home and your power is not on, PG&E will be in the area to assist you at their community services van.
El servicio de luz está disponible en toda el área de la comunidad. En el caso dado de que usted regresara a su hogar y no tiene acceso a la electricidad, el departamento de PG&E estará ofreciendo ayuda y ayudándoles desde su camioneta que estará instalada en la comunidad.
We also look at road damages and impacts to the right-of-way, which Public Works has been actively conducting routine maintenance as well as cleaning of the massive amounts of mud and repairs to the road.
También se ha hecho una investigación y limpieza de los caminos y carreteras para que puedan tener circulación y se ha reparado, se han limpiado todas las calles, se les ha quitado el lodo y también se ha reparado cualquier hoyo causado por la inundación.
We assess the sewage line and the water system inspections. Those are still in progress at this point in time.
También se hizo un estudio al sistema de agua y al alcantarillado y hasta el momento se sigue analizando este proceso.
When you return home, it's likely that the water will still be off.
Cuando usted regrese a casa es muy probable que aún no tenga agua en su hogar.
As such, the county will be providing comfort and hygiene stations for areas where potable water and bathroom services are not currently available in the structures.
Por tal motivo, el condado continuará ofreciendo agua potable y baños portátiles en aquellas zonas donde no exista acceso al agua aún.
Finally, there will be nonprofit organizations as well as community-based organizations in Pajaro once the evacuation orders have been lifted to assist you in debris removal from your homes.
Finalmente, también habrá organizaciones no lucrativas que ayudarán con el proceso de limpieza una vez que ustedes hayan regresado y esas organizaciones permanecerán en el área hasta que toda la zona de evacuación haya sido levantada y todas las personas hayan recibido ayuda para regresar a sus hogares.
In the coming days, when evacuation orders are lifted, we will notify you via Alert Monterey County or Nixle. Information will also be provided at the shelters and on our website, or you can call 211 for an update on evacuation orders.
Se les recomienda que se coloque, llame constantemente al 211 o también esté comunicándose a través de las alertas que se mandan por Nixel y por el condado de Monterrey para saber cuándo la orden de evacuación se ha levantado. De esta manera se informará también sobre cualquier otra actividad que esté afectando al área de Pájaro.
Thank you so much for your time. It's been an honor to serve you.
Gracias por su tiempo. Ha sido un honor ayudarles y servirles.
Thank you, Kelsey. Does anybody have a seat open next to them? If you have a seat open, raise your hand. If anybody needs a chair, there's a seat over here. Maybe an elderly person, anybody who, there's a seat over here.
Si alguien necesita un asiento, hay un asiento libre aquí en esta parte de enfrente. Por favor, acérquese y tome asiento.
Our next presentation is from Marnie Flagg from the Environmental Health Bureau for the County of Monterey Health Department.
La siguiente persona que presenta es la señora Marnie Flagg de parte del Departamento de Salud del Condado de Monterrey.
Her presentation is a longer presentation, but it's very, very important information.
La información es...
My bad.
Okay.
Oh, my mistake. Rabieso. Okay, sorry, CAL FIRE. I meant to introduce CAL FIRE, Captain George Nunes from CAL FIRE. Chief.
Una disculpa, el presentador siguiente es el jefe de bomberos.
Chief.
George Núñez.
My name is George Nunez. I'm the unit chief for CAL FIRE San Benito Monterey unit. And we requested the damage inspection team when it was determined that structures were damaged and destroyed the night of the 10th. Our damage inspection teams were able to integrate themselves in the emergency operations center planning section and use the evacuation orders to get an estimated count of structures affected. This set up our perimeter to work in. This information was acquired from the web-based application that we use. Trained damage inspection personnel were deployed to the field to work in predetermined work areas as not to duplicate efforts.
Al inicio se hizo un equipo para revisar los daños causados en el área. Para poder determinar qué estructuras estaban dañadas, se llevó a cabo una asesoración y se aseguró el área en la que se iban a investigar primero, qué zonas se iban a investigar, y el equipo empezó a ir lugar por lugar para revisar qué daños existían en las estructuras.
Quality control of the incoming data was done to ensure accuracy. The data collected creates web maps for the county, public, and final report. The damage inspection team provides information for the county to use as they see fit. The team does not release this information independently.
Estas investigaciones que se hacen a través de este estudio son exclusivamente para el uso del condado, para poder hacer una decisión más informada sobre cómo llevar a cabo el proceso de los siguientes procesos después de un daño en la comunidad.
The damage inspection data allows effective decision-making for operations, planning, and recovery. The damage inspection teams provides accurate and timely information to the county for approval and release to the public and officials and media. We provide supporting data for state and federal emergency declarations. And our damage inspections information collected allows the start of the recovery effort for the affected homeowners as quickly as possible. And in total, we inspected 903 damaged structures and 459 structures with no damage.
El equipo de inspección de daños hizo la investigación completa del área de Pájaro. Esta información ha ayudado al Departamento del Condado de Emergencias para poder saber cuáles son los siguientes pasos para la comunidad. En los resultados de este estudio se observó que existen 903 estructuras con daños y 459 estructuras sin daños.
Thank you all very much. It's been an honor to serve you.
Gracias a todos y ha sido un gusto servir para ustedes. Quiero mencionar rápidamente, si no han visto este mapa, soliciten más información. Esto les va a ayudar a comprender el estado de la estructura en la que se encuentra su hogar.
And now Marnie Flagg from Environmental Health.
Y ahora tenemos a Marnie Flagg del Departamento de Salud.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and it's my pleasure to speak to you today. I have a lot of information regarding environmental health, and our department is here to help you. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to call us.
Buenas tardes, soy por parte del Departamento de Salud. Para mí es un gusto estar aquí con ustedes y la información que les voy a compartir es relacionado a la salud de ustedes y de qué manera poder reingresar de una manera segura.
Our department followed the CAL FIRE with the Housing and Community Development Department and placarded the houses with a red or yellow placard.
Nuestro departamento siguió las reglas según el Departamento de Incendios y también el Departamento de Vivienda y hemos etiquetado las viviendas dañadas con etiquetas rojas o amarillas.
6 red placards were placed in Pajaro, consisting of a couple of houses, residences, and 1 multifamily dwelling that had 4 units.
En total, 6 ubicaciones se colocaron con una etiqueta roja. Esto corresponde a un cuanto de casas, unas cuantas residencias y unas cuantas unidades de vivienda múltiple.
The units that were red placarded had foundation damage, and they will need to have an evaluation by a licensed contractor or engineer. Any necessary repairs will require a permit from the Housing and Community Development Department.
Estas unidades que fueron etiquetadas en rojo tuvieron daños en la base del hogar, en la base de la casa, la que viene siendo los cimientos de la casa. Estas propiedades van a necesitar de una evaluación por parte de un contratista, un licenciado, o perdón, un contratista confirmado como ingeniero, y también puede ser que necesiten reparaciones que se necesiten sacar a través del Departamento de Vivienda.
Environmental Health also placed a red placard on those homes to signify that they are not safe to enter.
A la vez, se ha colocado una etiqueta con una imagen de una casa roja, lo que indica que no es seguro entrar a esa propiedad.
These structures with a red placard should be evaluated and repaired before you are allowed to enter. The public can reach out to HCD at 755-5025 with any questions or concerns.
Estas viviendas no se recomienda que las personas entren porque es un peligro para ustedes. Se recomienda que contacten al Departamento de Vivienda. El teléfono es el 831-755-5025 para preguntas o cualquier duda que tengan.
Environmental health focused on what people should do to take universal precautions once entering homes with a yellow placard. We only focused on providing added documentation on the impact of the disaster to homes and businesses.
Uno de nuestros objetivos es asegurarnos que las personas cuando estén ingresando a sus viviendas, si ven que tiene etiqueta amarilla, les estamos dando unas sugerencias de cómo ingresar y qué pasos llevar a cabo para cuidar su salud.
Environmental Health has also worked with the county and placed hygiene and sanitation centers within the Pajaro area.
A la vez, el Departamento de Salubridad ha colocado alrededor de la comunidad de Pájaro diferentes estaciones de higiene.
16 banks of toilets and hand washing stations are available in Pajaro Park and Pajaro Middle School.
Se han colocado alrededor de 16 estaciones de lavamanos, baños en el área del Parque de Pájaro y también en la escuela de secundaria de Pájaro.
We have also installed showers, laundry services, and toilets and hand washing stations.
También se han colocado regaderas portátiles, baños portátiles y lavamanos portátiles.
Bottled water, personal protective gear, hand sanitizer, and cleaning supplies will also be available during daylight hours.
Agua embotellada, cualquier equipo de protección personal para la limpieza, desinfectante de manos y equipo de limpieza para el hogar también se estará proveyendo durante las horas de servicio.
MST, the bus service, has coordinated bus routes with 18 stops that will circle around the Pajaro area, including the stops at the hygiene areas and the resource hubs.
La compañía de camiones MST estará ofreciendo una ruta exclusiva para servir a la comunidad de Pájaro y llevarlos a las diferentes ubicaciones de estos centros de limpieza.
So these showers, laundry stations, and other portable toilets throughout the Pajaro area will be available for use for all residents.
De esta manera, todos los servicios que se están trayendo a la comunidad pueden estar disponibles para todos.
It will also be important that you work safely while you clean your home. You will need to protect yourself from unknown hazards while cleaning your home and your community. We will provide you with instructions on how to do that.
El siguiente paso será cuidar de su salud cuando usted empiece a hacer la limpieza de su hogar. El Departamento de Salud le va a dar pasos a seguir de qué manera puede empezar a limpiar su hogar de una manera segura.
You will need to look at your placard and enter your homes carefully and look for obstruction hazards. Keep a supply of water and snacks and hand sanitizer along with extra gloves.
Al momento que llegue a su vivienda, paso número 1 es revisar qué etiqueta tiene, qué color es la etiqueta de su vivienda. Si es una etiqueta en la que usted puede ingresar a la propiedad, se recomienda que use guantes, protección de boca y también que tenga un desinfectante a la mano. Tenga siempre agua embotellada y botana cerrada.
As I mentioned, cleaning supplies and tools will be provided.
El equipo de limpieza será proveído.
The county will also be offering curbside debris removal services to the community as soon as we are possibly able to.
En cuanto sea posible, el Departamento de Salud va a dar servicio para poder eliminar y quitar todos los escombros.
This flood debris removal service will be free.
Este servicio para eliminar los escombros se hará al pie de la banqueta y será un servicio gratuito.
The service will only accept flood debris removal.
Este servicio únicamente aceptará cualquier tipo de escombro debido a la inundación.
It will be very important that the community follows the instructions given by those that sponsor the flood debris removal.
Es muy importante que toda la comunidad siga los pasos dados al momento de la limpieza y cómo hacer esta limpieza de los escombros.
You will not be able to use trash bags for flood debris.
No podrá usar bolsas para eliminar todos los escombros.
You will need to move vehicles that are obstructing the roadway and are blocking storm drains and fire hydrants.
Va a tener que mover cualquier vehículo que esté estorbando la entrada a un alcantarillado o a un hidrógeno de agua para los bomberos y también que no permita remover cualquier tipo de escombro desde la banqueta.
We will be sure to notify the community and give ample instructions before the cleanup begins.
Nosotros nos aseguraremos de que ustedes como comunidad de Pájaro tengan toda la información necesaria antes de iniciar la limpieza.
Be sure to photograph and take pictures of your homes for your own records.
Asegúrese de tomar fotografías de cómo encuentra su propiedad al momento de entrar para sus propios récords.
For anyone here that's a business owner, please be aware that you will be responsible for cleanup of your own property, but environmental health will be here to answer any questions and help you as well.
Para cualquier persona que esté aquí, que sea dueña de algún tipo de negocio en el área de Pájaro, por favor esté al tanto que estos servicios son bajo su propia cuenta, pero el Departamento de Salud estará aquí para ayudarle a dar información o pasos necesarios.
A business owner should work with a service hauler to arrange cleanup or contract a specialized service to assist them.
Los dueños de negocios serán responsables de eliminar sus propios escombros y hacer contrataciones con compañías para eliminar estos escombros.
For those areas of Pajaro that had no debris, routine service will start. You may use your black garbage containers and they will be collected.
Una vez que el área haya sido limpiada y aquellas áreas que no estén recibiendo un servicio para eliminar los escombros, podrán usar una bolsa de basura y se darán las fechas en qué día se estará recogiendo.
Blue bins and green bins will not be serviced at this time.
Los contenedores azules y verdes no se proveerán en este momento.
I would also like to talk to you about your water system.
También quiero platicar sobre el sistema de agua.
The water system is not online at this time, but when it is, you will be using the backup water well.
En este momento ustedes no tendrán conexión al agua, pero una vez que se tenga conexión, estarán usando el agua que se encuentra en el pozo.
Do not drink the water.
No tome de esa agua, no beba esa agua.
Only use bottled water for drinking, brushing your teeth, washing dishes, making ice, making food until further notice. Only use bottled water.
Okay. Únicamente use agua embotellada para cualquier tipo de uso personal, lavarse las manos, lavarse los dientes, lavar los platos y preparar alimentos.
You can use the water to take a shower.
Sí puede usar uso del agua para tomarse baños.
The water system will comply with all requirements from the state before the order is lifted.
El sistema de agua cumplirá con todos los requisitos para asegurarse que el agua que empiece a circular sea potable y usted sabrá sobre esta información una vez más que esté listo.
The residents will be notified by phone or in person when all testing is complete and the do not drink order is lifted.
Una vez que se levante la orden de no beber el agua de la llave, usted será informado a través del teléfono o en persona. Una persona llegará y le informará de esta información que la orden de agua potable para no tomarse está levantada.
That's all I have for right now. And just remember, environmental health is in the community all the time, and we will not stop helping. We will be here for the long haul. Thank you.
Eso es todo por parte del Departamento de Salud y también queremos hacerles saber que aquí vamos a estar en todo el tiempo, en todo momento, para contestar cualquier pregunta que tengan sobre recursos sobre salubridad.
Of my whole speech.
Of your whole speech.
I'll email it to somebody. Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, un momento.
I'm sorry. All of the phone numbers that I gave are located on information sheets for you to call our planning department and environmental health.
Todos los teléfonos que se dieron se encuentran en las mesas de información. También ahí están los teléfonos para el departamento de planeación. También en la mesa de un costado tenemos todos estos papeles con información. Pueden coleccionarlos al momento de la salida o en este momento. Después de la junta, por favor.
Gracias. Now we have Randy Ishii, the Director of Public Works, Parks and Facilities for the County of Monterey.
Ahora tenemos al director del Departamento de Parques y de Servicios Públicos, Randy Ichi.
Thank you and good evening. With me this evening is my Assistant Director, Tom Boniga.
Estoy aquí junto con el director Mónica.
Our staff are the ones who maintain the county public roads, most of the county buildings, and the Monterey County parks.
Nuestro departamento se encarga de dar mantenimiento a los parques y calles dentro de la comunidad.
We are here tonight to give you an update on what we have completed and what we have planned.
El día de hoy les daremos una actualización de todo lo que estamos logrando y lo que todavía falta por lograr.
As we reported previously, our hardworking road crew and contractors have been cleaning the streets in Pajaro due to the debris that was brought in by the waters.
Como se mencionó anteriormente, ya hemos logrado limpiar todas las calles de la comunidad de Pájaro de cualquier escombro que se haya dejado por parte de la lluvia.
Through the late part of last week, they worked feverishly to clean the streets and then the sidewalks. And there's a little bit of debris that's still left, a little bit of mud on Lewis Road and some of the sidewalks. But by far, the roads are able to be driven upon and walked upon.
Durante la semana anterior se estuvo haciendo esta limpieza de calles y banquetas. Hay unas zonas que todavía quedan con algo de escombros y un poco de lodo, pero por la mayor parte, todas las calles y banquetas pueden ser accesibles de manera peatonal o con vehículo.
After cleaning the roads, they saw that the water had left damage in the roads. So they spent the weekend patching the potholes. And there are some that were beyond their ability. So we needed to hire a contractor to fix those, which they're doing this week.
Durante ese fin de semana se estuvo limpiando las carreteras y se estuvieron sellando cualquier tipo de pozo. Pero en algunas ocasiones se descubrió que el daño había sido tan severo que se tuvo que contratar a un equipo de personas diferentes para que pudieran venir a hacer esas reparaciones, y eso es lo que se está trabajando actualmente.
Regarding the sewer system, our crew did check the sewer lines and manholes and found that they were clear.
Con respecto al sistema de drenaje y alcantarillado, hicieron una inspección y todo está libre.
We did find, when the flood water receded, that there was a set of damage to our sewage force main or pressurized pipeline under the Highway 1 bridge.
Una vez que las aguas habían salido del área, se encontró que la tubería de presión que se encuentra abajo del puente sobre la carretera 1 estaba dañada.
Our contractor has ordered the parts and they've been working on repairing the line with a bypass force main. And they're making good progress. And we anticipate that that will be back in service well before the end of this week.
Las partes para reparar esa parte se han contratado y se espera que se termine ese proceso para finales de esta semana.
As we all come back, if you see something on the road, please say something. So please call us at 831-755-4925.
4925.
Yes.
Conforme usted regresa a su vivienda hacia el área de Pájaro, si ve que algo en la comunidad, en las calles, no está de manera correcta, por favor, levante la voz y comuníquelo. El teléfono al que deben de llamar es el 755-4925.
Thank you, and we are available for any questions.
Gracias y al final se contestarán cualquier tipo de preguntas.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have from our Health Services Bureau to talk about health services available for evacuees in the shelter, Deborah Hopgood.
A continuación tenemos a Deborah Hopgood. Ella es de parte del Departamento de Servicios de Salud y nos hablará sobre los servicios disponibles en los centros de refugio.
Good evening, and thank you for your time this evening. Good evening, and thank you for your time this evening. I've been working with a number of representatives from departments throughout the health department to make sure that we provide a safe place for those who have been impacted by the storms and flooding. We've all been working together to ensure your health and safety and make sure that you have access to healthcare needs.
Buenas tardes. Por parte del Departamento de Servicios de Salud Sociales, hemos trabajado junto con muchas organizaciones para asegurarnos que todas las personas que se encuentran en los centros de refugio pueden recibir diferentes tipos de atención y de servicios.
Many people from throughout the community came to the shelter with pre-existing medical conditions such as diabetes and high blood pressure. Additionally, there are many vulnerable residents within the shelter, such as the elderly and children or infants.
Muchas de las personas que ingresaron a los centros de refugio llegaron con algún tipo de salud ahorita ya preexistente, como diabetes o alta presión. También tenemos a personas que llegaron con un estado de salud no tan estable y se les está dando servicio.
Our team has worked hard to make sure that there are healthcare providers here to provide anything from basic first aid to more complex patient management and help with management of your chronic diseases. Many of these diseases may have been made worse by living within the shelter and the stress, anxiety, sleeplessness, and other issues that can be caused by the impact of the flooding and the storms.
Nos hemos asegurado de que haya personal médico y de atención para la salud para todas las personas que se encuentran en los centros de refugio. Sabemos bien que algunas de estas personas que llegaron con una condición preexistente, puede ser que esa condición haya aumentado o que si no la tenían ahora tengan una simple situación de salud diferente debido al estrés o la situación simplemente de vivir dentro de un centro de refugio.
The medical team here at the shelter is here to help you manage those problems. They can help with issues such as access, medical devices that may have needed to be left behind in the wake of the storm, as well as access to medications and other emergency medical needs and issues.
Nuestro equipo médico está aquí para ayudarlos. Les podemos dar acceso a medicamentos o acceso a algún tipo de equipo médico que tal vez en el momento de la evacuación lo dejaron en su hogar y estamos listos para ayudarlos.
So the provision of medical care here at the shelter has truly been a team effort. We've been able to bring in people from throughout the community as well as throughout the state and nation to help provide for your healthcare needs.
Dar apoyo a la salud de nuestra comunidad es un proceso importante para nosotros y nos hemos asociado y afiliado con diferentes organizaciones para poder asegurarnos que reciban la salud médica.
Two very important components of that include the mobile medical vehicles that are here from Salud para la Gente and Clínica de Salud.
Uno de esos equipos es el vehículo médico que recibimos por parte de Clínica de Salud y Salud para la Gente.
Many of you may see these providers already out in the community, and this has allowed people to continue those existing relationships and continue the treatment from their providers that they're comfortable and familiar with.
Tal vez ustedes ya estén asociados o familiarizados con estos servicios que han estado ya en la comunidad. Y esto ayuda a que ustedes tengan continuidad con sus proveedores de salud y servicios médicos.
The team here to provide medical care for you consists of many physicians. We have family medical doctors. We have obstetrics and gynecologist specialists. We have nurses, EMTs, therapists, and counselors all here to support you.
Dentro de los tipos de servicios que estamos ofreciendo y que usted puede encontrar a través de estas organizaciones son doctores familiares, doctores obstetras, terapistas, enfermeras.
In addition to the community-based providers, there are also representatives here from the American Red Cross, as well as the CalMat team, who is over here to our left. While you're here in the shelter, we would encourage you to make use of these healthcare resources and visit them for any needs that you may have.
También tenemos afiliación con la Cruz Roja y con la organización CalMed, que se encuentran aquí del lado izquierdo mío. Les aseguramos y les aconsejamos de que mientras se encuentran en el área de refugio, asistan a estos centros de salud médica para recibir cualquier tipo de asistencia.
We'd also encourage you to make sure that you're keeping an eye out for each other, that you're wearing your masks, that you're washing your hands and using the hand sanitizer that's available to you.
También les queremos recordar que mientras estén dentro de estas áreas acumuladas de muchas personas, que recuerden usar su cubreboca, lavarse las manos frecuentemente y usar desinfectante de manos.
Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, if you're feeling ill or someone around you is feeling ill or experiencing any symptoms, please do go see a healthcare provider so we can make sure that you get feeling better or your family member gets feeling better and to help us prevent the spread of any infections.
También queremos recordarle que si en cualquier momento usted o un familiar suyo comienza a sentirse enfermo, por favor visite una de estas actividades o sitios de cuidado de la salud para que se puedan cuidar ustedes y prevenir una contaminación.
And thank you. It's been an honor to speak to you today.
Gracias, ha sido un honor platicar con ustedes.
Thank you, Deborah. Next, we have Lupita Espinosa from the County of Monterey Department of Social Services. Yeah, she can speak Spanish.
Okay. A continuación tenemos a Lupita Espinosa por parte del Departamento de Servicios Sociales.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lupita Espinosa, and I'm from the County of Monterey with the Department of Social Services. Apologies. My name, like I said, is Lupita Espinosa, and I come from the Social Services Department from Monterey County. We would like to let you know to everybody that we are here in this building this week until Friday for those who would like to apply for services or public services. For example, health assistance, food assistance through CalFresh, and a monetary assistance. If you are interested to apply for these programs, we are here. If you cannot attend personally, you can also call us at the county number, which is 1-877-410-8823. You can call this number and you will be helped. If you already have a case open with us and you would like to report any changes, you can call us and we can make the change. Or if you have a loss of food that has already been established, like for example in CalFresh, you can also call us at this number. Okay, so this is our recommendation. If you cannot come here personally, you can call us at this number, or you can also apply online at the benefitscal.com or calfresh.org. If you have any other questions, please give us a call at the number that I provided earlier. Thank you.
A continuación tenemos a representantes de Watsonville Law Center y de California Rural Legal Assistance. Next, we have representatives from Watsonville Law Center and California Rural Legal Assistance.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Melgoza, and I represent the Watsonville Law Center. The Watsonville Law Center provides assistance for low-income families in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito. We would like to let you know that there are options, legal options, if you are renting your property and you cannot return to your property. There are options or legal steps that you can take, and you have rights. It is very important to remember that there are legal services available. If you are health patients or from Salud para la Gente, you can receive legal services as they have a legal services department. So please ask them to provide you a referral for the center or for their legal services department. We would like to inform that during this event, we understand that you're going through a difficult time. Landlords and tenants are also going through this, and there are options for everybody. We also have our partners from California Rural Legal Assistance that can also provide assistance to have options or legal services. These are individual services, and every case is different and depends on your personal situation. If you were already informed by your landlord that you are going to be evicted, it is important that you get a consultation as quick as possible, because you have rights and you can exercise those rights. You can do this through California Rural Legal Assistance, or you can come to the Watsonville Law Center. There's to obtain legal services. It is very important that we want our families to be aware that without matter of immigration status, you have rights. I am very loud, so I don't need a microphone. I don't think I need one right now. As I mentioned, without looking at your immigration status, you have right in California. In California, everybody who rents has rights, and don't be afraid to exercise those rights. We want you to get connected with legal services, and you can look at your individual situation. We are working hard with the Monterey County to bring these services and continue to bring these services to our families. One of the most important things is that if your home or your rental is not habitable, and I would like you to learn this word, habitable, you have rights not to pay rent until that property is habitable. But please have a consultation. We will be here available. We have people here with us that will be available to answer any questions you may have and to direct you to the right service. It's super important that you understand that the information is also in writing, and we will be providing flyers and brochures where it will explain the different cases. But if you have property and you need to fix the property, or also property that is not going to be able to be used again, we're also working with agencies that are working hard to get funds to provide assistance, financial assistance with your residents. Again, the message is super important. Without looking at your immigration status, you have rights, and we all have rights in California when it comes to living spaces. If you've been informed by your landlord that you will be evicted, or you've received a notification or a document, it is important that you act immediately and request a consultation to look at your rights. And thank you.
Gracias. Ahora tenemos a California Rural Legal Assistance.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Katz. I am an attorney and director of the California Rural Legal Assistance Office. We have offices in Watsonville, on Carr Street, and also in Monterey. We also support San Benito County. We provide services on housing issues, public benefits, labor issues, and education cases from K to 12. We offer services for public benefits, like if you apply for Medi-Cal or any program and you are denied and you feel that you are eligible, our office is available to investigate and to help you make an appeal. Also, if you have any difficulties with unemployment, or if you're eligible, we are also waiting to get an extension for those benefits for another 60 days, given that there's a declaration of emergency. Also, we offer services, as the previous speaker indicated from the Watsonville Law Center. If you receive a notice from a landlord, it's important that you investigate or you start working on that matter. Our services are free. We do not charge for those services. We want to help, and we hope that all landlords act adequately and appropriately, and that they offer living quarters when it's available and habitable. But if you have questions about those issues, we are available. Please reach out to our offices. Thank you.
A continuación tenemos a Beth Brookhauser, representante de SPCA Servicios para el Rescate de Animales. Next, we have Beth Brookhauser with SPCA Services and Rescue Efforts.
Good evening. SPCA Monterey County is now caring for 221 pets evacuated from Pajaro. We also rescued dozens more from flooded areas and reunited them with their families. And we are providing pet food and supplies to all local emergency shelters and to anyone who needs help.
Buenas tardes. El departamento de SPCA ha ayudado a más de 221 mascotas evacuadas. Más de una docena han sido reunidos con sus dueños y ellos están proveyendo alimento gratuito y cuidado gratuito para estos animales.
Our disaster response team continues to help pets and people in Pajaro every day. Please contact us if you need any help. We are here for you. We are a nonprofit organization and all of our services are completely free.
Nuestro equipo de desastre continúa en el área y sigue trabajando duamente.
Testing mic 2. Mic 2. Testing mic 2. All right. Testing mic 3. Testing mic 5. Testing mic 6. Testing mic 7. Testing mic 8. Testing mic 10. Testing mic 11. Testing mic 12. Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2.
On you folks, because they think I have dirty ears or something.
Podium mic test.
But then you have the
Clerk mic test.
Wireless mic 1 test.
Wireless mic 2 test. Number 2.
Good morning. It is a little past 10:30. We're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Thank you Supervisor Church for helping me earlier during closed session. Madam Clerk, we call the roll, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo, Adams, Church, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Askew appearing via video conference
And is our interpreter coming soon?
online.
Oh, he's online. Okay, so we will go to our announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días a todos. Seré su intérprete para español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente claro para que lo pueda interpretar. Por favor, hacer un descanso entre sus oraciones para tener la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you, Diego. So we'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I want to ask our CAO if she could lead us today in the pledge. If you could all rise, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, CAO de la Rosa. Madam Clerk, we'll go to additions or corrections.
Yes, there are two. There's a correction to item number 15 under new referrals. A revised referral matrix was received, and there's a correction to number 38 under Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. A revised board report was received.
All right, thank you very much for that. We will now move to ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 and 3 on the agenda. One proclaiming the week of 2023 through April 29th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Monterey County, and the other honoring the Castroville Midnighters Car Club as the oldest car club in the county of Monterey. Any questions on these resolutions? See none. Any comments from the public on these? We'll have entertain a motion in a second.
So move. Second.
Moved by Church, second by Lopez. Madam Clerk, we call the roll, please.
Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. So we'll start with Supervisor Church in presenting this recognition to the Castroville Midnighters Car Club. And this is our second recognition of a car club in Monterey County history. So thank you for joining us today.
Working? Yes. Okay. Why don't have all of you come up here for the Midnighters and yeah. It's a real pleasure to present this.
Is your mic on? Is the mic on? Okay.
I'm just not speaking close
Okay.
to me. Okay.
There you go.
Is it going? Okay, great.
Loud and clear.
I am a native around here, and I went to Salinas High, and I remember seeing cars of the Midnighters back in the 70s, and saw you guys in the 80s, still in the 90s, and the 2000s. And here, a few years ago, I was out at the one of the Castroville events, and there you were still, and I kept thinking, I go, wow, these guys have been around forever. And as I've learned here, from speaking to many of you when you came into my office here a few months ago, I learned you have been around pretty much forever. The oldest car club here in Monterey County. It's really an honor. You are really a credit for the community of all of North County. Particularly in Castroville where you're based. So, I want to go through and just really express my gratitude for this and for Monterey County. I'll read a little bit of this here, and the Castroville Midnighters Car Club was established by the brothers Domingo, Domingo, Ezekiel, and Ernesto Diaz, with Benny coming in later. And this has been this car club has been continuously served as a locus for family and friends to come together since 1948. been a real asset for the community of furnishing opportunities for community cohesion and fundraising by sponsoring the Castro Party in the Plaza, which is coming up on May 20th for everybody to know. The Halloween Fun Night, the Midnighters Toy Drive, and North County Rec Center, which co-sponsors the North County Snow Day. So it's a great honor. I don't know which one of you I'm giving this to. Okay. Benny, it's a pleasure. Thank you for you and your brothers. And do any of you want to say a few words? No. Uh-oh, here's
No, I just want to thank everybody for this. This is honestly an accomplishment. We just want to always give back to the community. This is what we do. We're just a family-based car club that is here for everybody and for all the students. And I just want to give one advice is just keep going. Especially for the students that we always give advice is just keep going in life. And we're here. And yes, you do always see us everywhere. We're everywhere because we're supporting everybody and anybody, no matter what it is. So thank you for this.
All right. Congratulations, Midnighters. Thank you for all your community service. Artichoke Festival, I remember all the events you guys would do there with all the cars, and certainly want to recognize you on being the oldest car club in Monterey County. What a distinct honor to have as a car club, and always giving back to the community as well. And last thing I would say, even at some of the Marina Day parades, when elected officials were coming out, you guys always volunteered to give us rides. I know whoever has the 58 Impala, I ridden in that one at the Marina parade. So thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. And keep up the good work for the community. Keep giving back, como siempre. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Next, I'm going to present this resolution for National Crime Victims Rights Week. And we have Alma Sanchez from the District Attorney's Office. So this week is a very special week. One of my favorite events of the year, because it brings a lot of families together who are sharing grieving and sharing the loss of their loved ones. So this resolution is recognizing National Crime Victims Rights Week. And it says where National Crime Victims Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to listening to crime survivors in every space where decisions are made that could impact them. And whereas Monterey County is hereby dedicated to amplifying the voices of survivors and creating an environment where survivors have the confidence that they will be heard, believed, and supported. The District Attorney of Monterey County has established an active crime assistance program, victims assistance program, which has been assisting victims and witnesses of crime for over 45 years. In 2023, the Monterey County District Attorney's Victims of Crime Unit provided 15,395 mandated services to over 3,173 new crime victims in Monterey County. So it is with great honor that today and this week, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby reaffirms commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during National Crime Victims Rights Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude, appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, Alma, we want to present this to you and all the team at the District Attorney's Office. Thank you very much, and we'd love to hear from you.
On behalf of our District Attorney, Janine Paccioni, our office, our Victims of Crime Unit, most of which are here today, thank you for recognizing this week as Victims' Rights Week, our Board of Supervisors, and our CAO. Thank you for your support. Friday at 12 o'clock, we have our annual victims dedication ceremony. It's 12 to 1, and we invite our community. We have a great inspirational speaker this year. It'll be at the Salinas Courthouse courtyard, and we hope that you can all be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. We'll take a quick photo. And if we could give the whole team a round of applause for all the work they do. Thank you for helping our crime victims. Very much appreciated. Okay, we are now going to the appointments. These are items number 4 through 6. Any questions on appointments or comments? See none. Any comments from the public on appointments? We could have a motion and second approval. It's moved by Lopez, second by Church. We could call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams. Aye. And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. We're going to consent calendar item number 7, approval of the consent items numbers 17 through 46. Would anyone like to pull or comment on any of the consent items?
Yes,
Okay, Supervisor Adams, what number?
I would like to pull 32.
32. Anyone else? Supervisor Askew,
Thank you. 32 and 36, please.
32
For
and 36. Okay, any from the public? Any? Okay, let's go to Supervisor Adams and ask you on item number 30. Oh, okay. Yeah, comments in, yeah, go ahead.
22.
Okay,
Thank you.
let me just go to that item. Okay, you want to make your comments now? Yeah, we'll take your comments, any of the public comments on item number 22 or any others on the agenda.
Okay, I think that this amount that you're asking for, over $1 million for the Sun Street, I think it's excessive because you provide a cannabis dispensary on practically every street corner. You pay law enforcement to destroy illegal cannabis. You deploy social services and child support services to teach parents how to parent, and then you drain their bank accounts until they can't be employed and become homeless. Then you wonder why you have to double the workforce for the substance abuse counselors and why there are so many child and teen mental health issues.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments on consent agenda? Okay, we'll go now to the pulled items or items for comment. We'll start with Supervisor Adams and ask you on item number 32.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions surrounding item 32, which is to authorize the use of the general fund strategic reserve up to $3.2 million to provide advanced funding for the county administrative office in support of the Emergency Operations Center and ongoing flooding mitigation operations throughout the county, to be repaid by reimbursements from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and other state and federal agencies. The question and the concern that I have is, I know that FEMA reimbursement often takes years to receive, and sometimes not at all. We're still waiting to receive funding from FEMA reimbursement for things that took place in 2017. And I'm just wondering if losing 3.2 million from our strategic reserves for several years could cause any difficulties for us or have an impact on our credit rating.
Would you like Mr. Vega to answer?
Yes,
Okay,
that'd be great.
Mr. Vega, if you're on out of our budget office.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Alejo
Yes.
and members of the public. So in this instance, what the impact will be for the county is that we will obviously lose, as you indicated, Supervisor Adams, this ability to have the $3.2 million on the strategic reserve. So this could potentially impact the credit rating if we don't replenish the strategic reserve over time. But given that we are responding to emergencies that are impacting the county, and we have a systematic approach of utilizing resources from the strategic reserve, I think that the impact may be minimal from the rating agencies, because it's not like if we're using this for operational expenses, we're using it to respond to an emergency. So I believe that that will not have a significant impact. But if we continue doing this over the period of this year, that could change. But as of right now, I don't have any significant concerns about that.
Thank you very much for your response.
Hey, Supervisor Askew, on the same item?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, it's a consent item, and I think it is appropriate and necessary. And this is, we've exhausted much of our contingency funding that was available. We've exhausted the cannabis funding that we've had available, and just acknowledging that we're now moving into utilizing our strategic reserve for disaster assistance, which is, nothing to, I just think it deserves to be called out for what it is. And I think at some point we would benefit from having a presentation to the board about all of the costs associated with the emergency response and disaster assistance response, what we've got pending from FEMA. So just wanted to make sure we were all clear on this item. And then I'll move right along to item number 36, which is agricultural berm repair temporary emergency regulations. Our CAO issued some temporary regulations that exempt farmers from some of the grading permits that are necessary so that they can get critical and much needed repairs and replacements to their berms done, as well as some of the regrading work that needs to happen so that they can recover. I did want to acknowledge that there's a coalition that's come together. I think Supervisor Alejo and Lopez and Church have maybe been a part of some of those conversations. But I think it would be beneficial to our entire county to have the full Board of Supervisors have the opportunity to weigh in and support some of the requests that are out to other permitting agencies. So what I would like to do with this is just acknowledge this, thank the team that's jumping into action to make sure that our agricultural partners can recover appropriately and ensure the safety of the river for the rest of the winter, but also to request a presentation to the board on the status of both the emergency repairs and how with some specifics about how the County Board of Supervisors can continue to support the recovery of those land and property owners along the Salinas River.
Thank you very much.
I'll move approval of the consent.
Okay, moved and second by Lopez, and then Supervisor Lopez wanted to comment on that item as well.
Yeah, I just want to share with my colleagues, obviously that's been an effort that I've been working closely with the Farm Bureau on the berm repair as well as grower shipper. And as we look at really fixing the problem, there will be a meeting here in Salinas on the 5th, including 4 of the 5 regulatory agencies who have interest in permitting work in that river, to have a conversation about how we move forward as a community in a way that benefits us all, because right now the conditions we have are hurting us all. And so I know that there was an email that went around from the Farm Bureau, I think, to each one of us, asking us to sign on to that initial letter that went around. That was kind of our first effort, but I do think after we have a better understanding of what the ask will be on the 5th, that there'll be an opportunity to bring that forward in the form of a presentation to get full board support of those efforts moving forward. So just wanted to share that with everybody, and thank you for your continued support as we look at recovery, which is not easy at this point, but thank you.
Yeah, and I did let the Farm Bureau know that for that letter, it's best to get it agendized, to have an open discussion on a meeting rather than having a potential Brown Act issues individually. So they said they will get back to us after, I think, the May 5th meeting. Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Any other comments from the public on consent? Seeing none, nobody online either, right? So we could call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Church. Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
I
And Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Let's go to item number 8, general public comments. This is a time for the public to speak on items not on today's agenda, and we'll allow 2 minutes today. And thank you for joining us today, this morning.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. And over the past few years, I've been providing updates on Connor Stapleton, who is the son of a friend of mine. I believe he hits 44 next year. Connor is paranoid, schizophrenic, alcoholic, homeless, usually on the streets of Seaside and Sand City. His mother gave me an update on him. He made it through the winter without a tent, and he's not the only homeless person I know who did that. But Connor's in jail. Now, why do I bring that up? Well, part of his sentence was a fine. Where's he going to get the money to pay that? Where's he going to even bother paying it? Another part of his sentence is that he's not allowed to have a stolen shopping cart. He'll have a stolen shopping cart possibly within minutes of getting out of jail. And the reason I bring all this up is Connor is almost a poster boy for why we need to pay more attention to our homeless population in Monterey County. Connor, when he's on medication, can be a sharp guy, but he is paranoid, schizophrenic, and the voices tell him what to do, and sometimes they tell him the wrong things. Often they tell him the wrong things. If anybody tells you we've got the homeless population under control or that we don't have mentally ill homeless, I wish you could meet Connor if you could find him. He hides real well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Wes White. Have to get the angle right.
Got it, regrew.
Okay, so Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. I had the good fortune to go on a field trip to the Capitol yesterday where a lot of people are struggling with the same issue that we're struggling with here, which is affordable housing. Just trying to keep the Golden State affordable. So they're trying to pass some bills. Senate Bill 567, which is a homeless prevention act so that they don't end up where I'm already fighting. Also 225, which is co-authored by our state senator Caballero, and Senate Bill 555 and ACA 10. ACA 10 would be a constitutional amendment for including human housing as a human right. So that's actually what the big deal was for going down there. And of course, I think we all know that Wall Street is going to be behind it, and locally here is going to be our Chamber of Commerce. That's what's creating our homeless people, and higher rents is going to equal more tents. So, and I do appreciate, you folks considering those kind of rent regulations that we've been trying to put forth as tenants and renters, because nobody wants to end up in a tent. We already know where that goes. I'm trying to save people's lives from ending up worse. And like he just said, there's some people that don't even have a tent. So, we really need to get at this seriously. Publicly private is not helping either. Delivering that video of the Leadership Council would be a gesture of good faith as far as being public. There's still people, they're going to knock people off the train tracks. They're threatening arrest with that. They're not giving a date, which actually causes a lot more trauma and heartache, because you never know when, but it's coming. And when it does, it's going to be immediate, because they don't have to give any notice. They're not a public entity. So, where's our collaboration with any of that? Stop the sweeps.
Thank you, Wes. Anyone else? I don't see nobody else in chambers. Anybody online? Last call for general public comments for items not on today's agenda. Okay, seeing none, then we will close that and we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting to convene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency for a very quick agenda. So Madam Clerk, can we call the roll for the record?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Adams, Church, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Askew appearing via video conference.
Any additions or corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
Okay, we'll go to just general public comments for items not on today's agenda of the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. See none, let's go to the consent calendar. These are items 1 through 4. I could have a motion and a second.
Move approval.
Second.
By Lopez, second by Adams. Any comments on the consent calendar? See none, Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Yes, Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously, and we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We'll reconvene the regular Board of Supervisors meeting, and may the record reflect everyone is here still. Let's go to item number 9, to conduct an annual review of the Board of Supervisors referral matrix, and to present, we have our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa.
Yes, thank you. Joining me today for a presentation, we are tag teaming on this item is Karina Volkanovich. And really, this is an annual review of the referrals that are pending from your board. And we'll go ahead and provide just a little bit of background in terms of the referral process. Your referral process is actually in place regarding a method to provide administrative services to the Board of Supervisors, and it is a mechanism that allows your board to request for these administrative services. Your board policy G35 is the board referral process, and referrals can be made to acquire more information on a topic or to assist policy decision making, and also to initiate a course of action. There is a form available that is used by your board. The referrals should be completed by the method requested. These are outlined within the form, and also seeks departmental analysis and or as directed by the board. Typical methods include a memorandum to the full board, consent agenda report brought to your board, a scheduled agenda presentation, or an action specified in the referral or analysis. These referrals should be completed within the proposed timeframe, dated in the as stated in the board approved preliminary departmental analysis. As to your referral, the CAO and the department representative can provide a summary of the referral. This includes costs, challenges, and also alternatives. And your board can take up action on urgent referrals to direct that the referral be processed and completed as requested, or direct that it be processed and completed with modifications, or to reject the referral. In terms of referral management, this is in accordance with the section 9C of the policy. Your board shall review the matrix as we're doing today, and then assign departments who can indicate whether there's a challenge or an estimated date of completion for the referral. During this annual review, the referring supervisors can recommend to withdraw, continue, or modify their respective referrals. And the board a board approval is required to modify or withdraw a referral. Now for the following items, the different slides, Karina is going to go through each one and provide an update as to each of your districts, and then also for the joint referrals.
Good morning, Supervisors. Karina Volkanovich with the CAO office. As part of this year's process,
Karina, if you could speak closely into the mic. Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Let me continue. My apologies. As part of this year's review process, staff coordinated with district offices to identify proposed recommendations for referrals issued by the respective supervisors. On your screen are referrals issued by District 1. 2 of the referrals are proposed for withdrawal, with 1 for completion and the remainder to be continued. Okay, this is a continuation of referrals issued by District 1. 2 of the referrals are proposed to be deemed completed, with the remainder to be continued. And on your screen are referrals issued by District 2. This includes referrals that were previously issued by Supervisor Phillips, as well as newer referrals issued by Supervisor Church. District 2 has elected to continue all referrals, and staff has updated the matrix accordingly to reflect Supervisor Church as the referring supervisor. Okay. On your screen are referrals issued by District 3, and all referrals have been proposed to be continued. Okay, these are referrals issued by District 4. District 4 has requested that one of the referrals be deemed complete by your board. Okay. On your screen are referrals issued by District 5, and all referrals are requested to be continued. Okay. These are joint referrals that have been issued by supervisors. As part of this effort, we did reach out to both referring offices to obtain input. And on your screen, you will note that one of the referrals is requested for modification. And this is a continuation of joint referrals. On your screen, you will also note there's another referral requested for modification and another to be deemed complete.
Now, this slide represents the referrals that have been considered for completion by your board members. We have one for Supervisor Askew and then 4 from Supervisor Alejo. This one includes both those that are being withdrawn and those that have been requested for modification, and the related supervisors are listed on both. Now, the recommendations being sought by your board today are, of course, to conduct the annual review of the matrix and then provide any direction in addition to those that have already been made to the matrix, and then additional direction that you may have related to the different referrals that are currently on the matrix.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Karina, for your work on this and helping us clean up that long list and getting input from all the supervisors. And thank you, CEO De La Rosa, as well, for this report. So let's go to any comments from, let's go to Supervisor Church.
Sure. Keeping 2018.15 on here primarily because I know the county is no longer part of that litigation, but this matter is going before the state Supreme Court in June, and we'll not this matter, but similar litigation that was related to this is going before there. And I want to really just see what happens on that before proceeding further. That's the only comment I would have.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's go to the members of the public on this referral matrix. This is our process where supervisors could request items to be put on the agenda and so we could take action on the subject matter.
Through the chair, if I may, this is Supervisor Askew.
Supervisor Askew, please. Thank you.
So I think it was 2022.18 was the referral on the Family and Children's Services. And I haven't actually, I know we changed the language for the Health and Human Services Committee, but could we just get a quick update on, are those reports actually happening in that committee? And when was the last report that occurred with an update on Family and Children's Services to the Health and Human Services Committee?
Perfect. You have Director Medina here, ready to answer.
Yes, good morning, Chair, honorable board members. I'm actually, although the referral indicated less frequent reports, we're still reporting monthly right now until we get to a point where we feel that we can reduce the frequency of those reports. So we just reported this past month in April, just I think last week, and we continue to report monthly.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the other comment that I have is just in terms of the referral process, we put a new policy in place, which has allowed our referrals to move forward at a much more rapid pace with responses back. And I do know that we have some referrals that were made prior to the new policy being implemented. And so I'm just wondering if our CAO, who I know is coming in new to all of this, could comment on any efforts that could be made to move the previous referrals, like move those through the process. Some of them have been here for quite some time. Do we have a plan, or what do you need in order to be able to move those through and clear some of these older, longer term referrals off of the list?
Now that we've had an opportunity to begin to focus on usual operations outside of the emergencies, my intention is to take a closer look at the referrals and see how we could best assist the departments in trying to move these along. I have seen a couple that have come through where departments have provided updates. And so we will circle back with each of the departments and see how we could best assist to ensure there's movement. And then also in terms of those that are continuing, that we have a game plan of when the potential time that will be brought before your board so that we keep them on track. So by this time next year, my hope is that we'll have further clarification, maybe additional cleanup or modification as needed for recommendation.
Okay, and then my final comment is, we put this referral process in place many years ago as a way for the board members to have the ability to request an item to be agendized for discussion. And I think that over time, how the referral process has been used and how it's used by different board offices, has changed and evolved. And so I would like to just make a request of the CAO as you continue reviewing all of the referrals that are in the queue, that you, if you have suggestions or ideas about how we can continue to updates to the policy that will allow us to be effective in our utilization of this, that allow the board to continue to place things on the agenda. However, one of the things that I want to caution the board and our staff is that, just because a referral comes forward, sort of giving the board that chance to give full board direction versus, going too far down a path before we've had that chance to have that conversation. So I just would ask Sonia and our CAO team, if you see opportunities for us to hone in on how we work this process, I would look forward to your feedback on that. So thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, see none, I think we just need a motion to approve the. Do we need a motion just to approve the annual review?
I believe it's just to conduct the review.
Okay, so no action needed. All right, thank you very much. We'll close that item and we'll move on to item number 10, to receive a presentation on the Monterey County Children's Council 2021-22 annual report from Council Chair Lori Medina, the Director of Social Services, and to accept the fiscal year report, annual report.
Morning, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Lori Medina. I am the Director of Social Services and this year's current or last year's current chair and last year's chair of the Children's Council. And with me is Sonia Kohler, Director of Bright Beginnings, which is also an initiative of the Children's Council. I'm going to try to. Thank you. Okay. Going to share my screen. Put it in presentation mode. Okay. All right, let me see here. Bear with me just a moment. Okay. So we're bringing you this annual report today to provide some insight on what's been happening at the Children's Council. The Children's Council does meet monthly. And one of the things that, I don't think I wanted to go that far yet. One of the things that we want to do really is to provide some comprehensive information from a variety of different sources on issues concerning children, youth, and families as it pertains to their well-being in our community. You will see in this report a grouping of indicators that give us some insight on how children, youth, and families are faring, particularly as it pertains to children and youth in our community. And this data comes from a variety of different sources, both at the local and state level. I also wanted to just acknowledge our member organizations, which come from public, private, and nonprofit sectors that serve children, families, and youth, and or contribute to serving these populations on a service or policy level. The Children's Council likes to continue to look at these indicators. They have changed over time based on their availability, but we try to review those indicators to try to generalize some public discussion about where we might influence issues relative to policy or focus on service delivery across the various sectors. So today, how we're breaking up this report, I'll be reviewing the indicators that we visit over time in the Children's Council, and Sonia will be really focusing on some of the impacts on the service delivery through Bright Beginnings, which is an initiative of the Children's Council. Okay, so why is it important? Well, the report was created to help us and our community understand the needs of children and youth, and to build commitment to those varied needs. The goals are to benchmark how children and youth are faring over time, to serve as a catalyst to mobilize efforts to address challenges, to recognize where there have been successes in improving children and youth quality of life, and to present some indicators that we believe address some of those issues. So we started when we developed this report over time with 30 indicators. We have had a change. So we have 29 indicators. One indicator, which was the college going rate, was removed just because it wasn't available through the California Department of Education. And then there are 5 additional indicators that were not updated during this reporting period, either because the data was just not available or it wasn't in that cycle for availability in terms of the annual cycle. So the first indicator was children supported by CalWorks. This is a data point where you see the trends are fluctuating. We saw a steady decrease of children supported through CalWorks between 2016 and 2018. However, since that time, we've started to see the numbers trending up modestly. Some factors that may have impacted was the decline in Monterey County overall population during certain periods of time during these trends. The federal public charge policy changes were a consideration during part of that period, and the pandemic's effect since there were less work experience opportunities. Children with health insurance. This is kind of a funny chart. It looks like there's been a lot of fluctuation, but there really hasn't. It's been relatively stable, hovering around the 97% mark of children. 97% of children do have health insurance coverage. Okay, referrals for child abuse and neglect. So this indicator really is when we look at the rate of children that are being referred is another indicator of the health and well-being of our community. You can see that it also has fluctuated over time. Referrals declined during the pandemic, and that makes sense to us as the largest level of referrals that we receive are from mandated reporters. And during the pandemic, children were not attending school in person, so they weren't seeing as many mandated reporters. Since school has gone back to in person, we see that the referrals have started to edge up, but not so far, it's not trending up as greatly as pre-pandemic levels. Children in foster care. This is also an indicator that has fluctuated. We saw over many years a decline of children in foster care, and this has been a trend that's also been consistent at the state level as well. And that, we believe, is really due to a lot of statewide reform, continuum of care reform that really focuses on keeping children in their home with wraparound services, trying to keep children in the lowest level of care possible, and focusing on prevention and early intervention services. Okay, socioeconomically disadvantaged student enrollment seems to be decreasing in Monterey County. And in addition, the council has had presentations and discussions that also reflect overall student enrollment has also decreased in Monterey County. And then our student enrollment for our homeless population, that also has been fluctuating. Compared to the prior year, we see a decrease in student homelessness, but this fluctuates greatly from years prior to 2020, where we saw consistent increases. Early prenatal care in this area, this is good news. We see that we've made progress in early prenatal care, so that has been increasing. And then the education of the mother, that's been pretty stable, fluctuating around the 69% range. So of mothers who gave birth to children, about 69% reported having a high school diploma or equivalent. Licensed childcare. So when looking at this, it's broken down into two subsets. One is the total licensed childcare and education homes, so a home-based setting, and then we also have the center setting. And so we do see fluctuation with reductions of available childcare slots around the pandemic period. And childcare costs, access to quality childcare and education is very costly, and we see that cost increasing. And then public school enrollment, as I mentioned before, public school enrollment has been decreasing over time. The council still continues to have conversations about that and grapple with that. It looks like the decline, it's kind of exceeding the decline in our population. And so we're still exploring why that may be the case. Students with disabilities. So the enrollment for students with disabilities appears to be increasing. When we discuss this, there might be a variety of different explanations for that, not all of which we completely understand. I do know that we have some people at the end of the conversation, if people are interested, that we have some of our partners from the County Office of Education who might be available to help us with that. So there are a couple of things operating here. One, we may be a little bit more aware of children with disabilities than maybe in prior years. But the other thing is that there are some classifications of disabilities that have now become a part of that data tracking system. So we're not sure if that increase is because of methodological changes or that we're just getting better in identifying children with disabilities. Okay, English language arts, the percentage of youth meeting or exceeding expected rates over time. So we see that the data shows that there has been a decrease, particularly in the last, since 2021. However, I will just note for this indicator that this indicator is based on the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress Tests. And in 2021, only about 1/10 of students took the test in Monterey County across only 6 districts. So the data set is very limited for this indicator. We do expect to have more information in 2022 relative to this indicator. And then the same with the English language learners, based on the same test, which a very small subpopulation of Monterey County took in the past year. The math percentage scores, again, from the same data set. So although we see a decrease, it's a very limited data set. I'll also say that even prior, if we are looking at the performance and only 33% of our children were meeting the expected rate, or only 33% of children were meeting the expected performance, regardless of the limited data set, we have some work to do in this area. And then graduation rates over time, well, we've seen an increase in our graduation rates for children and youth. Suspension rates, that has been decreasing. Of course, it really declined during the pandemic, and we see that it's inching back up, but not back to the level of pre-pandemic rates. And the same with expulsion rates. And then dropout rates are also decreasing. And you see that our rates are better than the statewide dropout rates. Teen births are also decreasing. But sexually transmitted infection rates, and these are the ones that are reportable, that are required to be reported. We're seeing an increase in the reportable transmission of sexually transmitted diseases. And these are specific to chlamydia and gonorrhea. Juvenile misdemeanor and felony arrests. It's fluctuated, but increased in the last year. But you can see prior to that, we were making some progress in terms of, decreasing. So we'll want to keep our eye on that. And then in the substance abuse disorders and non-fatal overdose area, this is an area of concern. I will say that we are still exploring this data, and I know that Dr. Marnie Sandoval was looking at this as well. But the age groups that are really an area of concern for us are the 15 to 24-year-olds, and that does look like it's increasing. And then for the substance abuse disorders and fatal overdoses in youth, again, we see that the ages that are impacted are 15 to 24-year-olds. I will say that this particular data set When numbers are really small in terms of overdoses, fatal overdoses, we had to kind of de-identify because it might be very easy to identify a particular person if you have 1 or 2 deaths in suicide. So I will say that we are really general in this area because the numbers were so small and we wanted to protect confidentiality of individuals. And then previous initiatives, just a reminder, the Children's Council has been around for a while, and this is just some of the initiatives that the Children's Council has spearheaded until it became a part of our regular continuum services. All Kids, Our Kids, Graduating Healthy Students, the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, System of Care, which was a child welfare reform, child welfare redesign, and transitional housing programs are but a few of the initiatives that have come out through the Children's Council over the years. And now I'll turn it over to Sonia Kohler.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, and also my fellow constituents here in Monterey County. I'm going to take one moment to set up the presentation. Oops. There we go. So I'm Sonia Kohler, Director of Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative. It's a pleasure to be here in person today to share with you some of the really exciting and heartwarming stories from our collective impact initiative from the year 2021 and 2022. While I'll be focusing on the highlights from that year, I will be referencing some of the things that are happening to date that kind of follow up on the seeds planted in that year or earlier, and looking ahead as well. And in addition, I really appreciate Lori doing the heavy lifting with sharing out some of our numbers at the population-based data related to early childhood. Again, I'll be focusing on the stories here. Our work is the collective work of the county, and really the numbers are reported out through the Children's Council as a whole, as well as all of the agencies and partners in the initiative through their own reports. So Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative was launched about 10 years ago through the Children's Council. And we are about transforming systems to improve the well-being of all children in Monterey County. And we know children, we need to address both the holistic needs of young children as well as their families and those that care for them in our community. And when I say care for them, it means parents, it means foster parents, as we've heard here, primary caregivers, our family, friends, and neighbors that care for children, as well as service providers. I also want to mention that our initiative, the Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative, it's unified under a common vision. I'll walk through this graphic here in a moment, and it was developed through an advisory group of over 30 agencies. So it really is the common vision of our community. It's cited in the county's legislative program as well as a means to invest in early childhood here in our community. So we're organized around the collective impact model, what you see on the left, and then really guided by a set of values. We're equity centered. We believe we are all interconnected. We work together hand in hand. When one person moves forward, we all move forward together. We take a holistic view of the needs of young children, families in our community, looking at health, education, what does our economy need? What does our community need as a whole as well? We're co-creative. We look to our community partners, to our parents, when we can, to our young children to inspire the design of how we meet people's needs. And we really want to meet people where they are, out in the community, at home, in schools, where we go to where people are in order to meet their needs and learn about what they face in their daily lives. We're results-based. We use evidence. We support evidence-based programs. We look at the numbers and we look at the stories as well. And then we're responsive and reflective. We're always looking at how we can do things better. Just because maybe last week we said we're going to do it one way, things change. We know sometimes things change for the worse, whether it's weather, whether it's a pandemic, whether there's new funding available. So we always want to check in and see that we're moving forward in the right direction. So that's our initiative, the holistic aspect. We look at the needs of our families, that families are supported through screening, care coordination, et cetera. We want to, again, go to where families are. Home visiting services is a really strong evidence-based program to support young children. And then we also work with business in our community. We know business thrives when their workers thrive. We know workers thrive when they know everything is okay at home. So family-friendly business practices are important. We look at the resiliency of families themselves, in particular of parents or those primary caregivers. Their mental health is really important, and their social connections in the community are really important to the well-being of children. And then we look at the other kinds of caregivers, supporting, again, the informal caregivers. 70% of our families rely on family, friends, and neighbors to take care of their children during the day. They don't have access to the kinds of affordable quality childcare that they need in order to provide play and learn opportunities for their young children. And then we look at the whole system. We want to make sure it's a fair, equitable system with access to services in the county. We have these cross-cutting capacities as well, looking at advocacy, collective funding, and just making sure we're all aware of how important it is that we invest in young children. Really, caring for our children is everyone's business. So Bright Beginnings, again, is an initiative made up of, hold on a second, made up of many partners in our community. What I have here is a list. It doesn't cover everyone. These are the members of our governance structures, our advisory group in the year that we're reporting on. And we have our co-chairs that are part of the Children's Council. We have a backbone staff. Many of them are here with us via Zoom as well. Just a thank you to them. And our advisory group, a long list of folks. You can see it's very diverse. And I'll point out that we're really proud over the last couple of years that we have more community voice at the advisory group level more directly. The Mamas de Salinas are a regular part of that. Folks from Building Healthy Communities and other community-based organizations are there helping to lead the way as well. And we have really been able to increase language access to many of our meetings and the work that we do, primarily in English and Spanish, working on other languages as well. So we, in one of our advisory group meetings, we took a moment to ask, what does Bright Beginnings mean to you? How does it look in our community? And we were really, especially after a hard year of shelter in place, we were really, it felt validating to hear that even in those challenging times, Bright Beginnings as a whole could show up for each other. There's hope in collective impact. We're really raising the awareness of what the specific needs are. We spend a lot of time, how many diapers do we need in the county? And how do we get them out in the community, looking very specifically at what's needed with PPE, et cetera, as well. We connect the systems around the systems that wrap around young children and their families, that we're also connected to the community. And we're united by a shared set of values, especially equity, interconnectedness, and co-creation. We're out there advocating for children and providing opportunities for others to advocate for children. We know it can't always come from someone like me. We all need to hear from the community. I've been grateful to this board for looking for ways to bring that community voice into what you do and how you invest our funds. So I've used this term systems change. I'm just going to pause for a moment and explain what I mean by systems change. Often when we think of systems, we think of what's visible. We think of the policies, we think of procedures, we think of how we do things. We also think of resource flows. Where we really know where the hard work is in the things that are less visible. It's about the relationships and networks. We know that things move more smoothly and perhaps in a way that represents our community more when our relationships and our networks are strong and diverse. We also talk about power dynamics. That one's a little trickier to talk about, but the power dynamics in the room. So in the work we do, we're always trying to help balance power dynamics. And then finally, probably even tougher, are the mental models, how we think about how we do all of this work together and raising awareness about different ways of doing things than perhaps we're used to. So that's what I mean by systems change. It's really a whole transformative system. So I'm going to jump into sharing some of the what this work looks like out in our community. And we have a backbone staff that helps to support collective action, collaborative action between all of our agencies. So these examples I give, it's the work of all of us. It's the work of social services, of the health department, of our community-based organizations, of our nonprofits, of our businesses out in the community. So when I say we, that's the we I mean. So I'm going to begin with looking at our FAIR systems, in particular around early care and education. We have been really excited over the last couple years, in part through past investments of the Board of Supervisors in Bright Beginnings, to be able to expand our outreach into the business community and into the arena of economic development. What we've learned in the last couple, or what many of us, I'll just have to say, have known for a long time, but the community as a whole is finally realizing how important quality childcare and education is for the well-being of all families. It's important for kids, it's important for parents, and it's important for businesses and our community and economy as a whole. And so we've been invited to the table in various ways to integrate childcare and education from a standpoint of infrastructure as well as quality of programs into various plans. What I have here in front of you is an example of the Regions Rise Together Inclusive Economic Blueprint that was developed through the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership and many partners at that table, and where we were able to set some community-wide goals for what we need for childcare and education. We know we need to at least double the number of quality childcare spaces in our community. We currently have, at this time, this was we had about 10,000 childcare slots. What we saw that Lori presented, that's been declining. Right now, we're about to release new data. It's closer to 9,000. So we still need to double. We know the Universal Preschool initiative through the state and then MCOE has been shepherding will help address that. But the largest gap is really in the youngest children, ages 0 to 3. UPK is addressing the needs of 3 and up. In order to do that, we need to double our workforce. Right now, we have, there's really two major things that are keeping us from opening new childcare slots are the availability of facilities and availability of qualified workforce to staff those classrooms. So we've been, I'll share more some of the efforts we're doing to address those issues. From a family's perspective, affordability is really a big issue. And the cost of childcare, as you heard earlier, the cost is going up and up. That's across the state, across the country. And we know, as all caring industries, it's the human love and labor that drives the cost of care. There's really no amount that's enough for that kind of work. The average wage of an early educator is around minimum wage, which is really, I find that hard to hear. But we know childcare costs at least as much as college tuition for a family. And so that's really the point of affordability. So how do we balance affordability for parents with a living wage for its workforce? And so we really want to help support the systems that can help increase the wages for the workforce at the same time of making childcare affordable for families. And all of this, of course, here we see 66% of increasing third grade level reading. All of this is to ensure our children are ready for life, ready for school, ready for the workforce, ready for our community. So we have this Region Rise Together inclusive economic blueprint that's guiding how we want to invest in our community. You can see on the right, we've folks through Bright Beginnings have also been honored to join the table for many presentations at chambers, again, at the Economic Partnership and other arenas to share this information in our business community. A few ways we've been moving towards our goals in the last years. We've invested in career pathways. Hartnell received a grant to launch an apprenticeship. And this work was in part funded through ARPA funding through the Board of Supervisors. In order to move that forward, we're proud to share that it has recently been fully accredited, one of the few ECE apprenticeship programs here in the state, but also exciting just to have this apprenticeship opportunity. And the idea there is that we can get teachers into the classrooms more quickly so that we can open more classrooms and address the workforce needs at the same time, the long-term workforce needs. We have also looked more closely at what we call the supply and demand data for childcare in our county. Again, we have from this year, we have updated data as well that I'll be sharing for each of your districts, what childcare looks like in your districts. And in the year we were reporting, we were very excited to be working together with MCOE to bring stipends out into the community for our teachers, the early educators particularly. They put out about 400 stipends to teachers of $1,800 each, which really helped address attrition out of the field and keep teachers in early education, helping to take care of our young ones. And we're very proud of that work. Moving from our early education systems into the area of resilient families. A lot of our work here is focused on maternal mental health, also perinatal mental health. We know that the health of parents is crucial to the health of our young children. It starts before birth. And so over the years, the Bright Beginnings Backbone team has been supporting the county's maternal mental health task force, bringing on a monthly basis, bringing together folks who are interested in supporting this to discuss what are the challenges, what are the solutions, where's new information, how do we reach out in our community so that we all better understand the importance of supporting perinatal mental health. We helped launch a beautiful display of stories, birthing stories, and you'll see here out through our social media as well as websites on just making it more normal to talk about birthing experiences and the ups and downs of that. And we have also last year launched for the first time with the Mamás de Salinas Abogan, community walks to help raise awareness of perinatal health. And we're honored that the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution as well. So these are some of the things. We had a radio campaign and other efforts, and we saw an uptick in access to some of our warm lines around perinatal health, as well as access to our online information portals. Just a heads up, Maternal Mental Health Awareness Week is the first week of May. We hope you'll again join some of those activities. That'll be available through our social media. Just a brief plug. Please do, if you haven't yet, like us and follow us on social media. That's been a big focus in the last years as well, is to increase sharing out these stories through different venues throughout the community. So here in this
Have to wrap up pretty soon.
Yep,
here.
I'm almost there. Thank you. A few highlights that I've already mentioned in the supported families and prepared caregivers. We have family-friendly business certification, supporting innovations in home visiting with our nurse family partnership and behavioral health, and as well as supporting a family, friends, and neighbor family network, supporting those informal caregivers that provide a large part of our early education, and working together with partners, Door to Hope, First Five, United Way, and our libraries to bring more play groups into our community for family, friends, and neighbors. So finally, a big shout out to our Mamás de Salinas Abogan for their work in helping to raise awareness. What we really want to see is to continue investing in these strong relationships, our community-based power, and leveraging success. We see there's a great need to continue investing in career pathways for ECE, in our community outreach to raise awareness, as well as these important connections through play groups to help support the well-being of families and children in our community. And with that, thank you for your time, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much for the great presentation, both presentations. I want to, before we break for lunch, want to see if there's any comments, questions from colleagues. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. First, thank you so much for the work that you do and for the excellent presentation. I found it illuminating, but not necessarily in a positive way, as you can imagine, working in it so closely. But the question that I wanted to ask you is, looking at all of the metrics as an example, and then all of the very positive things that we're doing to address those metrics, do you see any solutions? You know, as you look at it from the inside of it, do you see anything that we are missing as a governing body that we should be either investing in or simply paying more attention to that could be helpful?
I'll start. Well, so I think that there are a variety of things, which I think we are trying to move towards too, because there's evidence around, for example, home visiting programs, how to provide that support, mentoring, modeling program to help support the whole ecosystem of a family, I think is something that's really important. Trying to create more opportunities for something like that is good. Investing in the early childcare space is I think another piece that is very important. And that's a resource that's very hard to harness. So I think we can still do more of that, particularly as Sonia mentioned, the under 3 population.
Yeah. Thank you, Lori. And just to add to that, that where it's often hard, and this is where I think why Bright Beginnings has been so unique and innovative here in this community, it's that collaborative work. I talk about the synergy, it's the magic of collective impact, and that is hard to fund through most avenues of funding. A lot of funding goes to specific programs versus building those connections and relationships that can help build the synergy. So, please do continue helping us find ways to invest in that and participating in it. We need all folks at the table in order to come up with the solutions, because obviously we don't have them yet. Investing in social connections, in systems connections are really important.
Thank you so much. I can say that when I was at United Way and we were working early on these issues, working on particularly the numbers of children who were considered homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act. The number was shocking at the time, and it was simply 5,000. In that relatively short period of time, it's more than doubled. And I think that's, one of the things that we're children to all have, a place to call homes, essentially. Some of the things that you've described would be more easily practiced, I think. Thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else, Supervisor Church?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Just 3 points. When I looked at the annual report on here and saw the specifics on the graduation, or not the graduation, excuse me, on the meeting the standards for testing for English language, for example. And I can understand, Monterey County is a very diverse county. There's a lot of multiple languages being spoken. A lot of people were English as a second language. So that we're falling below that norm is very understandable in that way. What I find particularly disturbing, though, is looking at the math scores, because it doesn't matter what language you speak, 1 + 1 = 2. And to see those scores down, and particularly when I looked at for the children of graduate and postgraduate parents, it's 48.8%, less than half are meeting the standard we're looking at. Or college graduates, 35.8. So that sticks out to me as a real red flag, and I don't know why we have that problem. I don't know if there's any efforts that we're looking at to address that, but that would be my question there.
So first of all, I'll say that David Dabrowski is on. He's one of our panelists, and I think he might be able to give us some more insight about that particular metric. We spent quite a bit of time talking about it and why that metric was also pretty limited for that time period. But I don't know if Mr. Dabrowski.
Yes, I'm here. Hello. I'm happy to speak to this. So first, I just want to acknowledge and rephrase what was said before, is that when looking at over time, the 2021 testing, it was optional in all the districts because of the pandemic at the time. Some districts use the state standardized testings and other use their own local or other nationally developed assessments. And so that 1 point is really out of alignment with the others because it's such a small number of students, but it was part of the public data set, so that's why it's included. In terms of the current status and where it's at, it is quite low. We're seeing that throughout California as well, that there's a small portion of students that are meeting and exceeding standards. Locally, we are very focused on this. We are working with a number of the local districts to support and facilitate work with their math teams and with their administrations to look at and dive into some of the content and ways to try and broach and teach math in additional ways with students in the classrooms so that we are seeing an increase in their understanding and use of math and practices. So happy to answer more specific questions as you have them about that as well.
All right. That's helpful. Although it isn't just here during COVID or post COVID, these are basically the same numbers as we're seeing back in 2015. So it's a long-standing problem. The second point to touch upon is noticing that the homeless enrollment is going up while our school enrollment is going down is a really bad barometer, and I think points to the issue of housing we face throughout this county. My last point on things is really appreciative to have the Children's Council here, all your dedicated hard work and the efforts that you're making. And I see you're trying to reach out now and touch upon some businesses and how to work within them. When I look at the membership, it looks like that's my only point that I would say, whether it could be perhaps more inclusive, because the membership is basically professionals. And I don't even see, as you say, about businesses, for example, bringing them in, or daycare centers, or childcare centers, I should say. Both of them are not really into there. And I don't see anybody really representing just perspective of a parent, of a working parent into there. So to get that in as you're moving ahead and addressing these issues would be a good viewpoint, I think, to have for better word, a real world perspective. So thank you very much again for all your work.
Okay, we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'll just throw out there, if we remember the chamber, we could bring that issue to them, and they've been great partners with us, especially with Measure Q. They were invested in that process from the early get-go. I agree with that approach. As we look at the data in front of us, that was a very fruitful presentation with a lot of rich content. One of my questions was on the disabilities slide that we put up. Did we do an analysis of the geographic distribution? And I'll point out my reason why early. The reason is, are we finding those in more affluent communities where we have the ability to do early assessments, or are we finding more of those in places that might have environmental contributions to the causes? I think both are possible in our community, and I'm just curious if we've done a dive on that data yet.
So most of that data is only available at the county level. They suppress student groups smaller than 10 students. And so most of the disability groups get filtered out in that case. When you look at the district level, only the largest groups can you see at the district level. So we can work with the individual districts to get their data, but it's not in the publicly released data sets to be able to dive down to the regional levels.
Thank you, David. And then on the graduations and dropout rates, I'll just say those numbers were surprising in a good way, given what we experienced during the pandemic. So thank you for getting us that data. And then on the non-fatal overdoses versus fatal overdoses, we've known it's an issue. We've known it's something we need to address. And so as we continue moving forward, I wanted to share with the community that this weekend, there'll be an opportunity Saturday to come out to the recovery run in Soledad, which took place this weekend in Monterey, but to share about the impact on our communities, especially with the impact of fentanyl and some of the synthetic opiates on our children, as this data points out, and unfortunately in a strong way. To the big picture, I think we're trying solutions. We're doing what we can to try to coalesce our community even in a stronger way around the issues that we all see and feel as challenges. And I agree that the concern for our families is becoming extremely unaffordable to have a family in Monterey County. And there's additional costs that we know start with housing. If we're not building it, it doesn't matter. We can give all the words we want to the issue, but if we're not building homes for families, building homes throughout the community, the supply and demand is the major issue. People want to be here. You got to build enough supply so that there's a balance. But with that, I'll wrap my comments and send it to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think, Chris, you just touched on the issue of housing, and, having come from 5 years on a school board, the largest K-12 school board in the district, what we found was 20% of the teachers, this was prior to the pandemic, 20% of the teachers were leaving every year. So there was a 20% turnover in the staff, which makes it really hard when you're trying to do professional development and really bring kids up to speed, whether it be in math or in some of the English language proficiency skills. So often, I think when we really dig into that data, we were finding that it was the students who started in kindergarten as English language learners who remained as English language learner status through 5th grade through 8th grade. And so there is a lot to understand and to dig into when you look at those numbers. But I want to just take a quick moment and highlight some of the major successes that I saw highlight in this data, that presentation today. Going back 10 years when we started Bright Beginnings as the Early Childhood Development Initiative, some of the data that Francine had pulled out from First Five were really around this issue of maternal mental health, the fact that nobody was talking about it, that there were no screenings happening in our clinics, that there were no resources available. And so the creation of the Maternal Mental Health Task Force, we now have the state talking about it. We have local providers who understand what they're seeing. We have screenings occurring for parents and mothers and families. The progress on that one data point has been phenomenal. It's been tremendous in a matter of 10 years. And I just want to acknowledge that I don't believe that we would have made that kind of progress had we not, as a county, committed to Bright Beginnings as an initiative. Two of the other data points that were just really impressive today, the high school degree, we're up to 69%. That's almost 70% of our moms graduate who have a baby who have that high school degree equivalent. That's a 10% increase over the data that was shared with us 10 years ago. And I think having that really focus on like, this is what we're doing and how do we make sure that we're helping these moms get their education so that they can, maternal education is one of the biggest indicators of success for that child. And to make a 10-point increase, I think is worthy of celebration for both those families and those children. And then the other one that I just thought was phenomenal and was kind of glossed over, but the increase in our early prenatal care, that was had been at 25% of our moms 10 years ago were receiving late or no prenatal care. And that number has also increased dramatically. So there was a lot of data presented. There's a lot of work still to do. But I just want to be very clear that I saw tremendous improvements from where we were when we started this conversation and this initiative just a relatively brief time ago. So keep up the good work. Really appreciate the team at Bright Beginnings and the team at the Children's Council that keeps these issues on the conversation in the forefront. And we don't have all the solutions. We don't have all the answers, but we are making progress towards a better future for our kids. And for that, I'm grateful. And I feel really proud having seen the presentation today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to end, I agree with all the comments of my colleagues. I want to really also thank the Children's Council and Bright Beginnings for your advocacy and your work throughout the year. It's nice to get this presentation. This is one of our most important responsibilities, looking after our future, our children, our youth, and making sure we're giving them better opportunities and better outcomes in all aspects. And so I appreciate all the data from the monitoring the CPS cases, the number of foster children, student homelessness, prenatal care, disabilities, among others, and even seeing where we need to monitor other trends like the increase in misdemeanors and felonies among our youth after making so much progress over the previous 5 years. These are all helpful tools for us as policymakers, decision makers to be able to use it when we're making decisions about where to invest our limited resources. This is one of those key areas that we have to really pay attention to. And so I'm glad that we're doing this and look forward to seeing this next year as well. And I'm glad the public's able to also share in this information. With that, if there's nothing else, I think we need a motion to accept the fiscal year 2021-22 annual report from the Monterey County Children's Council.
There's a hand raised.
Oh, I forgot to go to the public. Thank you. Let's go to members of the public for public comments on these two presentations.
Shanann Watkins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
So good morning, actually we're in afternoon now. I'm Shannon Watkins, the Executive Director of Early Development Services, which has over 100 employees serving about 600 children with high quality early care and education in Monterey County. I've worked in the classroom. I was elected to the California Association for the Education of Young Children. I've taught ECE classes at NPC, Hartnell, and CSUMB, and also served as the chair of the local planning council for 8 years. I'm currently on the board for the United Way and have been part of Bright Beginnings and Bright Futures since they both launched. I share all this to say I know firsthand what it takes to be an early educator and to recruit and retain those educators. It's always been hard, but right now it's harder than ever. The newly accredited program, apprenticeship program at Hartnell is unique, and we're very excited about it because it's hopefully going to address some of these barriers that new students face, as well as employers and this field as a whole. It helps employers like me bring new teachers into the classroom sooner, letting us open new classrooms, serve more children, and bring in more state subsidies for childcare. I'm proud to be hosting several of the apprentices from this first cohort of students this spring, which much of this was spearheaded by the funding from Bright Beginnings through First Five. So come July 1, our agency has been awarded another $8 million for next fiscal year, which will serve 260 0 to 3-year-olds. So we really need the help to keep essential career pathway programs like this one going in Monterey County. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yes, there is one more. Tony Ameska.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tony Mesqua Jr. I am the Director of Family and Community Engagement and Pupil Services for the Greenfield Union School District. I am also the Chair of the Greenfield Early Learning Partnership facilitated by Bright Beginnings. I am proud to say that I am a proud product of Greenfield and that I have worked at the district for over 13 years. Working closely in my community, I have gained insight of what our families are most in need of. While those needs vary from time to time, support for their children has never wavered. Our community is small but mighty. There are many organizations and businesses that are part of our GUSD Community Collaborative with a focus on providing resources to our families. One of those organizations is Bright Beginnings. Our families need support in navigating the school system, especially when their kids are toddlers. As many of you know, enrolling a child for the first time can be daunting with many barriers. That is why the Greenfield Early Learning Partnership's mission is to ensure families know the importance of early childhood education and the understanding process of enrollment into an early learning program. It is with great pride that I share with you GALP's accomplishments of hosting 7 consecutive enrollment fairs to date that have directly supported the enrollment of thousands of children into an early learning program successfully. We did this even through COVID, even, excuse me, when we were able to reach double the numbers of families than we did before COVID. This success would not be possible if it wasn't for the support of Bright Beginnings. As an advocate for families, I know the importance of agencies advocating for our young ones, as they are often forgotten about. Families need to help navigating the system, addressing the barriers, to try and reduce the gaps that are often wide enough for many children to be forgotten about. While we know enrollment fairs are only a piece of complicated puzzle, I ask that you please consider supporting Bright Beginnings to continue and deepen their community engagement and advocacy work. I appreciate your time and consideration for supporting ourselves and work through Bright Beginnings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for representing Greenfield. Anyone else?
No.
Nobody in chambers, nobody else online. So if you can entertain a motion.
Move approval of receipt of this report.
And
Second.
Okay, we'll go with Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you.
One on each side. All right, there's been a motion, second. If we could call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Church,
Aye, sorry.
Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30, everyone. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Bienvenidos. Muchas gracias. Tonight is a very important night, and we're happy that you're here with us.
Vamos a comenzar, damas y caballeros. Esto es una noche muy importante.
And we're going to provide you with some very important information. And we're here with you 100%.
Vamos a darle información importante y esperamos que lo comprenda todo.
And so our first speaker tonight is the County Administrative Officer, Ms. Sonia De La Rosa.
Nuestra presentadora primera es la señora Sonia de la Rosa. Ella es la encargada del condado de Monterrey.
Buenas noches, es un gusto estar aquí con todos ustedes otra vez a darles información acerca de lo que próximamente va a ser la oportunidad de entrar otra vez a la comunidad de Pájaro. Es muy posible que en los siguientes días, posiblemente al final de la semana, si no al empezar de la siguiente, van a tener oportunidad de regresar. El problema es que va a ser para entrar, no necesariamente para quedarse allí. La razón es que hay significante limpieza que tiene que ocurrir cuando regresan a sus lugares de sus casas. La limpieza va a incluir quitar lodo, quitar material que haya tenido contacto con el agua. Y la gente que está aquí con nosotros ahora va a dar esa información. Va a haber oportunidad de que se grabe lo que estamos platicando ahora, de manera que si hay problema que no está saliendo en el Facebook o no está saliendo en YouTube, en el futuro va a estar disponible para que puedan ver, escuchar o dárselo a parientes o gentes que ocupen la misma información. De manera que muchas gracias por estar aquí. Vamos a mover pronto. Sabemos que hay muchas personas que están paradas y queremos que la información se les dé pronto y luego darles oportunidad de hacer preguntas que posiblemente tengan. Muchas gracias y lo voy a dar a Nick para que empecemos con todas las presentaciones. Gracias.
Our next speaker tonight is Kelsey Scanlon from the Department of Emergency Management.
Nuestra siguiente presentadora es Kelsey del Departamento de Emergencias.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I represent the Monterey County Office of Emergency Services, now currently Department of Emergency Management, and we are responsible for managing and maintaining and operating the Emergency Operations Center during times of crisis and disasters.
Nuestro departamento está encargado de cuidar al área del condado durante el tiempo de desastres o en caso de emergencias.
Ultimately, we're responsible for coordinating the reentry and repopulation of areas affected by disasters such as Pájaro.
Una de las actividades en las que estamos llevando actualmente es ayudar a la población de Pájaro que vuelvan a reingresar a su comunidad.
There are several factors that we consider before allowing the community to reenter to make sure that it is as safe as possible for you to resume your lives and begin to recover from the disaster.
Hay diferentes pasos que debemos llevar a cabo para asegurarnos que la comunidad pueda regresar de una manera segura a sus hogares.
The reentry process is extremely complex and requires the cooperation and collaboration of several government agencies, essentially, to make sure that their responsibilities for repairing assets and services, and they're able to do that in an efficient manner before people are allowed to go back.
El proceso de reingreso es un proceso un poco complicado, porque lleva cierta evaluación de los daños ocasionados y también evaluación sobre cómo se va a llevar a cabo el ingreso de una manera segura para toda la población.
Some of the factors that we consider multiple times a day in evaluating the safety of the disaster-affected area include levee repairs and safety of levee infrastructure.
Uno de los factores que estuvimos observando es la reparación del dique y mantener la seguridad del dique.
windshield surveys assessing the overall impact to the community.
Otra actividad que se ha llevado a cabo es hacer una encuesta de los daños de las estructuras dañadas y esto es a través de un etiquetado de los manubrios de los carros.
Residential and commercial damage assessments by the Building Services Department and the Environmental Health Bureau.
También se hizo una investigación de los daños a hogares y a negocios de acuerdo a los daños que se recibieron por la inundación.
My colleague at Environmental Health will address the different tags you might see on your doors as you enter home. Specifically, you'll see two types of tags, a red tag or a yellow tag.
Mi colega en un momento va a explicar un poco más sobre el etiquetado que usted puede encontrar cuando regrese a su hogar. Va a haber un etiquetado de color rojo o color amarillo.
These damage assessments are almost complete. We have about one more street left.
Nuestra evaluación de las entidades está casi terminada. Nos falta solamente una área.
PG&E has inspected the residential areas for gas leaks, and they have determined that there are no gas leaks in the community at this time.
La agencia de PG&E ha hecho una investigación para asegurarse que no hay fugas de gas y hasta el momento no se ha detectado ninguna fuga.
Power is currently on in the community. If you return home and your power is not on, PG&E will be in the area to assist you at their community services van.
El servicio de luz está disponible en toda el área de la comunidad. En el caso dado de que usted regresara a su hogar y no tiene acceso a la electricidad, el departamento de PG&E estará ofreciendo ayuda y ayudándoles desde su camioneta que estará instalada en la comunidad.
We also look at road damages and impacts to the right-of-way, which Public Works has been actively conducting routine maintenance as well as cleaning of the massive amounts of mud and repairs to the road.
También se ha hecho una investigación y limpieza de los caminos y carreteras para que puedan tener circulación y se ha limpiado todas las calles, se les ha quitado el lodo y también se ha reparado cualquier hoyo causado por la inundación.
We assess the sewage line and the water system inspections. Those are still in progress at this point in time.
También se hizo un estudio al sistema de agua y al alcantarillado y hasta el momento se sigue analizando este proceso.
When you return home, it's likely that the water will still be off.
Cuando usted regrese a casa, es muy probable que aún no tenga agua en su hogar.
As such, the county will be providing comfort and hygiene stations for areas where potable water and bathroom services are not currently available in the structures.
Por tal motivo, el condado continuará ofreciendo agua potable y baños portátiles en aquellas zonas donde no exista acceso al agua aún.
Finally, there will be nonprofit organizations as well as community-based organizations in Pajaro once the evacuation orders have been lifted to assist you in debris removal from your homes.
Finalmente, también habrá organizaciones no lucrativas que ayudarán con el proceso de limpieza una vez que ustedes hayan regresado y esas organizaciones permanecerán en el área hasta que toda la zona de evacuación haya sido levantada y todas las personas hayan recibido ayuda para regresar a sus hogares.
In the coming days, when evacuation orders are lifted, we will notify you via Alert Monterey County or Nixle. Information will also be provided at the shelters and on our website, or you can call 211 for an update on evacuation orders.
Se les recomienda que se coloque, llame constantemente al 211 o también esté comunicándose a través de las alertas que se mandan por Nixel y por el condado de Monterrey para saber cuándo la orden de evacuación se ha levantado. De esta manera se informará también sobre cualquier otra actividad que esté afectando al área de Pájaro.
Thank you so much for your time. It's been an honor to serve you.
Gracias por su tiempo. Ha sido un honor ayudarles y servirles.
Thank you, Kelsey. Does anybody
2, mic 2.
Staff mic 1.
Mic 3, mic 3.
Staff mic 2.
Mic 5, mic 5.
Audio mic.
Mic 6, mic 6. Mic 7, mic 7. Mic 8, mic 8.
Clerk's mic.
Mic 10, mic 10. Mic 11, mic 11.
Wireless mic 2.
Mic 12.
Wireless mic 1.
All right, it's just after 1:30, so we're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Adams, Church, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Askew appearing via video conference.
All right, and we'll ask for our announcement from our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Down there. Not unmuting him, so.
All right, as soon as we see him, we'll pause to make that announcement.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay, he is on. Diego, if you could make the announcement for Spanish interpretation services. Go ahead, Diego.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, serás intérprete de español-inglés e inglés-español para la reunión de esta tarde. Por favor, hablar lenta y claramente para poder escucharle. También, por favor, hacer un intermedio en sus oraciones para darme la oportunidad de interpretarle mejor. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, thank you, Diego. And I want to thank all the public for joining us for the afternoon agenda. We're going to go into our scheduled items. Item number 11, this is the Monterey County General Plan Implementation and Housing Element Annual Progress Report. To make the presentation, we have Melanie Beretti, a Principal Planner, and Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. Or Craig Spencer.
Thank you, Chair. Melanie Beretti with the Monterey County Housing Community Development. And as you indicated, Darby Marshall is with me, joined online to answer questions regarding housing. And I'm joined here in the dais with Craig Spencer, our Chief of Planning and Acting Director. I'm just sharing my screen right now. So this item before the board today involves accepting the 2022 annual progress report for the Monterey County General Plan, accepting the 2022 annual progress report for the 2015 and to 2023 housing element, authorizing the Housing and Community Development Director to submit those to the State Office of Planning and Research, and providing direction to staff on the 5-year work program, 5-year long-range planning work program. So just as an overview, on April 1st of every year, the county is required to submit an annual progress report on the general plan and its housing element. We do want to acknowledge there are no direct consequences of being late for this report. And given quite the winter and early spring that the county had, staff went ahead and let this one come late, but there are no consequences for that we're aware of. So for our general plan implementation, it's primarily our 2010 general plan for the inland area, and we also are governed by the 1982 general plan in the coastal areas only, and then again, our 5th cycle housing element. So just some highlights from our housing element implementation. We had 5 units that were entitled in this last 2022, and we issued 186 building permits, which count towards our regional housing needs allocation count. Of those, what I wanted to highlight was the last bullet there, the 6 buildings with 5+ units. That's the East Garrison Chispa Affordable Housing Project that is nearly complete. It's anticipated to be complete later this spring, and we'll have a total of 65 very low and low income units once complete. So we did issue 57 certificates of occupancy for units that were previously counted in our RENA, but those are now completed and ready to be moved in or have already moved in. Also, the county entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Eden Housing to develop affordable family housing or affordable housing units at the county-owned site at 855 East Laurel Drive. That project is looking like it'll be around 120 to 150 units. And that is actually getting ready to commence community outreach. We've been working closely with the developer and the city of Salinas to develop that outreach program. So in total, we had an allocation of 1,551 RENA allocation units, of which all but 650, so about 900 of those were for very low and moderate affordable housing. We have been able to implement, we've exceeded our above moderate allocation, but we've fallen short for our very low and moderate. We have had a fair amount. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I have that opposite. Please excuse me. Total units to date. We've got a fair amount, and we've fully met our low income housing needs. And there's no remaining obligation, and we've met our above moderate. There's no remaining allocation, but very low and moderate. We still have had a significant number that had not been yet implemented. So there were 2 general plan amendments that processed in this last year in the inland area related to the Rancho Cañada Village, and coastal related to the Caltrans Highway 156 interchange at Castroville Boulevard. So we've made significant progress on a number of our long-range work program planning items, and we're able to complete 10 tasks completely. I'm not going to go through every item. It's all there. I'm just going to do some highlights throughout the presentation. So I do want to highlight that our long-range implementation program is implemented by the Housing and Community Development Advanced Planning team, as well as that includes our Chief of Planning and our Director. We all get very active and hands-on with implementing the program. There's also a number of other HCD staff members that will get involved with various different items on the work program, as well as other departments, such as environmental health and the county administrator office. So I try to represent the totality of what the whole program has been implementing. So in 2022, we were able to get the Native American and Archaeological Resource Technical Advisory Panel convened and get those procedures in place. They've now met twice and have their 3rd meeting coming up. And it's really exciting for us to have that panel finally convened. And the panel is very appreciative of that as well. In addition, one thing that was added subsequent to when we developed our draft work program is we did bring forward to the board the flood amendments to ordinances to update our floodplain management program. So that was also added subsequently. So in addition, we've made significant progress on 25 work program tasks. 19 of those were planned as of last year when we came before you, 6 of which had not been identified at that time, but came up throughout the year as priorities. Some highlights, we have our pre-approved ADU plans that are nearly complete. And we've also identified some additional policy work that's needed in order to respond to California Coastal Commission staff comments to our ADU ordinances in the coastal zone for that implementation. And so we've including a minor update to the Carmel area land use plan to help facilitate those ADUs in the coastal zone. And then also the Big Sur land use plan, that update is, I would say 95% complete, working with the ad hoc committee that was of planning commissioners who've been working very regularly. We're now on meeting 54, I believe was the last one we accomplished. So staff in that ad hoc committee have been very active, and we should have that out and available later this spring for the public. So, and these are all just in alphabetical order. No other reason for priority. So I did want to know, we made significant progress, did a significant amount of public engagement related to the Community Climate Action Plan. And that action plan is actually being managed and implemented through the CAO's office, through the sustainability program in coordination with HCD. And then we also notably have got the Castroville Community Plan update, which includes a nexus fee study is underway. So you may recall in just a few months ago, your board took action to stay the collection of the Castroville community traffic impact fees because those have proven prohibitive to development in Castroville, and that's a significant portion of why we're doing the update in Castroville. We've held our first community meeting as well as advisory committee meeting through Supervisor Church's office and have a community survey that's underway as well for Castroville. So we, the Fort Ord Habitat Resource Management Plan, this is an item that's been underway for a couple of years. We were able to finally get that prepared and packaged and hold a very successful community meeting to get input from the community members. And so we're incorporating that input and feedback that we have. And so we look forward to making significant progress towards completion of that plan this year. Also making really excellent progress on our general plan elements. For our housing element, we are ready to distribute in just imminently our draft sites inventory for review, and we will make that available in the next couple of weeks, as well as be scheduling our second community meeting to be able to discuss the sites inventory and vet the significant input we got through the community survey and engagement process to date. I did want to flag, we are also convening an environmental justice community advisory committee as a part of our environmental justice element, which is moving in tandem with our safety element at this time. We got some great feedback from the Planning Commission, and staff is adapting our approach to go a little bit deeper into our state identified disadvantaged communities and get more direct citizen participation in that process. And so it slowed our timeline just a little bit, but we're going to have, we've had some good success, and we will be reaching out respectively to those supervisorial districts that have the majority of those DAC communities to work with you on helping to get that satisfied and filled. So we do anticipate approximately in the June timeline that the inclusionary housing policies should be moving forward, and we hope to have those here before the board. And then there was some new policy work per presentation and action that came earlier this year, looking at potential permit efficiencies and where there may be some amendments to our policies that might be able to streamline permitting. And then I do want to confirm that we've got our vacation rental ordinances and the draft environmental impact report that remains on schedule for summer release. It'll be a 45-day public review period. We are actively internally reviewing those admin draft chapters, so it is absolutely ready and on track for that release timeline. So as we look ahead to this upcoming year, we still generally propose to continue to advance the priorities as we've outlined in our program for 2023 as resources allowed. This year I took approach a little bit different. We maintain the overall high priority, moderate priority based on the generally 5 criteria that we use. But in addition, what I've done is we've got a good feel now that our advanced planning team, we've been able to fill a number of that positions. We're staffed up with 6 out of 9 right now. And so I've been able to split out the priority projects in active, which are the ones that are assigned. They're actively being worked on, and we intend and anticipate making significant progress toward. And many of these I've spoken to already in terms of significant work or accomplishments, so I'm not going to go too detailed. I did want to note a couple of these items that are on here. So for example, the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin Study, it's on here for this 2023 priority, but we expect that to be complete by June of this year. So now as we look forward, based on information that we had and our understanding of priorities coming into this, these pending active priorities are ones that I anticipate, given our existing staff resources, that we will be able to commence work on and or make some significant progress on this year as other projects that are already inactive and working wrap up or create space in our schedules workload to do so. I wanted to highlight, we fully recognize and are looking forward to participating and supporting the Pajaro Community Recovery Planning effort and what that looks like. At this time, we don't fully know what our role will be and what that planning effort will look like. And so based on what we hear today, and then as staff discovers more of what that effort will entail, we'll appropriately incorporate that into our work program. So we have a number of pending projects that are priorities, either based on the fact that there was prior work, it was a priority in a subsequent year, that we actually, as we have new staff coming on board, we hope to be able to make some progress toward. I would like to report, we are just getting ready to do a second round of interviews to fill some assistant planner vacancies. So we hope to fill at least 1 to 2 of those positions on the advanced planning team that could help towards some of this effort and our other ongoing efforts as well. So we did include the total cost for the work program as of the last time we calculated is about $2.1 million in staff and consultants. We have approximately $500,000 identified in grants and outside fund sources that will go towards those efforts. Staff did submit augmentation requests that I'd like to thank the board. You had approved $50,000 toward the Chular Community Plan, which is in our work program for this year, as well as $271,000 for general plan implementation. And so with that, we just ask that you find the consideration of the draft annual report is not a project subject to CEQA, except the 2022 annual progress report for the general plan, as well as for the housing element. Authorize the HCD director to submit to the State Office of Planning and Research and provide any direction that you would like on the 5-year long-range work planning program. And staff's available for questions.
All right, we'll open it up for questions from the board first, and then we'll go to the public. I don't see any hands. Any comments from the public on this report? Okay, we'll bring this back. And the only question I have is on the pre-approved ADU plans. When is that expected to be finalized and come to the board? So I know that's been in the works for a few years now.
I'll share, we got beat by Hollister.
They're in the
And Salinas.
That one hurt.
Yeah, so we believe they're in final plan check. So we would expect in the next couple of months, 2 months. I don't know how much time for that final plan check, but they're in final plan check.
All right, great. Hopefully in the next 2 or 3 months or so. That'd be great. Look forward to that. Anyone else? Last comments? If not, if we could entertain a motion.
Supervisor Church had his hand up.
Supervisor Church and then Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, looking at the, my only comments are on the, basically in our housing, numbers, the running numbers, when I look at it, it shows about 75% that is, that we're being asked for to provide housing for lowest income and about 25% for above moderate, which is basically market rate, which I believe we're looking at reviewing the inclusionary housing program here coming down the line. But when I look at what we're being asked from the state at 75% lower income and 25% moderate and up, our inclusionary housing program is really the reverse of that. It's 75% market rate, 25%. And I know we have certain restrictions, so we have to deal with the state on deed restrictions of providing things. But I think there's ways we can go about where we can make with the proper guidance cheaper market rate homes. And there's several different ways of doing that. I hope we can be creative on that, on whether it's situations such as duplexes or making just smaller homes. My big complaint had been, since I started running for office, has been that inclusionary housing program basically says that the inclusionary housing and any project the houses have to be the same appearance as the market rate ones and the same size. And I just think that's an unnecessary cost, and you just really can't build affordable homes that are 2,500 square feet in size. No matter how you want to wrap them and pretend they are. I'm looking forward to when we get to that point that we can address some of these issues. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
When we are talking about what we can and cannot do, as far as housing goes, and it's unclear whether or not we're talking about state law, federal law, or local ordinance. And I think it might be helpful to us when we're looking in more deeply into what it is that we need to do with our RENA numbers to ensure that we have a clear understanding of exactly what we have some definite control over, because I know there are many areas where we don't. And the other thing, just as a side bar, is that I know that in the 6th cycle, which is where we're working on the RENA numbers now, there will be oversight by the state, and there will be penalties if we don't make the RENA numbers. So the numbers that we saw earlier from the 5th cycle, we're not going to have any fallout from that. You know, we've not made the numbers that we need to. Unfortunately, we've overdone it on the one area that we don't need additional housing. I think it's 2.5 times as much. But be that as it may, there will be no penalties for that. So we have a lot to work on for the RENA cycle that has just begun.
All right, anyone else? Okay, we have one more public member. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've been attending a lot of community meetings related to housing, especially in Castroville. People are really struggling there. So just wanted to get an update on these reports and these requirements that you're referring to for the Castroville projects. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Okay, seeing none, Supervisor Askew or Lopez?
I'll just share, obviously the money there to start the TrueLAR process, not enough. I think it's seed funding to get us moving down that road. We had a great meeting there talking about other opportunities for that community to give input on the processes here at the county just a few weeks ago. So thank you for sending out members of the team. That was extremely fruitful and built some great connections. So as we move forward, I know the biggest need there comes back to, obviously we can talk about all we want about, you know, what we want to build, but it's attracting the developers, and in that particular community, the issue is the sewer plant, right? So all these issues have nuance and detail, which we have to get into. And there's now a lot of stick on the end and not a lot of carrot. And so that's where we're headed here in the next round. I think with declining budgets, it's going to be an interesting round under the next form of RENA. But thank you to staff for bringing this forward, and happy to support your ask today.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot on the plate for this department, and I know that we'd worked a couple of years ago to increase and make sure you had some of the long-term planners who were dedicated to doing the long-term planning work. And the challenge of having those folks get sort of pulled away to do sort of the day-to-day desk management. I'm assuming that continues to be sort of a tension that exists. But the significance and the importance of these long-range planning projects is what's going to allow us to collectively move our county forward and define what we have for the future. So just want to say I'm grateful, I'm thankful. It's been a pleasure working with the team, and glad to see that we've got some of our additional affordable housing RENA figures falling into place in the East Garrison community. We do have the East Garrison Historic Arts District on the priority list as well. And I think there's an ongoing additional opportunity for more affordable housing in those spaces and in that community. So I look forward to continuing the work. Thank you.
All right, and to end, I would say thank you very much for the progress we're making on the RENA numbers, but I want to remind the RENA numbers are our minimal goal. There's no saying that we don't need anymore. We obviously need housing all over California. In fact, the governor made it a goal to build 3 million units of new housing, which the goal is 1 million of those to be affordable. So we have a long ways to go in on all our respective areas. And as long as housing, even market rate housing, is scarce, prices remain high, and the American dream of owning a home becomes out of reach for a lot of our local residents. So, so I just want to remind, this was it's a minimum, not the ceiling on what we should be doing in terms of our housing goals. So with that, we just need a motion to approve.
Staff recommendation.
Okay, we got a motion. Is there a second? Second by Church. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Thank you very much. We will now move to our next agenda item, item number 12, regarding the interim ordinance on vacation rentals in the inland unincorporated areas. Public hearing to consider an urgency measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm presenting the vacation rental item for you today. This began with a referral from Supervisor Adams' office and approved by the board in February to consider a stay or moratorium on the issuance of administrative permits for the transient use of residential property for remuneration, which is also known as vacation rentals or short-term rentals. HCD staff responded to that referral with a preliminary analysis in March of this year. And there was some discussion amongst the supervisors about limiting the interim ban on permits geographically or and consideration of those permits that were in process at to some degree within the county's permitting review. There was also some discussion about the potential for other options. Since that date, staff has, and working with county council, has gone back and done some analysis. We currently have 21 pending applications for short-term rentals. Those are formal applications for which a permit application fee has been paid and they're under the Permit Streamlining Act deadlines. We have 29 that have been approved within the county. That's since the adoption of the short-term rental ordinances. So many of these were adopted years ago. And we have 24 that are in what we call a pre-application phase, which is someone has provided this concept or intent to maybe apply for a permit and paid a $500 fee. They've been assigned a file number and a planner to work with, but they haven't made a formal application. So within those numbers, the two areas of the county that have the largest number of permit applications are Carmel Valley Master Plan area and the Greater Monterey Peninsula Plan area. I've put some numbers up on the screen. I won't review them. The next is within the Toro planning area, and you can see there's only 5 total, including 2 pre-applications. And within other areas, there are only a handful as well. That's the number of permits applied for with Housing and Community Development. We also have data on what's being advertised for offering for short-term rental or vacation rental through our host compliance information. I put the numbers up trying to keep the same area plan, and this is limited to the inland areas. This does not include coastal, since the coastal zone doesn't have the same rules in place, and the referral was specific to the inland areas. So what we've found is that the interim ordinance approach would allow us to prohibit the use of short-term rentals that are in conflict with what we're studying, the vacation rental ordinance update, and preparing an EIR around that. Where if the board found that it was necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare. The use is slightly different from the consideration of permits, which was the subject of the board referral. And so we've considered this other approach, that is to use our existing ordinances for the consideration of the permits without having to adopt an ordinance. And that's what we're presenting to you today. This approach would have a higher degree of scrutiny through the Planning Commission And it would be discretionary decisions on each application based on the facts and circumstances of each individual application moving forward. At the time vacation rental ordinances are adopted, all future permitting beyond that point would be subject to the new rules in place. And we hope that those will be considered by the board at the end of this year, beginning of next year. So just as a way of explanation, what this means is the permit applications for transient use of residential property for remuneration require an administrative permit, which is a staff level approval. It does have a public notice that's provided that essentially says the HCD will take an action, approve a permit potentially, unless we hear an objection within that noticing period. If we hear an objection, we refer the matter to the zoning administrator. Within the powers and duties of the zoning administrator in our zoning code, the zoning administrator can refer it to the planning commission. And that really involves whether or not the zoning administrator believes there are significant public policy issues or changes to the nature of a community. What's been happening and what we propose to make more formal today is the consideration of permits for transient use of residential property for remuneration in District 5 would be considered a significant public policy issue that warrants review of each individual permit by the Planning Commission. I would like to note that each one of those individual permits is also subject to environmental review. So that would be our proposed solution during this interim time that we're studying and considering the updates to the vacation rental ordinances. Just by way of supporting the idea that there is significant public policy issue here, just for today's hearing, we had over 40 comments submitted, and we had nearly 70 comments submitted on the notice of preparation for the EIR that hasn't been circulated yet. We expect to receive a lot of comments once it does get circulated. And for each individual permit that has gone through the permitting review process of late, without exception, there's been controversy from neighbors, from the public over those individual applications. And there's been a lot of correspondence, a lot of public testimony around that. The primary issues really have to do with the neighborhood character, the noise that might be created by short-term rentals or events that take place around short-term rentals, debates over access, hazards in the event of an emergency, fire hazards, narrow roads and access, people unfamiliar with their surroundings, the traffic, and the potential impacts of taking housing off of out of a market rate residential pool by creating the opportunity to use them for the financial benefits of short-term rental vacations. So with that, staff's recommending you not consider an interim ordinance today, but you find that short-term rental applications for transient use of residential property for remuneration, particularly in District 5, include significant public policy issues that warrant review by the Planning Commission. Again, the Planning Commission can approve or deny. There would be no ban on the application for that type of use or the consideration by the county of those types of uses. But those would continue and they would be subject to review by the Planning Commission in each case. If the board desires, we can return with an interim ordinance that would ban short-term rentals by planning area. And as I mentioned, the numbers would warrant certain planning areas could be included, but that would be an alternative to the staff's recommendation today. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and answer any questions you may have.
All right, let's open it up for questions. Seeing none, let's go to the public. Well, a lot of hands here. All right. We're going to ask you to come forward, and we have quite a few, so I'm going to give a minute and a half.
My name is Cynthia Hall, and I've lived in the Valley since 1975. And I'm pleased to hear the staff recommendation because the regulations on these properties are so different. You can't compare them and set regulations that are consistent. And I'd like to request to Supervisor Adams that we get El Caminito repaved and repainted with a line. My address is 345 El Caminito. And the hearing today for the Weathertop Estate is at the end of the road. And El Caminito is a very curvy, unsafe, narrow road. 2 months ago, I was going down the hill and a big white truck forced me off the road and did damage to my car. There are often very healthy people who walk up that road with 3 kids, dogs, and you see them around the corners if you're going slowly. But people who are renting the property don't know what to expect, and it's not safe. And I have a friend who has an Airbnb in the village. She probably has maybe 1 acre, and the most cars or guests she has at a time are 3. But she is always there when the guests are there. That would not be true with Weathertop Ranch. Weathertop Ranch has almost 300 acres, so it has nothing to do with the size of the lot. Other things are more critical. And I think the safety for people driving to and from that is really important. Is that my 2 minutes?
It's a minute and a half.
Okay,
Thank you very much, ma'am.
thank you.
Appreciate your comments and your participation. Next person, please.
Okay, my name is Doris Fabre, and I live just off of El Caminito Road in Carmel Valley. So many logical reasons to immediately enact a moratorium on short-term vacation rentals, if not for the entire Monterey Peninsula, then I implore you all a moratorium in all of Carmel Valley. The intimidation of being in a 2-minute clock, on a 2-minute clock, which is now a minute and a half, feels particularly unreasonable, given that I have spent hours going to in-person meetings, Zoom numerous meetings, and written letters to no end. Most of us do not get any compensation for our time and efforts, only frustration and disappointment with the system of unregulated, illegally operated STRs. The result for all who experience too much noise, excessive bright lights all night long, reckless traffic on our narrow roads that not just feel unsafe to walk on now, but are unsafe, seem to go nowhere. In the meantime, we live in these residentially zoned neighborhoods, suffer the consequences of unpermitted, illegally run STRs. Let's see, let me take this down here. From my perspective, I simply cannot understand how any property owners renting out their homes in residentially zoned neighborhoods thinks that it should be okay. Does residentially zoned not have meaning? As I understand it, there is such a thing as commercially zoned and residentially zoned. I think you probably should have given us more time. I came in thinking it was 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Next person. It's just that we have a lot of speakers here today.
My name is Patricia Leonard, and I live in Carmel Valley Village. I didn't get your name.
Craig Spencer.
Yeah, what is it?
Craig Spencer.
Craig Spencer. Okay. So from what I heard just now, you are responsible for the report that you just gave the supervisors, right? Okay. So I have only one thing to say, and I think it would just, this has been going on for decades. It's amazing. I went to Carmel Valley High School and then came back, finally was able to buy a home here. And why you put absentee homeowners in the same pot of stew as homestay owners or people, and most of us are, older women typically, or widows, and it's incremental income for us to rent a room in our home if we want to. If we don't want to, many of us are empty nesters, so sometimes we have college. I for one, my daughter's in New York, so I have a special place for her, but I don't want a full-time person living with me if I don't have to. But the additional incremental income, and we're not talking even $300 a night or $400, whatever these other absentee owners are getting for their entire property, I'd like us to be removed from the group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And when you hear the bell ring, you could always wrap up your thoughts. If you're not done, we'll be flexible here.
Sure, I'm here.
Yes, thank you for being here.
Board of Supervisors. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm representing Richard and Renata Barnwell. We are here today to address short-term rentals. We want to reiterate there are two sides to the issue, including responsible owner-operators conducting business and hosting with care. As you know, Monterey County is a huge tourist destination and many guests wish to stay in homes. This is a fact I know from experience. Currently, TOT's taxes provide revenues of over $4 million to the county. Please also consider many STRs are primary residence for people who have been renting them for years to make ends meet. These are your constituents who depend on STR income to afford to stay in their homes. Please consider these facts. We appreciate your time and efforts. We know it's a long slog, but thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
So I have some photos here that I would like to submit for you to look at. It's in
Yes.
regards to an accident I want to talk about that happened on April 4th down the road from where I live.
If you want to speak close to the mic so it can be heard, and we'll give that to the clerk here. Thank you. And we won't start your time yet. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right. So first off, in case I run out of time, I do support the moratorium for the STRs, and I hope that you will pass that today. And I also implore any Zoom people that are listening that might want to speak up and at least talk about how they feel about all of this. On April 4th, there was a accident just below me on Esquiline Road. It's a country road. The gentleman was a drunk driver in the car with his wife and his two children. They came down this road and he went over the side. He flipped twice. He hit the tree twice, and he almost hit the homeowner's house on his way to the illegal short-term rental down below on Lower Circle. The homeowner actually came out and tried to help. He sent his two children up the hill to the grandparents that were in the car behind and told them to go immediately to the short-term rental. He conspired with his wife about who was driving and said, you tell them you were driving, and he left the scene and went to the short-term rental. This is an example, and this road it's barely one lane, let alone two lanes. It's a blind curve. It's right below me. I saw all the emergency cars arrive. It's very upsetting to me. That's a perfect example of why we should not be having short-term rentals in our area, as well as one other thing. I've had a personal experience with my neighbor having a short-term rental that was very upset. She was very upset with me because there was all this noise and lights and music and et cetera in our backyards. So, that's what I have to say, but thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Corstangi. I live as well in El Caminito. There are three very sound reasons to support a moratorium in Carmel Valley. Number one, a moratorium is the only way to curb the continuous use of homes for short-term rentals by owners who do not live in our valley. These people don't care about our neighborhoods and the negative impacts the STRs have on our way of life. We live here. We pay our taxes. We moved here to enjoy the rural area of Carmel Valley. We like dark skies. We like quiet. We like our neighbors. Most short-term rentals in Carmel Valley, as you know, the county records are illegally operated. According to your records, once more, the county owes it to its residents to finally seek compliance. That's one reason. That's why we support a moratorium. Number two, the Carmel Valley Master Plan was designed, and I've spoken to a previous supervisor who was here for many years. It was designed after many years of planning with the collaboration of countless professionals to safeguard the rural character of Carmel Valley, especially east of Villa Mallorca or east of the Mid-Valley Shopping Center. Why do we create, or why does the county create a plan, spend an enormous amount of money and not adhere to its goals, which is to keep Carmel Valley rural? One last thing, the zoning of Carmel Valley is primary residential. And why should we allow commercial enterprises like we see in El Caminito, people that don't live here, they create a company, they seek to make money, and they do not care about the impact on us.
Thank you.
So we strongly support an interim ordinance for the time being, for the county to seek compliance with what's going on here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Next person.
Laura Moore. I live in District 5, Carmel Valley. On Friday night, March 24th, just up the street from our home at El Caminito, a car went off the road down a steep embankment, demolishing the shoulder. Asking neighbors, no one knew of the car or the driver. Likely it was a tourist staying at an STR in our neighborhood who'd been drinking and unfamiliar with our narrow, twisty, poorly built and maintained road, lost it in the dark and went over the side. This incident directly demonstrates the changing fabric and character of our neighborhood towards a commercial party rental house destination zone. Our own driveway is now shared with 2 absentee owner STRs. We've lost our sense of safety. Our decrepit road can't handle the traffic of this constant influx of strangers. Our neighborhood can't handle the threat of a huge turnover of unknown people, their noisy partying at all hours, and their reckless driving. I'm scared to walk in my own neighborhood. Adopt the moratorium on STRs. Craft separate criterion for District 5. Create an enforcement unit like what is now used for building permits. Explore changing the term to a 1-month minimum, which would solve numerous short-term issues, and direct tourists towards local hotels for short-term visits, hotels who pay taxes and are in walking distance of the tasting rooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Corstenzi. You just listened to my wife, so I will not repeat what she tried to convey to you. I more like to share the threat that we see at the moment, particularly at higher altitudes where it gets drier quicker. And if you look at El Caminito, people even want to establish new centers for short-term rental. That should not be given because the fire threat is huge, particularly when the winds come from the south and the west. It will become a threat also to Salinas again, the areas that you are well recognized where we had fires. The other part is the school, Los Torrelitos school, the elementary school. If you look at the road that is there, and the short-term rental people that do not care, please come and watch that traffic at 8 o'clock in the morning. It is scary. They don't give a hoot. They drive fast. They have no relationship to the area, and the roads are terrible. So I hope you will stop or at least modify the short-term rental process. Thank you.
You. Next person, please.
All right, I'll be quick, I promise. Okay, so we obviously have a housing crisis in California. So if you want to allow short-term rentals, we need to see a tax tier system where empty houses get heavily taxed for just taking up space. People can invest their money in something else. Short-term rentals get a light tax, and people that do long-term rentals don't get taxed. You need to apply this like ASAP because it's not fair to the people that need the housing in the area. I understand the need for short-term rentals. I mean, I travel a lot, but there is a really big need for long-term housing. But the biggest issue is there's a lot of empty houses everywhere. and that's not acceptable. So figure out a way to tax these houses that are just sitting there taking up space. They could be used for short-term rentals, but seriously, we need to fix this ASAP.
Thank you. Next, person, please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Kay Austin. I'm opposed to the moratorium. I lay out the reasons why in my letter to you. The moratorium was never a good idea and it should be discontinued as soon as possible. Right now, you have the worst of all worlds, a capricious, ever-changing, and most of all, a punitive system that is almost impossible to navigate, either financially, technically, or psychologically. This system hurts seniors, the disabled, Latinos, young people, and lower income people terribly. Being able to rent a room or rooms for many of these groups can be the first rung on the ladder to the middle class. These are large groups of desperately needy people, thousands of them. Who are you to tell them that they can't use the one asset that can literally save their lives or change their lives and that of their children? I'd like you to think about that. It doesn't need to be this way. We can have a system that works for everyone. And I'm proposing a radical solution. Take 4 people from each side and have an 8-member panel of citizens who will work on a compromise that will take all of your concerns and our concerns, and with your help, I did this with the LA County Board of Supervisors and protecting the Santa Monica Mountains. With your help, give us a staff member for a few meetings to tell us when we're going off the rails. I think we can come to a compromise that will really help everybody. It costs you nothing. It will be our time, our money. We have nowhere to go but up.
Appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Aleo, Supervisors. Thanks for the chance to speak. My name's Noelle, and I'm with the Carmel Valley Association. I want to thank everybody who came to speak today. And I think there've been a lot of good suggestions made and ideas we can consider. I know that you've heard a lot from us before, and also about some of the concerns that everybody has about traffic on the roads and noise and, tragically accidents that develop from this situation. And I thank the staff for coming back with some additional ideas that we can look at. There are a couple of things that I think really are very concerning and hope can be incorporated in the way this goes forward. The first is related to the applications that are approved in perpetuity. And I think this is going to be a very troubling thing down the road from several different perspectives, particularly like the RENA housing challenges that the county's going to have. And the other thing that I think is equally troubling is the amount of resources that the county has available to enforce the ordinances. And I know they're stretched very thin and have only gotten up to speed on helping the community now. And it has had effects already. So I hope we could, beef that up more, particularly based on how we go forward with the short-term rentals. And then also look at this with the RENA also look at it in terms of the RENA affordable housing challenges that we're going to have. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
My name is Meredith Crowell, and I live on Schulte Road.
And I have been trying to get my district supervisor to pay attention to the traffic. However, these units are now hotel rooms. That's the definition that Mary Zeeby has. If there's a moratorium on housing rooms at Carmel Valley Ranch, why is there not the same for these? I cannot believe that you are not taking part of that TOT and providing money to repair the roads. Schulte Road, in the 40 years that I have owned it, has never been repaved. It's awful. And there are 10 units in my area that are transient housing. Additionally, on Schulte Road, there are 85 units at the end at the RV parks. There's enough. So you need to put a moratorium on this. You cannot take our housing away from us. And the people that are renting those out must be present when they are being rented. It should be the same way as what they did for Proposition 19 about transferring the base rent to your new property. It cannot be carried on. It cannot be transferred to the next purchaser of that property.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rose Merrill. I live in Kishawa, which is part of Carmel Valley. And my husband and I live on the property and we have a short-term rental. I think our area should be exempt. It's just not the same as I understand all the complaints these people have. I mean, we're more worried about our neighbors making noise. And I have had guests complain because they were noisy and I went over to talk to our neighbors. I mean, we're always on the property. We provide for humanity. It's affordable. A family can come out. I've had a family call me from motels in Monterey and asked to come out with their kids because they said it was too noisy in the motel. And all they wanted to do was come out and sit on the front porch and play with the dog, and they could afford it. And as far as our roads, I mean, they're more afraid of our locals driving on the roads. We have had just nothing but wonderful people in 15 years up there. And I would just like you to consider that. Kishawa is a separate, it's not in town with all the rest of these people that are, we don't have, it's not a party destination. They come out there to relax. And I just would like to provide this retreat for humanity. And my husband and I, it just supplements our income right now. And I would probably not go back to full-time renters because I had full-time renters in there before and it just cost us thousands of dollars when they left. So again, I would just like you to consider Kishawa as a separate entity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Kubica, and I live on the 68 corridor near Lorelis Grade. And I understand a lot of your complaints, and I would have them as well if I experienced that. But as a owner of a property that has a space for rental, I think that responsible owners that are on the property should have their own, considerations, because the first person that's going to hear loud noise is the person living on the property and correct it. So, and I think that if you do live in an area where people are having businesses that are unsupervised, complaints should be taken into consideration and addressed. So can you consider both sides of the coin? And I think there should be a category for owner occupied short-term rentals with responsible owners that pay attention to what's going on their properties. And, I'm going to hear the noise. I'm going to take care of it. I don't have any problems on my property. My neighbors don't even notice anything going on my property. So I would like your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next person. We got also people online waiting, so.
Yes, 7.
Yep.
My name is Don Post. I live at 275 El Caminito in Carmel Valley. I have no idea where you supervisors live, but let's just assume you live in Carmel Valley. How would you feel if the house next door to you shared a driveway with 2 short-term rentals? Let's say the house next to you has 5 bedrooms. There's a good chance that 10 people plus will be sharing that rental for the weekend. If this house has no pool, hot tub, bocce ball courts, etc., you know the folks are going to go downtown doing wine tasting, then they're going to drive back up on the windy, curvy, narrow roads. I hope your kids or grandkids are not out playing when these folks show back up. The absentee homeowners are buying up houses that could be purchased or rented by people that would like to live in the community. The residence area and roads in Carmel Valley are not laid out for the people for short-term rentals. I think it's been since the late 1990s that the Board of Supervisors has done anything about the short-term rentals. And I don't know if it's you or your predecessor, but someone has dropped the ball. I think it's time for you to take the responsibility to lay out the ground rules for short-term rentals, whether it be a week, a month, 2 months, whatever it is. But we would appreciate you doing something on these overnight weekends. The guy that lives above us charges $1,100 a night for his short-term rental, and he's booked up through August every weekend.
Thank you, sir.
That's not good. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Hi, my name's Jeff. I'm out in Kishawa with my wife. And the road we take every day is a really nasty road to go up and over that grade. But when we found a place out there that we liked, we didn't consider the road as being the problem. We were able to accept the road for what it is. It's all a public road because everybody's paid for it. And we stay on our property and we've never had a problem with anybody. And I think if there was something they could do about charging according to how many bedrooms the places had, that where they get allowed would eliminate, only let so many people in the house. And maybe you wouldn't get the parties, because we never had a party and we have quite a few friends that have them. And as long as you're strict with them, we don't have issues with everybody. And El Caminito, I feel sorry for them because that's a bad road too, but I don't know if put a gate at the bottom of it might help them. But that's what I got to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience here today? Okay, we can't have you speak twice. If you could hand something else to the clerk, that would be fine. Yeah, I apologize. We can't do more time. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the audience, so we'll go to those on Zoom now.
Chuck
Okay.
Stein.
We'll have to come back to you, sir. We'll come back to you, sir, because we went to those on Zoom now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I noticed that item A in the agenda, the wording, it seems poor. It says it would prohibit all vacation rentals in Carmel Valley for a temporary period. Is that the intent? Even ones that have a permit? I just spent $10,000 and got approved by the County Planning Commission to have my STR. So are you wanting to do a moratorium on that? Because that's what your wording looks like. I support the HCD's recommendation that STR applications should be considered on the merits and the existing ordinance until there is a new ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. At the end of everybody's comments, we'll let staff respond to questions that you posed.
Richard Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, I sent a letter to each member of the board. I was under the impression that the moratorium ordinance was to be presented today for board consideration. A notice was sent out 10 days ago indicating as much, and I did speak to Deputy County Counsel Kelly Donlin about that. Instead, there is no ordinance before the board to consider, and instead, staff has recommending returning. Staff is recommending an alternative, moving these hearings or the administrative permit hearings to the Planning Commission. I just want to remind the board there is no environmental review of those permits before the board. They're on categorical exemptions, and there has been no sequel review whatsoever, and I've reviewed the last 7 or 8 of them. The March 21st staff report for the board's hearing supported the moratorium ordinance. And my question is, what happened? What has changed? And I'm requesting the board to instruct staff to return with a draft moratorium within a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Next person.
Zorka Aguilar.
Good morning. My name is Zorka Aguilar, and I'm today speaking on behalf of Gilberto Escobedo, which is our head gardener that manages about 6 homes that are vacation rentals in the peninsula. He has his headsets on, and he's not here because he's not retired. He's actually working outside in the field because he has to feed his kids, pay for education, and pay for his rental. He told me this morning, I hear about light pollution and feels like racial, social injustice, economical injustice all over again. Seems like these people is fine if we're here to mow the lawns and clean their houses, but they don't want us next door on vacation. So I'm here to ask everybody today, does Black and brown lives really matter to you? Or is just good in the windows and for the pictures? So our service industry is going to struggle really hard here. The $4 to $7 million that TOT tax brings to the peninsula is not just for the service industries and their rents and their living, but it's also for the education for the kids. And it's also affecting $150 million that these businesses and these houses bring to small businesses and small business owners. And throughout the peninsula, there's nothing that this industry doesn't touch. So I'm here to ask you today to make a decision. Do Black Lives Matters? Are you going to care about this community, or we're going to send them homeless again? Because Gilberto is going to be homeless if he doesn't have a job. And so was I. I'm going to have to leave the peninsula if I cannot keep working. So is this right? Or is the staff ready to? So I'm just wondering if the staff is ready to let go employees in the county as well, because taking the 7 million loss in TOT is going to for sure cut jobs. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aguilar. Next person.
It's a number 224-397-747.
And if they're on the phone, they might press *6 to unmute themselves.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I want to address the objection that some supervisors have raised that people have already gone to the trouble of sometimes paying for permits and getting their non-occupied house ready for a commercial endeavor. That was a risk that they chose to take with the knowledge that STRs were prohibited. They took this risk because they would be recouped within a month or many times with a one-night rental. Please enforce the prohibition on short-term rentals now. The consequences are a lifetime of agony for the community and immediate neighbors. To allow permits to be issued with the land for a short-term rental is guaranteeing these properties will never, ever become a single family dwelling available to a primary homeowner or long-term renter. And also to address the last woman, all properties generally have housekeepers, gardeners, and because it's not a short-term rental does not mean anyone would be put out of work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next person.
V. Torcolini.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Hello. Thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Vicki Torcolini, and as a member of 2 HOA boards in the High Meadow Development in Carmel, California, consisting of 232 homeowners, I speak basically for myself today in saying that I concur with your staff proposal today to review permits on individual circumstances. Our specific High Meadow neighborhood is asking Monterey County Board of Supervisors that consideration of the existing HOA regulations be part of the permit process, and that homestays and their traffic, which is the same as non-homestays, also be considered as an STR that impacts the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Jose Torres.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. My name is Jose Torres. I am housing advocate with Landwatch Monterey County, and I'm here to reiterate our support for an interim ordinance to halt the issuance of permits for short-term rentals, also known as STRs, to address the loss of affordable housing and the commercialization of our neighborhoods. There are currently 80 current permitting applications in the 5th supervisorial district alone, and STRs will continue to contribute to the acute shortage of affordable housing in Monterey County and the high cost of displacement for permanent residents. Tourist and second homeowners reduce the number of permanent residents, which comes with high costs when they can't afford to live where they work. Working families are forced to spend more time and money on rent and commute, with approximately 34,000 workers driving daily into the peninsula cities from distant locations. The importance of affordable housing cannot be overstated, and the displacement of long-term rentals by short-term rentals is a serious issue, especially in Carmel Valley. A moratorium on STRs in Carmel Valley Master Plan area would be a critical first step in addressing this problem. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. You're up.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gwen D'Amaro, and as a resident of the unincorporated area of Carmel Highlands, I would like to ask each of you to please look at the increased illegal activities of STRs that are in District 5 and support the urgency of the interim ordinance, which would prohibit on a temporary basis the transient use of residential properties for remuneration. I am primarily concerned over those applicants who also share the Highway 1 corridor, where there are not even turning lanes for a guest to enter the property safely to a potential bed and breakfast or even a cluster of short-term rentals near Point Lobos. Each of your districts present their own unique characteristics, whether it's the wine corridor or a bountiful farming land, but our district and our neighborhood is at constant threat of fire risk, increased tourism, especially with the recent fallen trees and storms, and our poorly maintained single roads create new challenges along the Highway 1 corridor sharing Point Lobos. I ask for you to look at those challenges and support District 5, just as District 5 has supported your district in the past when you have gone through difficult times, as we have supported you and your constituents. So please help us now and vote to support the interim ordinance. By passing this interim ordinance, you are not limiting people's access to the beach or beautiful points of interest. You are merely requesting them, a specific group of individuals, to stay in the proper locations where they can be staying in a hotel.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Next person.
Sean.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for your time today. I'm Sean Ward, firefighter, retired captain for 29 years, and I own a small business in the Carmel Valley Village. And I'm here to speak on the behalf of the Latino workforce in this community. I'll give you an example. There's two things that I want to point out. That I'm no on the moratorium, and I think all the people that are paying TOT should be able to keep operating until we come up with a viable ordinance, because it's been since 1997 that the county hasn't addressed this issue. I want to talk about Martha Calvo. She's a lady that came to America and has her citizenship, and she has 2 daughters. Because of Weathertop trying to get their permit, which has been now in process for 3 years, the planner said when the new owner bought it, hey, why don't you stop renting? So we did. So she's lost income. Another property that has been in permit, what she ran, has also does not have income for her. So she's had to move back with her eldest daughter so she can support herself. She went from making $70,000 a year with our company to making $35,000. She also was putting her youngest daughter through private school. She can't do it anymore. What I see is the American dream going down under, because the people don't want to have some inconvenience because there's some light pollution. But what we're talking about is a loss of jobs and more homelessness. This industry supports thousands of workers and does $4 million to the TOT. And I sorry, hold on one second. I do support taking the TOT to improve the roads, because I think that would be a great idea. I've heard that today. And also for low-income housing. Why don't we make this a rounded solution? Support low-income housing with the TOT tax and improving the roads. That would be a win-win for everybody. I appreciate your time today. Take care.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Glenn Berry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I'd like to, I live in Carmel Highlands, and actually I work in Salinas at Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital. And let me share my observation in working in that institution and the problems we have recruiting doctors, nurses, and a variety of staff that work in that hospital. You hear over and over again, the rents are too high in this area. I can't move here. It's a real problem. And we talk about economic justice. I think you need to really focus on the fact that these short-term rentals are dramatically driving up the cost of long-term rentals, and it's prohibitive for these rents are prohibitive for just about everyone. If we eliminate the short-term rentals, we're going to find that the long-term rental rates are going to come down, be more reasonable. And at the same time, you're going to see homes turn over. The people have owned a lot of these short-term rentals have been owned for decades or for generations, and pay very low property taxes. If these owners are forced to sell these homes, which they don't really live in, the price of these homes the tax base of these homes will go up, and it will enable the tax revenue in the county to go up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David.
David, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, when we were looking for a place to live, we looked around the coast and we thought Carmel would be the perfect place if we could afford it. I'm in the unincorporated part of Carmel. And we stayed in Airbnbs. We loved it. And for so many people who are so against it, do you ever stay in an Airbnb? Don't you find it a decent alternative? We have to ask ourselves, what does Monterey County think about tourism? I think doesn't everyone consider the revenue really important? So where do the tourists stay? There's too big, it's much more organic in a sense to stay in short-term rentals than building so many hotels. The main issues that we're all been talking about has been the character of the neighborhoods and affordability of housing. out of the 600 or so short-term rentals around here, how many would go long-term rental? Very, very few, I believe. I know we wouldn't. And we can enforce things. We can enforce the problems. This has been my dream to sort of do this. This is the reason I can stay in Carmel, because we're able to get some income. We're not charging $7,000 a night. We charge like $200 a night. We give such a great service to our community. You know, people who are going out and using the facilities and using the businesses around here. We have no complaints. Our neighbors don't even know when we have guests. I urge you, please not to kill our dream. Please keep homestays alive. And yeah, where there's problems, enforce them. But otherwise, let's not kill such an important part of the tourism fabric in Monterey County.
Thank you very much. Next person.
There are no more hands raised.
Okay. See no more online. We'll come back to this gentleman here waiting. Thank you for waiting, sir.
My name is Hubert Fabre, and I live on El Caminito. I am not against short-term rental. I am against uncontrolled short-term rentals. You need to do the job. If you let people do whatever they want to do, of course, they are going to go way out there. I'm not against the short-term rental. Some people do need to rent that guest house or that room because they need it. But if it's not controlled, then it creates a lot of problems. And also these people who come just for a weekend, use the road, ambulance, fire, police, all of that needs to be, you need to consider all of that to add to the cost of having a short-term rental. So if these people rent their rooms, they need to pay also fair taxes to cover all of these expenses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Last call. Anyone else in chambers? Okay. See no one else. We're going to wrap that up. Bring it back to staff. First of all, to make any response or answer any questions that were asked.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'll just touch on a couple of items really briefly. The board has approved code enforcement officer positions to help with the efforts to regulate and enforce short-term rental applications. And there have been some community meetings around enforcement of short-term rental permitting requirements, and we do intend to move forward with that plan. There was a comment about environmental review of individual permits. There is environmental determination made with each one of the permit applications. There are findings with evidence supporting them as part of those records. And I'd like to clarify that we are not recommending adoption of an interim ordinance at this point, but and so in that event, there is no impact on existing operations that have been permitted as of today. And even if it were short-term rental, it's likely that the interim ordinance would be proactive, not reactive, and it would allow those short-term rentals to proceed. I can answer any other questions if you like. Thank you.
County Council, you want to say anything on this? Any? Okay, all right. I just had to ask. All right, we'll bring it back to our Board of Supervisors. Who wants to go first? Supervisor Adams? Oh, go last. Okay. Anybody else?
Having sat through a couple of meetings on this, to me, it seems there's really two issues here, and I was just wondering if staff has considered this. There seems to be a lot of concern over absentee owners, but there doesn't seem to be that concern when you have live-in owners. And so have we in our process separated this, reviewed this, and analyzed this in as potentially two separate issues?
It is certainly something that's being contemplated and explored with the ordinances that are in the works. It is not distinguished in our current regulations, but it's likely that the process would reflect that individual application, should it be a homestay or a hosted rental versus an absentee rental and the amount of potential controversy within the neighborhood or the manner in which it's considered by the appropriate authority.
And it's been raised a bit that, we're getting 4 million from TOT, and 25% of TOT does go to roads, for example. I really wish it was a lot higher. But so money from TOT does go to roads. Of course, an unpermitted short-term rental isn't going to pay TOT. Is that correct? And what percentage of the ones that you reported on that have been advertised do you, roughly anyway think that are permitted and as opposed to unpermitted?
So we have about 30 permitted short-term rentals within the county, and there are somewhere around 600 being advertised, but that doesn't mean they're not paying transit occupancy tax. And that is actually the first priority for enforcement, according to the plan that had been developed previously.
Do we have an idea how many are paying?
I don't have a number. No.
Later time we.
Supervisor Lopez?
So on the
Hold on, we
question,
can't take any comments from the
keep in
public.
order here. So on the question in front of us today, I support staff's recommendation in the process moving forward. I think that's the appropriate path, given everything that's been laid out in front of us, which is not voting on an ordinance today, allowing the process to work out, not pulling the rug out from folks who've been in the process, allowing them all to go in front of the planning commission to make their case on an individual basis. I agree with Supervisor Church about the support for using additional money from short-term rentals to go into roads, even if it's just in the fifth. If we want to split that by district, I support that. Sorry, no, the fifth, not the third. But overall, the concept of putting some of that into low-income housing out there as well, just all those pieces make sense. And I know that for so long, a lot of people who've run these STRs in that community have been paying taxes, and a lot more than just the permitted, because they were told at one time that showing good standing, much to the criteria that we're going to speak about next in cannabis, you want to be seen as being in good standing, pay your taxes, right? And that's sort of how that door will open. And so a lot of those folks did have and have continued to pay those taxes. And I think that that's critical for us to understand on the back end what it's going to do to us overall. I understand the individual cases. I understand the impact. I've got some of those in my district with those that have been permitted and have been legacy for me long before I was ever on the board of supervisors or working for the former supervisor. So I understand what some of those impacts are, but big picture, I'm not, again, comfortable with removing some of those commitments that, even though it was a prior board, had made in terms of a process. So I appreciate what staff has laid out today, and I'm supportive of that direction and that request to move forward in that fashion at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. I want to, and I apologize for all those who are in audience that I'm not in audience today. I am calling in remote via Brown Act, doing business here in Sacramento. But I want to start by thanking everyone who has spoken, everyone who has followed this issue, and everyone who, through your comments, so clearly the frustration, I can hear it, we can see it, I can feel it. Nothing about this process has been straightforward. And I feel the frustration that you're communicating to us. So I want to be really clear. The option to move forward with an ordinance would require 4/5 vote. That means 4 of the 5 supervisors would have to vote in support of an urgency ordinance. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Kelly Donlin, Assistant County Counsel. That is correct, Supervisor. For an interim ordinance to be adopted, it requires 4/5 vote. However, I think this is clear, but just to make it clear for the record, an ordinance is not in front of you today for consideration.
Sure, great, thank you. And so I just want the public to understand that an interim ordinance that we discussed when the referral was made would require 4/5 vote to get approved. And it was very clear in the conversation that our board had when this was first discussed that we don't have 4 votes in order to move an interim ordinance forward. So I want to say thank you to staff for coming up with some alternative options for us to consider, something that could be moved forward potentially with only 3 votes, or that we can actually, something that's actionable for us. We could talk all day long about items that we don't have votes to move forward. So thank you to staff for getting us something that we can take action on today. In terms of the bringing these items through to the full board of or to the full planning commission, one of the factors that I think is concerning and that I've heard concerns about is the current short-term rental ordinance that we're working on. The old one, the one that's in place now, provides for a permit that lasts in perpetuity. When the planning commission is making their decisions, do they have authority to issue permits that are not in perpetuity, but that are on a 5-year or 10-year basis for reconsideration once we have our new ordinance in place?
Yes, the existing regulations all provide the ability of the decision-making body to limit the term of the permit, and the planning commission in their recent actions has limited permits to a 3-year period. And I believe that is something they have expressed a desire to do moving forward as well, although it's always within their discretion on each case.
Okay, so that's within the planning commission's discretion as to how long that permit would last for. And you said they've been issuing them in 3-year increments, which would give us time to complete our new short-term rental ordinance, which is another conversation about, and I heard a lot of really good suggestions today for what that should or shouldn't include. So I think that we look forward to that discussion about the longer term solutions here. And then my final question is just in regards to the enforcement. And I hear the frustration, I hear the concerns, and I hear the safety issues with residents who are experiencing at best impolite behavior from short-term rentals. Do they have a phone number to call? Like, what is the process that's currently in place that allows for neighbors to report concerns or problems or illegal rental situations? What is the current process?
There is a phone number. You can contact Housing and Community Development. I'm wishing our building official was here at the moment, because I don't have the number off the top of my head, but 755-5025 is our general line, and you can reach someone there. And we do have an established email inbox as well to submit complaints that way. There is someone who responds to complaints 24/7, and I'll have to get back to you on the exact phone number and contact information for that.
Okay, and I guess the other piece of this would be, do we, you're keeping track then of the 30 permitted rental, short-term rentals that we have and the 600 advertised. Maybe it would also be good in the short term while we wait to complete our final STR ordinance to get an update on the enforcement activities that are happening, including the number of complaints and any trends in terms of the number of complaints that are coming in regarding short-term rentals. And to everyone who is impacted by a local short-term rental, especially those unsafe situations, I do want to urge and encourage all of those situations to be called in so that the county has a record of problematic situations that those are. I know many of you have been sending those in to the board. We get copied on them, but let's make sure that those get into the appropriate phone number and or email. And maybe before we close this out, we can get that information put up publicly for everyone. But with having said all of that, and given that we do have something that's actionable in front of us today, I'm comfortable supporting the staff recommendation, recognizing that we have a lot more work to do, both in terms of immediate enforcement of the current ordinance and moving forward to get our final bigger picture ordinance completed with urgency. So thank you.
So before I go to Supervisor Adams, my question was, and I asked this the last time, what's the time frame for the STR ordinance that we've been working on for many years? It's been worked on before I became a supervisor, the 7 years now 7 years as a supervisor. I think we're all trying to see what point is this board going to be able to make a decision on an ordinance and get that enacted once and for all?
Yeah, our long-range planning manager, Melanie Braddy's here. We are on track to release the draft environmental impact report in July this year. And that's a 45-day comment period. The next step after that would be evaluate the comments, respond to them, prepare a final EIR, and then bring the draft ordinances to the Planning Commission for a recommendation, and then to the Board of Supervisors, all of which we hope to do before the end of this calendar year or very shortly after the new year, if the time frame doesn't work out between Planning Commission and Board.
I appreciate that. And
I have a hotline number
yes,
if you'd like.
yes, if you could announce that, please.
831-900-4441.
And there's a hotline for complaints.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And just for the public the information you just gave, so let's the public know that the bigger picture of the ordinance, it's coming shortly this summer, and then having to and hoping and letting the public know that we're aiming to take action by the end of the year, if not early 2024. So I'm glad that that's on. It's very near for us to finally act on it once and for all. So with that, I'm going to go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Those of you who have known me and have worked with me for the last 6 years that I've been in office know that this has been a top priority for me, and that I have felt like I've been beating my head against a brick wall trying to get anything accomplished. I hear and I read every one of your comments, and I feel that, and forgive me for being so blunt here, but I just feel like this has been the biggest failure of my entire career. And I know I am not personally responsible for it because I have not had the kind of cooperation that I need in many different venues to be able to move forward with a solution. For more than 7 years, we have been trying to get an ordinance passed that would contain this. And there has been such pressure from the other sides, in many different forms. But I'm going to quit whining about it and just go forward with saying how much I value you and the time that you put into this, and that I absolutely feel the stories that you tell me, and you do tell me them, and I appreciate it very much. I want to thank council and our HCD staff for their work on this issue. I mean, they, like I know it's, you feel like, what else can I do here? And I also want to thank Supervisor Askew, who laid things out. When we heard this item just a couple of weeks ago, when I brought forward the idea for a moratorium to just try to put a stop on what's happening to you, it was clear that I did not have the fourth vote nor the fifth vote that was needed to get it done. But we came back and we're trying to find an option. And I'm pleased with what we've seen here, because we do have an option that's going to work. It's going to address the issue where residents are impacted most, and that's right here in Carmel Valley and the greater Monterey Peninsula area. But it will not, unfortunately, affect a lot of the other neighborhoods in District 5 that are impacted by short-term rental issues as well, particularly those that are in the coastal zone. We're only able to deal with the inland ordinance here. But I do believe that in the future, we'll be able to address the coastal zone, but that even the coastal zone, as beautiful as it is not as desirable as the Carmel Valley has been for short-term rentals. I know that we have come to a point that I believe is a compromise, and I think that it is a good one for us to be able to have all of the permits that are applied for, whether someone walks up to the administrator, to a staff person at a desk, or if it was planning to go to the zoning committee, the zoning administrator. It's not going to do that. It's all going to come to the planning commission, where there will be the opportunity for a thorough and full review. Many of you said, let's look at these in an individual way. We can't do a cookie cutter. The people from Kishawa, I thought that, what they're talking about makes total sense. They ought to be able to have a homestay at their place. That sounds like a reasonable request. Having our permit applications go through the planning commission will be able to take those kinds of situations into consideration. So I support the staff's recommendation. And I hope that the board will find that the transient use of residential property for remuneration is a significant public policy issue within our district. And it warrants referral of consideration of applications for the permits to the planning commission within this area. And if there is support, that I would be able to view this referral as complete. So with that in mind, if I see no further questions or comments from the audience or online, I would like to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation so that we would be able to move forward.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, you call the roll.
Through the chair, our treasurer tax collector does have her hand raised.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor, for flagging that for us.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. I just wanted the opportunity to respond to a question posed by Supervisor Church. Throughout the entire county, we have about 659 short-term rental units paying TOT, and we believe that to be about 350 in the coastal areas and the remainder in the inland. So I just wanted to provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you. 659 who are paying TOT. Okay. Thank you for that information, Mary Zeeb. Let's call the roll.
Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank
Just
you.
one quick comment, if you don't
Yes,
mind.
yes, all right.
If we've got 659 short-term rentals paying TOT, we ought to be able to put a little more money from TOT into road repair, specifically in the areas that we've been talking about today.
Thank you very much.
Referral coming.
All right, you heard it here. Okay, moving on. Thank you, everybody, for coming here today.
Thank you
and
so
your
much for
patience.
being here.
We're going to keep moving on our agenda. We're going to go to item 13, receive a presentation from the Housing and Community Development Department, Environmental Health Bureau, Regional Fire District Cannabis Program on the requirements for commercial cannabis business operator and to provide direction on the cannabis program on next steps on a referral. If you could please take the conversations outside, please, because we have to continue with our meeting. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ready to go? Item 13.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Today, we are presenting a status update to the board referral 2022.20. This is our third update. On March 14th, the board directed the program to coordinate a letter to the Department of Cannabis Control regarding the renewal period of licenses. Director Elliott did contact me. Since this is a dual licensing system, she requested the local jurisdiction to review their local authority and discretion to identify processes that would allow the transition from state provisional to annual licensure. Next slide, please.
And maybe you could put it in presentation mode so you could see the full slide.
Yes, thank you. Staff is having some technical issues with the slide deck.
Yeah, we're trying to get the slides back on so we could proceed on the presentation, but so if you could bear with us, those who are on Zoom.
Sorry.
one or not? You want me to try it?
Yeah, go ahead. As long as we can get through the main. Thank you, Chris. Sorry
There
about
we go.
that.
Now it's working.
Okay, thank you.
There.
Next slide.
Perfect.
Okay. The program met with ACO Chulos, the HCD Director, the Environmental Health Bureau Chief, and the Monterey County Regional Fire Agency Division Chief. Today, we will have the two county departments and the fire agency, as well as the program, review the local requirements for a commercial cannabis business operator. This will allow the full board to understand the permits that must be approved in order for an operator to transition from state provisional to annual licensure. Next slide, please. As a reminder, there are two types of cultivation operators, those that are cultivating greater than 22,000 square feet of canopy and those that are cultivating less than 22,000 square feet. For the purposes of our conversation today, we will refer to them as large and small. Excuse me. There are 25 large cultivation operators that must transition from state provisional to annual licensure no later than December 31st, 2023. To begin our presentation, I'm going to hand off to Craig Spencer, Acting HCD Director.
Thank you, Joanne. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development again. Good afternoon, supervisors. If you'll permit me, will just back up a little further from what is required of a cannabis operator to say that I've been involved in this since the beginning, and it's been quite a journey. Initially, medicinal cannabis was legal and unregulated by the county. When the state law passed and commercial cannabis became regulated by the state, the county worked on an interim ordinance and an ordinance that allowed the permitting of cannabis operations within Monterey County. And at the time, we recognized that there were those operating under the medicinal rules, and they were allowed to continue operating under good standing while they diligently pursued getting an application for a land use entitlement. We've had some hiccups along the way, and I think I've given some presentations about our process fairly recently to this board, but I'll go through it really quickly. The application process that a cannabis operator would go through started with a development review committee meeting, and essentially at the time RMA, Resource Management Agency, provided letters to the public and to all operators saying you must make an application for a development review committee meeting by a certain date in order to be considered still in good standing, in order to be allowed to continue operating. We got over 100 of those, and we worked our way diligently through those development review committees with 3 or 4 meetings per week with individual applicants. That process ends up with an application checklist that goes to the applicant. That is, here are all the things you need to submit for a land use entitlement. At the time, it was a use permit through the Monterey County Planning Commission to operate a commercial cannabis operation. But along the way, we identified that there really wasn't any public controversy over these items and that we should simplify that process and make it a little easier. We made them administrative permits through an ordinance revision. We began processing those permits, and about 13 were approved, each with their own categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act. But because there's concentrations of larger grows in certain areas of the county, we identified the need to do some environmental review. I've skipped over a few of these bullets here, so maybe I'll come back to that. But we have done 2 different comprehensive environmental documentations, which did delay permitting for a while within the county, the Salinas area and the North County area in particular. We've also done separate review for Moss Landing. So once an applicant, after they get their checklist out of the DRC, gets their information together to make an application, their plans, their reports. They submit that with an application fee to the county, and that begins a 30-day review process where if they're deemed complete, they can continue on to environmental review or the public hearing. If they're deemed incomplete, they get another list of information that we need in order to do the analysis. Once we've got them to a complete stage, we make the environmental determination. As I said, there were various ways of doing that, but because the ordinances themselves were statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act at the time they were adopted, the requirement of that adoption with that statutory exemption was that each individual permit required its own environmental review in order to exempt the ordinance that regulated them. So that's how we ended up with the multi-site initial studies, negative declarations under CEQA that evaluated all of them. And then we began through a budget augmentation approved by the board with consultant services to really work through a number of those applicants who had been ready and waiting and had gone through all the hurdles of the permitting process to get to a hearing and get approved or get a decision. And on the back end of getting a decision, whether it was a planning commission decision on a use permit or a staff level decision on an administrative permit, there's actions needed to comply with conditions of that approval. Often that's recording documents, submitting odor control plans, for instance. Those are some common conditions that we apply to projects. And then there are 5 conditions that actually are mandatory as part of each cannabis operation permit under the code, under the zoning ordinance that's adopted. And most of them have to do with obtaining a cannabis business permit, following state laws, and indemnifying the county for the approval. So there's also the component that HCD handles. That's the planning side of the house. The HCD also handles the building permit side of the house. So any physical improvements needed to those properties to make them healthy and safe for the operation, that typically requires building permits. Building code is applied to those, and through our building permit process, we're looking at structural strength, egress, and we work closely with our fire counterparts on those. And that's intended to protect life and safety for each one of those improvements within those various facilities. So that's my part of the presentation, and I'll hand it off to Rick Encarnacion with Environmental Health.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Encarnacion.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Environmental Health Bureau, Director of Environmental Health. I'm going to go over the commercial cannabis operators' local requirements for the Environmental Health Bureau. Commercial cannabis operations within the County of Monterey may require 1 or more Environmental Health Bureau permits to operate, or health permits. These include if they contain or have hazardous material storage, hazardous waste produced during cultivation or trimming, cannabis waste produced, such as leaves, stems, defective products, or used soil. If they're composting, a big part of one of our health permits is our drinking water protection service. If there's wells, potable water system permits, if they're doing treatment such as reverse osmosis or nitrate treatment. We have permits for on-site wastewater treatment systems, or commonly known as our septic systems. And there's also a consumer protection aspect. If there's food handling or food as ingredients, also employee hand washing, if that's included in their operations. Also through environmental health, we help facilitate if there's any animals or pets in the operations. We ensure that they coordinate with our animal services to ensure the animals have vaccinations and registrations. Going back, I also like to just emphasize the aspects of water. Safe drinking water is a basic expectation of every workplace and home. The county adopted the human right to water, and ensuring a water system is properly permitted is one way to meet that expectation. Having a permit ensures that we provide technical assistance to operators to educate systems on proper maintenance. We ensure wells and water systems are properly constructed to keep water safe and keep contamination out. We provide information to community organizations and to the state on water quality issues to help them bring, if available, resources to systems and potential funding opportunities. We provide information on water system service areas. There's the maintenance of records that's required for water quality information. We inspect water systems to identify any deficiencies that need to be corrected or to keep water safe. And we also respond to complaints. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the fire agency to discuss their requirements.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Scott Anderson. I'm a division chief with Monterey County Regional Fire District. I'm also the fire marshal there. And so just to make clear, this is our requirements, not only for Monterey County Regional Fire, but the county, because a lot of what we follow is the Monterey County Fire Code. So looking at what happens for the operator, and again, we have the lion's share of the operators in our district. So all, if not most, between California Building Code and California Fire Code is where those requirements are coming from. And it's things such as driveway access for the fire trucks, emergency access locks. So whether it's a gate switch to get in or a key system. So in the event that there's nobody there and there's an emergency, it's the same code that gets applied to most every permit that comes through. For the processing building specifically, there has to be a change of occupancy from whatever it was to what's considered an F1 because of what's being done inside. With that comes with an upgrade for the fire protection system. So most of these are barns or workshops. So those now have to get outfitted with fire sprinklers and a fire alarm system. We also look at egress, exits and stuff like that are all part of the code. Occupant loads, high piled storage from the building code. Those are all requirements that the operators are held to. Approved storage of the hazardous materials, material safety data sheets on hand. So then that way, if we have any spills or issues, we know what we're dealing with. As far as the greenhouses go, those have a lot less restrictions, but we do hold those to the same, where exits that are panic hardware to get out, fire extinguishers, exit signs, electrical hazards are removed. There's a lot of lights that are extension cords, not permanently wired. So those are just things that are cleaned up through the building process. And then again, with the portable fire extinguishers that get serviced annually. Outside of that, I mean, it's pretty much, like I said, the fire code and the building code on the requirements. Once they have those, then we can move forward with the permit process. And you want to talk about any of the leniency stuff or? No? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Anderson. So I'm just going to quickly go over the cannabis business permit. So as you have heard, to obtain the land use permit, all of the departments, including there are some departments within the public works that need to sign off on the land use permit. It happens then again with the cannabis business permit. The cannabis business permit focuses on the business operation. This is where we find out that they have a seller's permit, that they're registered with the Secretary of State. We find out who actually owns the business and how that's formatted, meaning what percentage the owners have within the business. They have to submit and keep updated a site diagram. We do the age verification of employees because it's very important that we don't have anyone that is younger than 21 working within the business. They also need to provide their description of their cannabis operations and activities, which includes their standing operating procedures. With that, they must submit their active Department of Cannabis Control licenses. So after that is approved and the departments sign off, then the cannabis business permit is issued. After that, before an operator can actually begin in our county, they must obtain that annual business license from the treasurer tax collector, and then they are officially then able to operate. That is pretty much concludes the summary of the permit processing. I will say that I think that the collaboration of the departments working together with the program, we have seen many land use permits approved in the past year, which is a good sign. But we still have a ways to go. And so I'm not sure what else we're looking for in the board referral, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, let's open it up for comments. Go Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, so obviously as a maker of this referral, this was last September, right? And we were staring down the barrel at a lot of different changes that were coming towards us. In the meantime, we received other presentations which took elements of updates and especially clarity on those figures of how many numbers in terms of permits had been moving through or falling off officially off the record. And by making those changes, I think we have a better understanding of what those pathways are, as were highlighted early, for businesses to come into compliance and to initiate or step off, right? And say, we're not going to go down this path any longer. Given I'm reviewing the referral when it was made and the figures, those numbers aren't accurate anymore. So I appreciate staff bringing this back, giving us this overview. I think we just sit in a very different place today, but I do appreciate you bringing this back to close out this particular referral. I think we've got a lot of new challenges in front of us, and we'll continue to face those down here in the coming year. But I really appreciate the clarity, especially having our partners here to share with us what their challenges are, what their structures are, because we often have conversations in silos, right? And in that you lose the overall context. And so understanding the water systems, the fire suppression, the history of fires within the valley itself. We've not in our jurisdiction, but we have had a greenhouse go up in Greenfield a few years ago, and we watched what that did. So I appreciate everybody contributing to this report to help bring us that clarity, especially with the new member on the board. I think understanding what the process has been and what the numbers look like in September versus today is critical. So thank you for the update. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
Yeah, and I appreciate the information too. There's always new things I'm learning, and I'm sure it's going to go on for quite a bit longer too. The one thing I learned from here, which I wasn't quite aware of, is that cannabis is the only business that has a business license in the county that's required. And you know, I realize with the financial problems we have right now, that's necessary. What is the that's what business license run? Do you have a number on that?
I would have to defer to Mary, to the treasurer tax collector's office.
It's not so important onto
Okay.
there.
It's not as it's not the same as the cannabis business permit, the fee.
Yeah, but
It's quite a bit less.
not the same as the county business permit. You mean for cannabis one? Okay, yeah. I bring it up only because when I see one industry here having to get a business license, all of a sudden I think, well, this is potentially a crack on the door where other businesses it could be imposed on. And I find that worrisome because I'm not really in favor of that. I don't think there's any real benefit that comes from the business. Businesses have been able to operate pretty well without it. So, I'm hoping as we get going down the line that maybe that could be corrected and that crack in the door could be closed, because I don't think it's really necessary and it's not really bringing in a whole lot of money. It's just, in my view, setting a improper precedent at that point.
Anyone else? Supervisor Adams or Askew? Then for now, we'll go to public comment. Okay, we'll go to public comment first and then come back. Okay, anyone want to comment on this in chambers? I don't see anyone. Anybody online?
Yeah, there's one.
Okay.
Bob Roach.
Mr. Bob Roach.
Thank you. I don't know. I hope this was helpful to you. I don't feel like it really met the intent of the referral or our present condition. I mean, it said they're having difficulty. The referral said this is a request to review requirements and identify where it may be possible to provide local authorization for annual licensure so the operations may continue in the interim period. And this is kind of a punch list. But leaving that aside, on April 6th, your board approved changes to the Monterey County Code, Chapter 7.90, that made some beneficial changes to the requirements for cannabis, making it easier to comply by relaxing some onerous and unnecessary requirements and relying more on state regulations and doing some cleanup. The HCD was tasked with taking the corresponding changes to Title 21 to the Planning Commission. They haven't done that yet. But the delay provides an opportunity to also fix the zoning code to allow our tier 1 sun-grown greenhouse growers to switch to the outdoor license that costs half as much. People are switching to less expensive licenses up and down the state. Like, they don't have a problem, but we can't, because no one anticipated this change in the state's licensing policy, and the language of our zoning code inadvertently will not allow it. There are no changes in the practices. This is a difference between approximately $25,000 and $13,000 for one medium license. You must direct HCD to follow through with the ordinance revisions and to add revisions that would allow this newly available license to our cultivators. Failure to do so puts us at a major competitive disadvantages. Licenses are expiring every week and they're paying the higher cost. You think you see some green shoots and people wanting to come back, but why would they come here to pay double the annual license fees as somewhere else? Also, I hope the HCD will continue to coordinate closely with the cannabis program to ensure that things move along on track, and hearings are held timely to prevent the loss of any licenses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Joey Espinoza.
Hey, good afternoon. I think we do have a good opportunity in Monterey County to try to keep as many of these businesses alive as possible. This is a problem throughout the state where people are trying to quickly meet their local control requirements to keep their licenses. And there's two things that we kind of need to look at when we're looking at this. Is one is, what does it take for them to get to that hearing for their land entitlement? And then two, what happens after the hearing? So one of the major hurdles is that water system with the health department. These are properties that never had water systems for decades. No one was really checking. If you're an ag property, it's probably pretty rare that the health department's coming around looking for a water system. These are $100,000 systems that are very complicated and take a lot to install. So if we can get to a point where the health department could maybe take some sort of stance where we can get more folks to hearing, even if that water system isn't completed, that'll be helpful. If we can just remember that these departments have other mechanisms to implement enforcement other than holding up a use permit or holding up an annual license. For example, the health department can issue water system citations, which they have done, that helps people try to get this done quicker or face some sort of punishment for not getting it done fast enough. Once they have gone through the hearing, they have to meet all of their conditions, which are fire sprinklers, water systems, traffic impact fees, septic, driveway improvements. So I think we were just looking for staff to provide a little more discretion and give folks an opportunity to keep their licenses as they continue to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Michelle Hackett.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Just really quickly, to run parallel with Bob Roach's comment earlier, I like to annually touch base with some cultivators in Carpinteria, and one major benefit that they've seen over there is switching at the state level to outdoor licensure, which I know currently Monterey County does not have a program in place, but it would save a farm of my magnitude upwards of almost $300,000 in state licensing fee. And as you see, all the county requirements that run adjacent to the state requirements. And as we obviously know, we have a very burdensome tax schedule on the way for cultivators, being in good standing and being able to save in terms of transitioning licensure to outdoor licenses when cultivators like ourselves aren't using supplemental light is, again, very, very vastly important to a cultivator like myself. And as we know, and we won't be touching base with currently, but in future meetings, is we're seeing additional relief being given in terms of tax structure, across the state. And I will say that we're going to continue to have to bring this conversation up as we get closer and closer. We're about 10 days to the end of the month where we will be the only county with 2 payment plans running parallel with the fire tax payment plan as we continue to get to annual licensure, finish works, and continue to pay our employees when we have yet to see an increase in market. So unfortunately, I have to bring this up in every conversation. Thanks.
Eloise Schwim.
Okay, this is Eloise Schwim. Can you hear me? Can you hear my?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, so I asked before about the exporting of cannabis, and Supervisor Lopez said that it was illegal. And since I've heard that cannabis operators in the Bay Area are now, because of the slow market, wanting to be granted the ability to export to increase revenue. So even though it's illegal now, it doesn't mean that exporting it could become legal, which would attract more people to become commercial licensed operators, which would make the availability of cannabis and other drugs increased and would impact our youth. So with so much availability, youth will likely begin smoking or otherwise imbibing it. And that's dangerous for neurological development. And the board agreed that tobacco and flavored smoking products were addictive and hazardous to youth. So why aren't they acknowledging that cannabis is also hazardous to their health? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No. That's it. All right, we'll bring this back to the board. Supervisor Askew or Adams?
Supervisor Askew, are you out there?
No comments, no questions. Thank you.
Okay,
No,
thank
I
you.
don't have any either.
Okay, bring this back. It's only to receive the presentation and
Correct.
provide any direction.
So just, I think as we wrap here in terms of direction, there was that comment made about that shift in the permitting structure. So to be clear, it's not about doing outdoor grow, but it's the definition of outdoor at the state level has allowed for greenhouse grows to be considered outdoor, reducing the tax threshold or the tax requirement for that permit. Is that correct, Joanne?
It has to do with the lights,
The lights.
the light deprivation.
Right.
But for our county, we were thinking that if they could use an outdoor license within a greenhouse, not to do outdoor grow, but
Right.
within the greenhouse, as long as they either remove the lights or they did not use them.
So it's just another option for the industry at this point.
Correct.
So given that, hopefully we could just provide direction that be included in the work moving forward to the planning commission, which hopefully happens sooner rather than later so that we can give that relief to our industry, if possible from those state taxes. So maybe they can pay their local taxes. Gotta love it. So just want to throw that out there as general direction, as long as there's board agreement on that. Any opposition to that concept? Direction?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it, but I just wanted to ask one question. They would not be allowed to use the term though, outdoor grown. Is that correct?
Well, they would have an outdoor license. They wouldn't be part of the outdoor grow pilot program. in
I'm well
District
aware of that,
5.
but I think that having something touted as outdoor grown is a marketing draw.
Mhm.
Well, they are not really it's not being grown outdoors. So I guess I was just trying to straighten that out in my mind.
Correct, but if this was approved, they would hold an outdoor license within a greenhouse.
Okay, that makes sense, I think. They wouldn't be able to say outdoor grown, that's my only comment.
I don't know what rules there would be around branding or marketing of the products that are grown under the outdoor license. I don't have an answer.
So I think with that general direction, I'm happy to go ahead and close this as well as a referral from my office. Thank you. There you go,
Okay.
Karina, one for the board.
All right. I think everybody here is good. Supervisor Askew, you're good as well? Just in
Yep,
terms of general
I'm
direction?
good with that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And then that would bring conclusion to that referral. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We're going to move on to item number 13.1, adopting resolutions for our continuation of last week's discussion on a possible program to help Pajaro or other Monterey County flood victims, storm victims.
So good afternoon, and to assist the discussion, we did prepare a PowerPoint to include the different referrals that we're referencing. Joining me today are Karina Bakanovich and Roderick Franks from Social Services, and they'll be available also to answer any questions. And so if we could start the presentation on the 18th, which was the last board meeting, while Social Services was providing a report regarding the planning and potential implementation of the storm recovery rent subsidy. We were directed to return with your board with a total of 4 referrals for discussion in a comprehensive manner. Those 4 referrals are listed here. The first is the storm recovery rental subsidy, and the following 3 are related to the funeral burial assistance program. The storm recovery rental subsidy is the first item on your board's on this board report, and it seeks to explore a rental subsidy program for farm workers negatively impacted by the January 2023 storms. Once the state and federal financial assistance became available, and we heard from our public, there was a thought that perhaps we needed to focus on low-income households impacted by the weather disaster events of January and March. The approximate amount for these services would be for rental assistance, and it would be in the amount of $378,000 in 2 different contracts. So recommended action A today would, with your board's approval, change the storm recovery rent subsidy program for farm workers to storm recovery subsidy program for low-income households. And we did do a little bit of exploration in terms of what households mean, and that the likelihood that you likely have more than 1 household within a dwelling is possible. And Social Services will be able to address that if there's a question related to that. The action related to the program that would require a 4/5 vote for the use of contingency funds in the amount of $378 would be for a new agreement with Catholic Charities in the amount of $198,000, which the Department of Social Services would be able to execute and put in place immediately. And also an amendment to an agreement with United Way, which would add $180,000 to an existing agreement for rental assistance. And the 3 other funeral burial assistance program referrals, the first one was this original referral came in early 2021. And it was a program to assist eligible low-income families with funeral burial expenses due to COVID. This was 2 supervisors presented this. It was Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez. And the agreement was put in place with Ventures to provide administrative work and also serve as a pass-through for payments. The amount of the agreement was $350,000, and it was for a term of January 2020 to December 31st, 22. No funds were expended. And the 2 additional referrals that came forward, one from Supervisor Church, was to reallocate the funeral burial assistance program funds in totality, the $350,000 for general assistance to low-income individuals affected by the March flooding events in the communities of Pájaro and San Ardo. And the second was from Supervisor Alejo, and it was to continue COVID funeral burial assistance program with $100,000 and to allocate $250,000 to supplement the proposed rental assistance program. Kelsey is joining us online to provide a brief verbal report related to the funeral burial expenses.
Yes, so as Sonia has said, the Monterey County Department of Emergency Management did stand up the funeral and burial assistance program. We started receiving applications in November of 2022. Between October 2022 and January 2023, the department issued multiple public outreach campaigns to encourage community enrollment. This included developing a website, identifying a hotline number, working with 211, participating in radio advertisements with Radio Bilingue, including several interviews and actually running public service announcements. We participated in 3 television interviews with KAON, Univision, and Telemundo, We participated in 2 press briefings. There were several news articles, and we posted several social media posts, as well as participated in community events to encourage the community to participate for those who were eligible for the program. To date, we have only received 17 inquiries, 2 of which were eligible for our program. 1 failed to produce legitimate documentation, and 1 did not follow up with staff or indicate continued interest in moving forward with the program to date. As such, no money has been expended through our burial assistance program.
Thank you, Kelsey. So as to recommended action B, the board would need to provide direction as to whether they would choose option 1 or option 2. Both require a 4/5 vote. The first would be to retain $100,000 for the funeral burial program, and then assign $250 to augment the rental assistance program. Then the department would retroactively amend the agreement with Ventures to add $100,000, and that department is the Department of Emergency Management. And then we would have Social Services return to add $125,000 to the agreements with Catholic Charities and United Way. And that would be for the rental assistance agreements discussed earlier. The second option also requires the 4/5 vote and would reassign the $350,000 to address the needs of low-income people in Pajaro and San Ardo who did not qualify for FEMA, and then have Department of Social Services return to add $175,000 to the agreements with both Catholic Charities and United Way. In summary, the 3 areas that would require a 4/5 vote is the first, to use the contingency funds, which is $378 for the 2 agreements, and then make a decision between option 1 and option 2. And we are available to answer questions.
All right, thank you very much. I just wanted to start with just the question, because I think the language says, and like I said, the referral has evolved since we first, since I first filed it after the January storms. And originally it was and I think the language still in the presentation, for those who did not qualify for FEMA. But as we all know, and I had checked with our staff to try to get a number of even those who do qualify for FEMA, the majority have not even got any assistance yet, right? They're still waiting. And I believe it's been a very small number out of hundreds of applications that they have been received. I think the percentage is just over 20% that actually got approved. And once you're approved doesn't mean you got the money in your hands yet, right? So I'm just I want to raise that flag, that as an issue for those who do not qualify for FEMA, because that might need to change to assist those families who are just have not received any. And I think there's a lot, not only in Pajaro. The other question was the limitation of just San Ardo and Pajaro. We know there's some other flood impacted areas in our county, and I'd hate to create a program that would exclude those flood victims in our county, because I think we're responsible to try to be fair and offer this program to all flood victims, whether it's Bolsonos, whether it is it was one neighborhood in Isolinas that got mudded out and flooded. And one couple is still staying at the fairgrounds in Watsonville, and Chular, maybe some other areas, right? But so that would be my other concern there. And certainly want to make sure we keep some funding, the $100,000 for a continued funeral and burial assistance program for the undocumented. I think we have to do a better job, not just announce it at the beginning, but it has to be ongoing so the immigrant community who we're aiming at will know that this is out there. And even if they haven't applied, if we renew publicity around this, those who are eligible, even for past expenses over the last year in 2022, can still apply and be eligible for reimbursement if we decide to at least extend it in a much more limited capacity at a cap of $100,000. And my proposal originally proposed a rental assistance, because that's what we had practiced during the COVID pandemic. It was trying to address a particular need. And when we give rent assistance, that frees up other income for other needs, such as food and utilities and clothing and other things that are needed. I know that the need has changed there also. So perhaps I'm open today to perhaps looking at other options besides rent assistance. But my thing is wanting to give it, try to help as many people as possible, because there is a lot that I just haven't, they're very frustrated with all the entities involved. I was in Pajaro, we had a good number of residents in Pajaro that we were talking to yesterday, and there's a lot of frustration because they've done everything. They've applied, they've gone to the Disaster Recovery Center, and they said, we still have nothing in our hands of help beyond maybe just a few of the donations from the nonprofits, but even many have not even received that. I know Community Bridges and La Manzana and others, there's a wait list, and they've told residents it might take a few weeks to get those donations into the hands of those victims. But I did want to just recognize there's a lot of frustration, and I'm looking more of a broader program that's coming from the county that could help these residents. And so with that, because there's limited funds in either of these options, the other question I would just pose is whether we could consider putting a cap so that we could have as much opportunities for households to get a payment. Otherwise, when the money dries out, those who apply first and were able to get through the calls or to get enrolled, they'll get the help, and then there'll be a lot of other people who apply later, and then they're told, well, sorry, but the money ran out. And just to give you an example, the 300,000 that was part of the COVID farm worker $600 payment that the governor announced and was kind of premature at the time, the solicitations opened and they were closed. They stopped taking them because they had too many, way more than they could ever provide with the limited number. I think that could have only helped about 500 farm workers, but that money, the application period opened and it closed very quickly. And I'm just using that as an example to inform us on ours. If there is not a cap, there's going to be less people that will receive some benefit under this program. So those are the issues I just want to put on the table, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. Supervisor Church. Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So I'm glad to hear we're talking about a broader project here. This is what I've been sort of arguing here all along. I do want to get, you raised a couple of good points, and perhaps we can get legal counsel to give us on when we talk about those or don't qualify for FEMA. I think there's whether or not the right language can be in there so that there are those who are ineligible and there are those who can't prove that they qualify. So the question would be, is we state down that if somebody can't qualify, would that include both groups? Or somebody doesn't qualify?
I think the board would need to define that. So
Okay.
that the board can define what it means about who would be eligible for the funds.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of uncovering a broader area, I do understand there are people in Chular and Arroyo Seco and Bolsa Knolls, as you pointed out, who have suffered under these flooding. So maybe the language could be expanded on there. I mean, the bulk of the people are in the Pajaro area, and I want to make sure that we don't make this thing broad so that people who were not directly impacted by the flooding are not getting access to it. We want to help those who are most in need. So whether we could use something along the line of those that have been that displaced or lived in a flooded evacuation zone. And the reason I say I give two phrases out of this is because there are some people who were in evacuation zones that suffered considerably, but may not have actually been displaced, but still had suffered a great deal of disruption in their lives. And so I do not want to exclude them. For example, many people in the community of Pajaro did stay behind. So if we just say displaced, that I'm concerned about leaving them behind. The other thing is I'm want to make sure I understand on action A, when we talk about low income households, the board packet referred to this as low income farm workers, hospitality, and small businesses. Are we moving beyond that, or is that still part of your or this of action A's approach?
For me, I'm kind of open to just low income households in general, and not have to say, well, somebody worked in some other job, childcare or retail, and at the power grocery store, and now they don't qualify because they're not a hospitality or farm worker. You know, so I'm good with just low income.
Okay,
residents.
yeah, very good. That's where the direction I'm going to, as well as, want to cover people who are being retired or disabled or unemployed. And so we're talking about the same thing out of that. So as I look through this, we're like, we've moved off from rent subsidy to general assistance. Is that correct?
I'm open to both.
Okay. I'm sorry. This is a very complicated.
It's changing,
process here,
and
so
I've talked to residents, and folks, so I know the changes the needs have changed since the initial referral.
So, okay. And I'm also, having this discussion here before you go to public, so the public understands exactly what we're talking about, because this is obviously something that could be very, get confused. So even though we have, I was looking up here at the screen, it's jumped around, but we have, here we go. We basically have, two options, or we have two options, and there's three items here before us. And I think as we, try to put this together, we're probably looking at putting something into one package. At least this is where I'm coming from. So I have a little better clarity here of what we're looking at. I think the big difference we have is my proposal has been to put through 738,000 entirely for the general assistance. And I believe the alternative is the 638,000 with 100,000 that stays in the COVID burial fund. Are there any other differences I think that we're out here to really seriously address?
I think we're in agreement. Yeah, I think that's one thing. The only other thing would be a verification process, right? If it's going to be with two entities, to make sure they're sharing so that there's not double dipping, so that when one household gets it, the other United Way or Catholic Church vice versa will be able to have one list, so they could ensure that as many people benefit rather than having them go to both and perhaps try to get two payments. Yes.
The plan is to take the comments from your board, and as the departments work to draft the agreement, they're going to take this into account. So what I've captured so far is low-income households who have been displaced or lived in flooded evac zone, change it to general assistance, and then also make sure that we're affirming that we're supporting unique households as opposed to duplicate households.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other question would be just if there's a cap on the payment to make make more payments available to more households versus having money run out and not being able to, and there'll be a lot of flood victims who will be upset knowing they didn't get anything from this particular program.
The agreement, the board report includes between 800 to 1,200 a month, a maximum of 2,400.
Okay, but if you divide that, if we're just looking at Pajaro alone, where I believe there was a little over 800 FEMA applications there, that doesn't include any of the other flood impacted communities throughout Monterey County. If it was a $600 payment, you only get 1,000 households, right? And now you're talking to 800 to 2,000, it's going to be much less than that. And that's where I think that there needs to be some kind of decision, what should be that right cap be to try to reach as many households under this program as possible. That's going to be a question. Otherwise, if you give a lot of $2,000 payments, the money will dry up really fast.
Chair Leo, supervisors, that's a fabulous point and a very good question. What we try to do is determine a benefit level that has actual meaning to the residents and to serve as many of our households as we possibly can. So it's really always assessing where that line is to provide some assistance that is nice to receive, but doesn't really allow people to, move forward in a way that we're looking for. But then also understanding we want to serve as many people as possible. And that line has continually changed since January.
Well, I'd love to hear my other colleagues' thoughts on this because I think we need to give direction if we're going to get a program up and running and out the door. Because I think people are anxious wanting to apply for this program ASAP.
Originally, Catholic Charities has indicated that about that $800 amount was their line at what they had considered a meaningful benefit for those that had been impacted by the January storms.
Okay, thank you for that. Supervisor Lopez?
I have a lot of thoughts, much like last week. I'm happy to hear the conversation because much of that has led to the same point that I was at, where I came in prepared to make a motion similar to last week's, but I think we've come a lot closer in terms of the conversation. So I'm happy to do that at the appropriate time. I agree with all of the points given. My concerns most of them have been raised, including that question of the impact, right? We want to make sure we have to keep an eye to the equity piece, the equity part of this lens. And I think that is critical in terms of the conversation about who we're addressing. The fact that I've heard some agreement here moving off the specific communities, because I think about all those little individual homes along the Salinas River that have been taken as well, quite literally in some instances, as well as the ones up in Arroyo Seco and San Ardo who might slightly be in a different zip code. I don't want to end up in any of those conflicts and have to look somebody in the eye and say, I wasn't thinking about you on the day that we made this call. I think we have an opportunity here to craft something that really addresses all those folks with real need, with that eye to equity. And so I want to make sure that we touch on that. And in terms of the big picture question of a cap, I'm in agreement. Let's try to touch as many families as possible in a meaningful way. 750, I mean, felt right to me, given where we might see numbers. It still feels like it's a real impact. Then sort of on the big picture question of rent versus general assistance, I hear it, and I heard it yesterday with a few families that I talked to in Pajaro who told me that yes, general assistance is what we need. So I'm in agreement on that piece. But again, at the appropriate time, I'm happy to try to put something together that we can all support.
Yes, thank you for that. And at $800, it's 797, almost 800 households will be served. Supervisor Adams and then Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that I wanted to ask about. I want to be sure that we're just not shooting from the hip as far as how many families are there that really will need to have the funding that we want to be able to provide them. I'm totally supportive of having it be for whatever it is, the basic general funding rather than just limited to rent. But I would love to know how many people we're actually talking about so we can determine if we want to hit everybody, then we're going to have to either give fewer dollars or increase the pot. And if you're saying that you want to hit everybody, then I think we should put the 100,000 in. Nobody's using the COVID money. I don't know why we don't want to ensure that the people who have absolute need and need it now are able to receive the funding. So, I can go either way on that, quite frankly, but all of you, all of us are saying we want to have as many people as possible get a significant grant, so to speak. So those are just some of the things that I have going on in my mind. And where would we be able to determine, from where would we be able to get the information of just truly how many families are we talking about now? Even if you wanted to look at the two definers that you had, which was they either had to be in the evacuation area or they had to be in the specific flood zones that were mentioned. Any answers, anybody?
So we've had folks reaching out to our community-based organizations, and specifically Catholic Charities has been very involved as well. And so I think that's where the range is likely going to come from in terms of how many we can support. Right now, this is, updating it so that it doesn't include the FEMA restriction. I think also in terms of what the need's going to be. I've been told as we've gone through this, there was a time that even if people received $600 twice in that same household, it wasn't really going to make a dent in terms of what the need is. So this is really just to make dollars available to perhaps help them with groceries or some other type of amenity that they might need. But ultimately, if you do allocate it to 800 or 750 per household, You're looking at a range of about 800 households that you would be providing to.
Okay. And then I know that both Catholic Charities and United Way have programs where they do rental assistance programs. Will this be a burden on them if we decide to make it something beyond rental assistance?
So for Catholic Charities, they've already discussed how they could layer a general assistance program into their current disaster case management program. So this would be able to augment the services they're already providing and provide those that they're serving an additional layer of service to meet the identified needs.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. We'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple things. I really want to appreciate my colleagues, all of you, for the willingness to engage in this conversation, to be open to having, figuring out how do we best navigate the changing conditions. But a whole bunch of referrals that have all come in, and being able to look at them all as a whole, I think is helpful and beneficial to our ability to best meet the needs of our residents. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the conversation and the collaboration that's going into this. I did have some feedback that we need to be careful about using the term general assistance, because that is a term used for other types of public assistance that's available and is not available to undocumented residents. So I think we just need to be thoughtful about the words that we're using so that we don't inadvertently make people think that they're not eligible or create confusion with the general assistance program. I did have a question. I'm inclined to put all of our funds into this at this point, but I did have a question that in terms of the funeral assistance concept, which I think we all were very supportive of when it was proposed, if we could put in alignment with option 2, put all of the money in to make it available, get it out the door to individuals in the community who have that need right now. If we could add the criteria that anyone who falls into, that would have otherwise qualified for a funeral or burial program, that they would be able to access these dollars through this new system, would be one thought that I had as a way to continue to honor the original intent. If there are folks who have that need, that we continue to make those dollars available, but really try to get them out the door to where they're needed most right now. I feel the urgency of the need for our neighbors currently. So I would be inclined to support option 2, but I do think bigger picture, I think so long as we're continuing to move forward and listen to what our community needs are. Chris's comments about making sure that we're not limiting to Pajaro and specifically, but that there may have been others who were impacted. I think keeping that, giving those who are implementing the program some flexibility to use their best judgment within some parameters that are a little more open. I would be supportive of that also. And also just recognizing that this is not going to meet the need of everyone. It's not going to meet the full need of those who receive these dollars. But this is really, truly just a stopgap measure that we're able to put some funds into right now to relieve some of the most urgent needs of those who've been impacted and who aren't otherwise eligible for assistance. But yeah, thank you for the work, Sonia De La Rosa and the CAO's team for pulling all this together.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And like I said, I would just end by saying this is a county program. We're still waiting for Cal OES to bring the rapid response fund. They said it was going to be here soon. That was 2 weeks ago. Haven't heard anything. FEMA you might have eligible people, but most of haven't got anything either. So I like it. I think it would be nice to tell the public we created a county program, a limited amount, because we want to reach as many households. I think that would be something that would be really well received by the residents of Pajaro and other flood and storm impacted areas of our county. I was asked why keep some money in the COVID funeral and burial expense program, because and my answer would be to that is because we can't disregard those families who, without such program remaining or being extended, would have nowhere else to go, and they'd have to bear the full price of a funeral expense, which is very expensive, as indicated in the referral. Can range from $7,000 to $12,000 on average. And those are families who lost it all. They lost a loved one. And for me, I'm not, in my conscience, I cannot say I'm going to act like that need or that risk is not there. And we need to extend that for some time longer for them. So that's why I'm supporting it. I want to stick to the original intent. When we've had over 829 victims of COVID within our county, some additional deaths in 2023. That continues, that pain, that loss, that suffering by those families, each single one. And I've talked to several and interacted ever since this pandemic began, and losing a loved one and then having to bear significant cost, especially if they're low income. For me, it's very real. I can't disregard it. I can't strip all the money away from that particular need in our community. And so that's why I would support keeping for some time longer and asking our staff to promote it, make sure it's available. The community knows, especially the immigrant community, where the main lines of communication have to be in Spanish, or outreach to our indigenous organizations or other organizations that work closely with those our undocumented community members. I'll pass it over to Supervisor Lopez. Okay, yes, for sure. I forgot about that. Okay, I'd like to open this up to members of the public. If anybody in chambers, we'll start with them. If not, then we'll go to those on Zoom. We have one community member waiting patiently here. Thank you.
First of all, thank you guys for your effort on this. I've been attending community events with Pajaro, and there's definitely a really big need, which brings me to emphasize the importance of also including those $100,000 for that immediate need. We all went through COVID. It was a tough time. Fully honor and respect the journey that some of these families went through. But I do want to emphasize the alive versus dead up part, not to get too extreme here, but there is a really big need for people who are currently alive. And more often than not, those are probably families that were also impacted by COVID. So by helping those families, we would also be helping those that were impacted by COVID. Of course, burial expenses are an issue, but I think when you compare that urgency to the urgency of people that are facing today, that were displaced, that were really impacted by what happened with the floods, I think we have to emphasize more of that. So I do believe that the community of Pajaro would greatly benefit if we put all that money in. And sorry about that. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention one last thing. I know this is for low-income families, but I will point out that from talking to some of these members in the community, low income is a really tough like piece, because there's people that are actually middle income that are also really impacted. And to afford living in this area, people have to take up more than one job. So by extension, they end up having to be like middle income when they could have been low income just circumstantially, because there's no other way to survive. So I just wanted to kind of also point it out,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person.
Good afternoon. I came here last time. My name is Rafael Ramirez, long-term resident of Pajaro. My brother is living in the house, which I own now. What I'm saying is that the flood, didn't discriminate. Everyone in Pajaro got affected. Now, my brother was evacuated and he stayed with me for a while. What I'm saying is that basically, there's a great need. As you know, I go to Pájaro, you know, fixing my house still. See my scratches. I have scratches everywhere. So it really upsets me when there's it seems like nobody's is helping. We're on our own. So I appreciate that you have flexibility now. You're talking about more ways of helping Pájaro. But it's an emergency and people forget after like 2 weeks. And that's what's happening right now. So please continue with the good, work that you're doing. We want equity. We want fairness. I worked as a teacher for many years because I have a calling to help people. So I appreciate you doing that right now. And low income, I'm sorry, just lost the time again. Sorry. As a teacher, you really have plenty of time.
You can finish your thought, sir.
Okay, I'm just saying that there's a calling for help, to help. And right now, it's in your hands. Please help. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Anyone else in chambers? Seeing none, let's go to those online.
Romero Madrana.
Hello, my name is Ramiro Medrano. I'm a District 2 resident. I lived there for over 30 years in Pájaro. My parents are currently homeowners there. I would like to support Supervisor Church's proposal to have all COVID burial funds reallocated for flood victims. These funds have not been used. I understand that there are some families who have suffered because of COVID, but if, at the time that these funds have been available, they haven't been used, I'm not sure if anybody has applied to them, then why keep them? I don't see much difference now between COVID and the regular flu. People die from the flu as well. So are we going to keep funds for every, single, illness out there that is killing people? Not sure why Supervisor Alejo is trying to help Pájaro less by allocating only a percentage. If anything, he should be pulling his weight and influence not to give Pájaro a handout, but to help the residents to get back on their feet. There are still families without work, homeless, living in hotels. And may I remind you that all of this could have been prevented if Monterey County wouldn't have neglected the Pájaro levy. Those of you who have been on the board before 2017 had several opportunities to advocate for the levy to be reinforced and repaired properly. It is your responsibility to help your constituents. These funds are not enough. We need more funds, not less. Please vote for Supervisor Church's proposal and use your influence to get the state and federal government to help residents more. Thank you.
Next person.
Eustacio.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, lo escucho, adelante.
Oh, sí. Voy a hablar español porque es mi lengua materna. Estoy escuchando ahorita sobre están decidiendo sobre cómo aplicar los fondos.
I was listening about the plan about how to receive the funds.
Sí. Ahí escucho que quieren clasificar $100,000 para futuras víctimas de COVID.
I understand you're planning to do $100,000 for future victims of COVID.
Pienso que cuando estuvo la pandemia realmente, si no se hizo ese dinero, no sé ahorita por qué se está pensando en guardar.
I believe when the pandemic was over, you assigned those funds, but now I don't understand why you're keeping those COVID funds when they could be helping the community.
Sí, la necesidad está ahorita y está vigente. Ellos han venido a la comunidad, donde miran que $350,000 en una bolsa es mucho dinero. Pero en
Our need is
una
actual
comunidad
and
no es
incurred,
nada.
and we believe that those dollar funds are needed for actual helping the community.
$350,000 en una bolsa es mucho dinero, pero distribuidos en una comunidad no es suficiente todavía.
$350,000 in a purse is a lot of money, but to be able to distribute it to the whole community is not enough.
No es suficiente. Otra cosa, para calificar muchas veces nos ponen restricciones para bajos ingresos.
We
Necesitas
also
ganar
get
$300,
restrictions to qualify as far as low income requirements.
quieren que ganes $300 a la semana para calificar. En el área donde vivimos, ¿quién vive con $300 semanales teniendo una familia?
You're
Pagando
also
una-
asking for $300 a week to qualify, but those who live in this area who's earning $300 a week in order to qualify. Adelante.
Ahora, ellos, los representantes han estado viniendo al área, ven la necesidad. No sé ahorita cuál es el motivo de estar mirando realmente si se requieren los $350,000 o no.
No,
Ellos
I'm not really
caminaron por aquí.
clear as to why the supervisors are really looking to see this $350,000 is enough to the community. I saw them walking around the community. Adelante.
Ese es mi comentario. Gracias. Espero que tomen la mejor decisión.
And that is my comment. Thank you. And I hope you reach a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Adriana M.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Adriana with Ventures. We also emailed you a letter from our executive director, Maria Cadenas, supporting any allocation, reallocation of the funds to support Pájaro residents or support residents who have been impacted by the floods and the storms. We support the idea of removing any specific restriction on how to use the funds. And we would like for all of you to consider spending as much as possible to support all the community and all the family members of Monterey County who have been impacted by these storms, especially our undocumented community who are the ones that are not going to be eligible for any other relief. I've been at Pájaro Resource Fair and talking to all residents, and many of them are not qualifying also because they live in a household and share a room. So FEMA has been telling them that only one person in the household can apply, and it's one application per household. I want to again ask all of you to consider spending as much resources as possible to support all the families impacted by the storm and not put any restrictions to allow them to decide what best is the use of the money that they receive. That's the best dignified, and we should allow families to make those decisions on their own, not make decisions for them. Again, thank you, and I hope you all read our letter of support.
All right.
Anna Rodriguez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, good afternoon. So my name is Anna. I'm a former resident of Pájaro. I was affected by the flood, and I hope you take in consideration District Member Glenn, that the money is needed and used at this moment. Many families are suffering, and many families haven't received as much. What I hear around the town that I applied to so many organizations, and at the moment I haven't received anything, and I'm in need to receive those funds, but where the funds available? So that's like that's one of the main needs that many families need. And also, like I previously read that a part of the proposal that Glenn had was to also include undocumented families, because many undocumented families do not apply for these organizations because they're afraid of those organizations asking for them for their legal status here in the country. So many families don't apply, and those families are also in need. They also pay taxes like we do, so they should be also considering either one proposal, but highly I recommend that you take in consideration Glenn's proposal, that they are included part of his proposal as well, because that's a need for the community of Pájaro, the assistance, so for them to get up and continue to move forward. Thank you.
Next person. Okay. Nobody else? Last call? All right, we'll bring this back then to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if you may, I'd like to make a motion on this, and this could be a really complicated motion, but I think we've already taken a lot that we've agreed on here earlier to include that in terms of the expansion of the area. Whether we want to refer to this as general assistance, financial assistance, or however it is to be, being, including that and the broader scope of how low income households, basically. I'm going to leave out perhaps this should be a second motion afterwards on the amount that should go to each household, because I don't know if we really have, I don't even know if I'm really clear exactly how much that should be. But from what I've heard here today and what I've heard from the community, they would like this whole sum of money, which when you look at it all, it's 738,000. And I would make a motion that that be applied to this program.
I'll second that motion, Supervisor. And I just want to also acknowledge, and I do think it's important that we're thoughtful about how we go about this. We have many needs in our community, and I think Supervisor Alejo's comments about the significance of families who lost a family member, and ensuring that we're not creating more trauma for those individuals. I think that there's ways that we can address all of these priorities and these different types of challenges that our communities face. So we do need 4/5 vote to move either one of these options forward. I'm hoping that if needed, I could suggest a friendly amendment that if there is anyone who would qualify for the funeral assistance program, that they could also be eligible to apply through either of the agencies. And if any applications come through, that we could make some funding available through the $738,000 allocation. So if you'd be willing to consider that as a friendly amendment, Glenn, I hope that could help us get to the 4/5 vote that we need to approve this.
Yeah, I would like to leave the motion as it stands right now. If it doesn't get the 4/5, we can come back here on discussion. But at this point, I think the way I look at this, whether it's the people in Pajaro or Chular or wherever it may be, these homes that have been impacted by flooding, they've lost their furniture, many of them have lost cars, jobs have been disrupted. There's so many different negative impacts that they've encountered here, that it really makes an extraordinary circumstance and again, I haven't seen the COVID burial funds really being used. Maybe it wasn't promoted as early as it should have, but at this point, I feel I need to make this motion. I also do want to make one change. Instead of referring to this as general assistance, refer to this as flood impacted financial assistance. So I don't know if you want to continue with your motion at this point.
Well, the motion's been made and seconded. We're going to continue with other comments. I would just say I would prefer to call it disaster assistance. And I think we need to get a number here so that we're not postponing this again and saying, oh, we need to figure this out. Whether it's 750, that helps 850 households. 800 helps 797. If it's 600, it helps 1,063 households at the $638,000 amount. I'm still going to advocate for undocumented COVID victims here, and I think it's a need, and just adding them to get a $600 payment doesn't fit with the intent of having a local program that gives some parity with the FEMA burial and funeral assistance that provides almost, on average, I think $10,000 worth of assistance. A $600 or $800 payment for a funeral expense is not the same. And so that's why I think the extension of the funeral program at $100,000 should continue to leave that safety net for those families who do experience the ultimate loss. So that's where I like to get clarity. And the other issue we need to get clarity today, so that we could be very clear, is getting a definition on what the low-income household is, right? Because I think there is some concern when there's like maybe 2 or 3 income earners in a household. Will they be excluded, even though they live in the disadvantaged community? They are hard hit by the storms. Perhaps my question to staff would be, what would be a recommendation of what would be like the right definition for a low-income household, so that we could have as many impacted families be eligible under this program?
Thank you, Chair Alejo. We would plan on mirroring what we already do in definition of household with our Disaster CalFresh program. For example, through the assessment process, which in working with the disaster case manager, there would be an assessment process. We determine in one domicile, how are the various family groups that there may be multiple family groups in that one home, how are they dividing or dealing with their expenses? So there may be some families with 2 small family groups where they are pooling all of their resources and buying and preparing all their food together. We would consider that one household. There may be another home where there's 2 small family groups and the rent is $3,000 a month and they're each paying $1,500. We would consider those 2 separate households. We would also consider the size of the household in determining level of benefit. So even though we might consider it one household of 6 people, that would be a higher benefit amount than, you know, a household of 3 people, 2 households of 3 people living in under one home.
Okay.
In classic social services fashion, I've just complicated things
Yeah.
for you.
But if there's a clear formula for meeting the CalFresh guidelines, and we
Yes.
could, and if we feel that might give us a broader ability to help as many people as possible, I just want that to be clear.
And
in
not
the
saying
motion.
it would be exactly the eligibility requirements
Right.
for CalFresh,
Yeah.
but the process would mirror that.
Okay, got it. For the record, okay, I'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I want to offer a substitute motion just based on where we are and what I'm hearing. I want to make sure we move together on something, and I do think there's a place here for compromise. So what I want to offer is and move is what we just talked about with the low income definition from CalFresh. I don't want to delay on what we talk about on a number. I think we need to make a call. I don't want to delay any further for families. So I think 750 is a good number. I'd like to put that out there as part of this motion. On the big question that I'm hearing the conflict on over the ARPA funds that are currently delegated to the Burial Assistance Fund, I would ask that we leave $100,000 in that fund, but commit that if we see the fund run out of money, we get to that point where it's narrowing, that we come back and have a discussion with this board. The reason I say that is I believe from conversations that I've had that we have partners who want to jump in, who want to be part of what we're doing. We just have not been concrete on what we are doing. By setting something up, I think we're going to have partners come in and partner with us. And so there will be more in that pot. Now, I just have to be clear, I've been through floods before in my district. We've never been able to offer assistance. This is exciting for me. And I want to make sure that we don't delay it any longer, because hearing the residents of Pájaro, they need assistance now. And I'm hoping that through that motion, everybody's needs are met. And there is a commitment that if we see the funding being drawn down to an end, that we will come back and reconsider. And I want to be clear on my why. Just by having that program out there, we've heard that families have come out of the woodwork looking for help. We've been able to funnel them into other programs where we were able to meet that need from another fund. If that money hadn't been out there, if we hadn't created this avenue, they would have never come forward to seek help. So we've been able to redirect them to other funds rather than using our burial funds. But by having it there, given what's happening today in this discussion, I think more people are going to have interest and reach out, and hopefully we can divert them all. But that is, to me, a fair compromise today that gives a commitment that moves us today and starts putting us in a place where we can offer this money sooner rather than later to the residents of Pájaro, as well as the residents who were impacted in the Salinas Valley from Chular to San Ardo and Arroyo Seco.
So Supervisor Lopez, maybe, take that as an amendment. Perhaps I could draw this in here in a way on my motion. Is I don't think there's going to be 4 votes here for all 100,000 going in. I'm, looking at that from listening to everybody. So I could, if we take this in as this 100,000 and you leave it in for the COVID, and then as the fund, if the fund draws down for the flood impacted financial assistance or whatever we're going to call it, say at 90% of that has been expended. Can we then come back and look at these COVID burial funds? Because if they aren't being utilized, then they would be available. If they have been utilized, then major point that there's a need for it. And I would accept the 750 too. that you're talking, or the 800, either one. It doesn't really matter for me.
Let's hear from some other colleagues and then we'll come back on this. Supervisor Adams.
You know, forgive me, but we've heard from the community. We've even heard from the people with whom we were contracting, as far as I could tell, regarding the, who they were. Was it, was the company Venture, was that the company with whom we were working on the burial program? Even they said, give it all away. They, you know, they're saying, I don't want it. Give it to the people that need it right now. I don't know why we're taking so much extra time here. I mean, if people start coming out of the woodwork needing help with their burial services, then I think we ought to try to find extra money to do that. But we've got something on our hands right now that's unprecedented. Let's just do it. You know, I'm so sorry to sound so, I am exasperated. Do you know, I feel like we're just spending a lot of time when we've got the need, we have the funding, let's just do it. And then if we need to come back later because people, you know, are dying over COVID in you know, numbers, and they need help, then we'll deal with that then. But let's put the whole thing in now, so we have a significant amount of money that we're able to give to the people of Pajaro and other areas that have been impacted, and move on with it.
Supervisor Askew.
I'd like for there to be some compromise that we can get to 4/5 vote on today, I think is what would be beneficial. I think what I hear from 2 of the 5 is that the option A is the only one that's on the table. So, and I heard a second motion. I'm not sure where that leaves us. But I'm interested in getting to 4/5 so that we can move forward and get this support out to our residents.
If I might,
And I second the substitute motion. And I would just add that if on this extension of funeral burial expense program, it would definitely need to be publicized, but I'm concerned that we publicize it and then we strip the money from them before people have been able to have an opportunity to apply. That would be concerning to me. But so I think along with that, I think we need to have a renewed effort to let the community know that this would be publicized. On the other side, on top of the motion, I have already reached out to Community Foundation that is they're willing to contribute to this kind of a program. They just couldn't give us a number. And so on top of the potential $638,000, we probably could get another significant match from the Community Foundation to augment the program the county is putting in.
Well, if we can get will the Community Foundation contribute to the COVID burial fund?
They did not commit to that. They committed to this program that we're talking about in my conversations with Dan Baldwin.
I would like all this to go here. I don't see the votes, and this is, you know, this is a problem there. However, if this money is to be set to the side and then it's not used, I can see it is still available for this. So it still would be potentially available to use a 738. And that's the one thing I'm seeing, is because we can come back and revisit this if the monies aren't used and add them in. So if that is the case, then nobody is being shortchanged out of the 738, because once we reach to getting close to expending that 638, we can then dip into the 100. And that's the only reason
Frame around all this.
So given where we are, I mean, I'll put one more amendment in there, which is I've been told by staff we can add an extra 100,000 from contingencies. That would put us at 738 today.
Where is it magically coming from?
Contingency. Not so magic. It's budgeting, which can seem like wizardry, but it's where it's at.
I'm good with
This is
that.
738 today.
As the maker of the seconders, that keeps everybody whole.
and so Chair and members, I do have a little bit of clarification. I'd like to earn my pay at least a little bit today. I've kept quiet all day, but it seems to me on the board report, we need some information that may not have been included in the original motion or the substitute motion. And so I want to put out the 4 categories of information I think we need. First, we need the per capita figure. I don't know that that's been explicitly expressed in the motion. And by that, I mean 600, 700, 700.
750.
750 was
Okay,
explicit in the motion.
750 in both. All right. And then 2 is, and I think we've said this, but needs to be part of the motion, that the low income is going to be as defined by the Department of Social Services. The third is that this is going to be for displaced or persons who were displaced or lived in flooded evacuation zones. I believe I'm trying to quote that. And then the fourth, of course, is what we've all been debating about, not myself, but you all have been debating about, which is the total figure, which I'm now hearing is
738
we're heading
with
to
100,000 for
738.
contingencies.
So I want to make sure all 4 of those are covered, and I'll look to our CAO. Was there any other additional information that you needed? And I will say that the I think it would be appropriate for county council to provide guidance on the wording that will affect the direction of the board, so that we can make sure the wording is precise. So if you give us that authority, we'll work with the CAO to make sure the wording is.
I think the only other potential item, just to get clarified, was when we were talking about those about qualifying for FEMA. We wanted to, I believe what everybody's talking about here is those who are ineligible, and plus anyone who is not able to prove their qualification. Would that be
I thought we moved beyond that. I thought we made it broader for
broader,
low-income
removing that.
individuals impacted by the storms in these designated areas.
okay? So, oh, no. That's that we are beyond that.
Yes.
But I'm talking about the individuals within those areas of who can apply for this. We're trying to get people that are not being funded by FEMA.
Well,
Correct.
the reason that we moved beyond that, I think in our previous deliberations here, was that even those who are eligible for FEMA, majority have been denied. Either they haven't got an answer, or they've been denied and now they have to appeal, or but there's a lot of, I think the number we got from FEMA was that it was only 23.5% have been approved so far.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm trying to address, though, is that those who haven't been approved by FEMA would be eligible for this. But those who have received assistance from FEMA, I don't, I'm sure they could use the money, but there's other people who don't have any. And so I'm trying to exclude those that have received some assistance, just because, or assistance for a particular need. For example, was whether or not we can, whether this is a.
I think my concern is just how would we confirm that, right? And in the process, if someone's still in the line, it would slow.
Yeah.
I just don't see the confirmation process through that. And again, I think at this point, we're talking about speed and responding to community
Yeah,
need.
no, I could see where that could slow down.
So I'm okay with just the low income threshold as part of that motion. And so for clarity, the questions, the CalFresh definition was the second piece you had asked about. Give me number 3 on your questions there, council.
Persons who are displaced or lived in flooded evacuation
Correct.
zones.
I'm good with that.
And then the fourth is the total. And so maybe what it might be.
738,000.
Yeah, so maybe what it might be appropriate to do is withdraw, if the movements wanted to withdraw their motions.
No, we got that's a substitute.
Those were all
motions up
part
for a
of the
vote first.
substitute.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we're good.
And
I'm sorry, I have one other question, just in terms of, we don't have very much left in the county contingency, and we're already dipping fairly significantly into our strategic reserve prior to the end of this year, with additional millions of dollars of cannabis revenue that is going to end up as a deficit. I think before we go and add more contingency funds, we need someone from finance to weigh in on that. I think we're going to find ourselves in a very, very negative situation.
We have Mr. Vega on.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo, this is Ezequiel Vega, County Budget Director. So what Supervisor would ask you indicates is correct. By adding the additional $100,000, that leaves approximately only about $25,000 left on the contingencies, which is a risk that the county may take, a calculated risk. But this is an option that you could take in order to help the needs of the community right now. So I think that this is something that you could decide that it is a calculated risk, and it's something that you have to know about it. Right now, it's 125,000 that will be available, but if you add the 100,000 that you are discussing, the amount will be $25,000 left approximately in contingencies.
That makes me really, given that we just put another 3 million out of our strategic reserve into funding just the basic operations of the Department of Emergency Management, I'm very uncomfortable completely depleting our contingency fund, given that it's still April and we are not out of we are not at the point where we have that flexibility. So I either we need to stick with the 638 with the agreement that when we get to 75 or 80% spent down, that we come back and talk about the how we best utilize $100,000 left in the COVID funeral assistance program. I would feel much more comfortable with that direction than setting ourselves up to be in a fiscally irresponsible place.
I would call for the vote, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just one last clarification was just because of the 100,000 in the motion. If we would just do a renewed effort to publicize it, so the community knows it's there, and that way, for those that may be eligible, could apply if it's a retroactive payment to the family.
Good with that.
Okay. All right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Let's call for the vote.
Can we just get a clarification again, make sure exactly I know what we're voting on here? Maybe.
Sure. So the motion is to
We have county council.
put in 738, or do you want to read it out? I'm good with that. All right, $738,000, 638,000 from the original sources, identified $100,000 from contingencies using the low income definition of CalFresh, making sure that those people were inundated or / impacted as the definition is stated earlier by county council. Now I'm missing the very last piece. I missed it last time too. $750 on the number.
And just the extension of the funeral program, the publicity.
Right, publicity.
And the area will, those who have been displaced or those who have been displaced inside flooded or not, or lived in flood evacuated flooded
Countywide.
evacuation areas.
Yes.
I need to correct myself. I said per capita is per household, right?
Yes.
Right, per
Yeah,
household.
sorry.
And one last thing is a question I think that's important for the community after whatever vote we take is how soon could this be up and running? Is an agreement ready for you to sign after today? So now I won't have to bring this back another week. And then United Way and Catholic Charities could announce its deployment of the new program for people to sign up.
The reason you're going to still have two actions come separate is because we're going to have the initial 198 with Catholic Charities be able to be executed by the department, and then they'll return for that second 125 to be added to the agreement. So it'll put dollars in place immediately, and the amendment would be the second piece. So you'll have dollars fairly quickly as soon as it's processed by the department.
And when is that? Is it this week or will that be next week's deployment of a new program?
Yes, so with an approval of a resolution authorizing the budgetary moves that would be required for us to have the funds available and for the authority to execute the agreement is already crafted for the $378,000 each to go to Catholic Charities and United Way.
Mm-hmm.
And so once we have the approval, we could complete full execution of those agreements fairly quickly. Some of that would depend on review of those agreements by the two organizations themselves, and we don't have control over that process.
I did want to make a quick note on the funeral burial. Just want to draw your board's attention to the date that I added there. It was October 31st, 2023. So our hope was that if anybody accessed those dollars, then the agreement would terminate by October 31st. So at that point, you can make a decision in terms of where those extra dollars would go.
Just one more clarification. That's for 378, but we're also talking about 250 more from the COVID burial.
That'll come on consent.
Huh?
It'll come on consent.
And consent. I got you.
But the first money gets the program up and running and out the door. Great. All right. Perfect. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if we call the roll, please.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
I feel very uncomfortable with how this conversation played out. I'm going to support the motion. But I think that we are walking a very fine line fiscally. And I think that we do need to bring the other funds back for consideration. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams,
I will vote aye as well because I want to get the funding into the hands of the people who need it. But I also am just dissatisfied with the way this all came down. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll vote yes, because I want to make sure we take care of our flood victims with the full amount and also take care of our COVID undocumented victims as well. All right. So motion carries 5-0. Unanimous decision. That's good news to report to the community, and we'll wait to see how soon United Way and Catholic Charities can announce this program is open. The door is open for that program.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your patience, staff. Okay, moving on. We're going to other board matters. We'll start with go to item 14, our CEO officer comments.
Just a reminder that the DRC continues to be open at Pájaro Park. So for folks needing resources to please go out to Pájaro Park and access both FEMA and our state resources there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam CEO. I don't see any new referrals, so we'll go to board comments and we will start on this side today.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Just a couple of quick things. Just want to remind everybody that this weekend is the Big Sur International Marathon held in Monterey every year at this time. There will be a wonderful expo for people to enjoy classes as well as wonderful shopping things for all things running. That will be on Saturday and Sunday morning, but the event itself is on Sunday. Pacific Grove Good Old Days Parade is going to be on Sunday, May 6th. The Marienda, the 253rd celebration of Monterey's birthday, is going to be held on June 30th. And then quickly, I just want to show everyone, this is a magazine called The Week, and it's a really popular magazine. And they have one that's for teenagers, which is what this one is. And their national news lead story was Pájaro. I thought that was something for us all to know that there are people around the country and around the world who are supportive of what it is that's happening in our county. Thank you.
Very much. We'll go to District 4. Supervisor Askew.
A couple announcements. I had the pleasure of joining the city of Seaside this past Sunday for their Earth Day celebration. It was a great time. They put on just a fabulous event. The city of Marina held their Earth Day celebration the weekend prior, and the city of Salinas also had their Earth Day event. And my staff, we were able to divide and be out at all the events together. Also, this past weekend was the Sea Otter Classic, and I just want to recognize there were nearly 100 vendors from all over the country. That Laguna Seca was packed with folks on bikes, kids, families. It was the kind of event that was really great to see happening at Laguna Seca. The entire facility was being utilized. All of the surrounding areas were being utilized. And it definitely, I think, sort of renewed my interest in saying that, we need to be talking about how we can support events at Laguna Seca and a future at Laguna Seca that continues to maximize the value of that property, while also recognizing how we limit and manage the costs associated with the county maintaining that property. I'm in Sacramento today. I spoke as a member of one of the speakers panel with the Meals on Wheels of California, and was proud that both Meals on Wheels of Salinas Valley and Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula had their teams present to share and learn and grow with the larger state initiative. And then also, since I'm here, I was able to get in with meetings with staff for Senator Laird, Senator Caballero, Assemblymember Addis, and Assemblymember Robert Rivas. So some great conversations, and just it's reassuring to me to hear how much their teams know about what's happening in Monterey County, and to hear how committed their staff are to working with us as a county to both for disaster recovery, but they were incredibly knowledgeable about a number of other issues that we're dealing with here in Monterey County. So we've got great teams representing us in Sacramento, and it was great to be able to check in with them. But with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go to District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a lot of stuff going on. I want to share one of the ones I'm most excited about is this coming Sunday. I'll be in San Lucas with the team from Charter Communications Spectrum, who will be formally announcing that the county partnered with them to bring broadband to that tiny community. As part of that, they will be making a major check presentation to Lowe's Fishes and Computers, who will be helping on the device side of that particular equation. So that is the good stuff. That again will be this Sunday in San Lucas from noon to 2. Invite my colleagues and partners to come out and join us and see that. It'll be a wonderful unveiling of the time frame for the beginning of delivery of internet for that community. It was mentioned earlier as well that we had the press conference on the river last week, where we were able to share some of the frustration as well as a plan and path forward for our communities to never again experience the type of flooding we had in the Salinas Valley. I think the major pieces that stuck with me were that we had 1/3 of the rain that we had in 95, yet the damage was equal to, if not worse, than what we experienced then. So change is necessary, and there is a way to create change where we all win, and look forward to those continued conversations with all of our partners. Also want to share that there's a couple other events going on this weekend. Another one which I briefly shared about earlier, which is the Recovery Run in Soledad. Invite folks out Saturday to join us for that one. And as we continue to move forward and share the good things happening in our communities, I just want to share with the board that I had a fun conversation coming out of MBARD, Monterey Bay Air Resource District, which is rare, but it was a fun conversation about how we might be able to bring change to some of our small rural communities, specifically street sweepers, electric street sweepers, so no additional pollution. So enjoyed that conversation and just wanted to share. That was a highlight of my week last week. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Lopez. And I would just say, first of all, sorry. Supervisor Church, sorry, go ahead.
I figured you might want to go last, so
go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just glad we're able to move something ahead here with Pajaro, today, and I think it's a good step on making a commitment to this community. And next week I'm also have a event coming up at Creek Bridge, trying to get back onto my monthly town hall session. So that's on May 4th. But just going to be really brief on things here since we're kind of late in the day. But this weekend is also coming up with the Shop Pajaro weekend, and I urge folks to go down there. There's some great bakeries. You need your tires changed, a lot of tire shops, and the Pajaro Food Center has some of the best burritos around, and it's a car wash, there's gasoline. But anyway, I guess I could rattle everything off. But anyway, it's please do what you can for the community.
Before you wrap, Mr. Chair, one more that I forgot, if that's okay. And that's just that if anybody didn't see it, there was a great piece in the Mercury this weekend about San Lucas and its woes. It was a wonderful piece. And I want to thank our Congresswoman who's already reached out, asking how we can help create additional paths to finally solving that 11-year problem for the community of San Lucas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I've got a quickie too that I forgot as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to say something I forgot to mention that talked about making my week. Last week, I had the opportunity to go over to an elementary school in Salinas in Las Palmas, actually, and read to the children for National Library Week. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. It was just absolutely wonderful to see these little ones, 3 and under, just enjoying life. It was terrific.
Thank you. And I just want to end before we go to announcement at a closed session. I just want to first of all also say I'm very grateful that we reached a unanimous agreement to get the help out to our residents of Pajaro. And also other places in Monterey County. And I certainly also support the shopping in Pajaro effort this weekend to help the small businesses. I'll certainly be there as well. But I wanted to also really thank these 2 world-class boxers, 2-time former world champion Jose Ramirez, who came from Fresno, originally from Avenal, and also our own Salinas boxer, up and coming, top ranked in the top 10, Ruben Villa, for coming and meeting with Village Mobile Home residents. We had a great turnout there yesterday. It was being recorded for ESPN and Top Rank Boxing because they are trying to publicize on their May 13th boxing event in Stockton at the Stockton Arena. They're trying to bring awareness about the struggle of Pajaro, but also to encourage boxing fans to donate to help those flood victims. So we were excited for that support, and they also made some key points as boxers. They also said they urged for the work on the Pajaro River to be done much more quickly, and their message to FEMA was, please approve these applications for these hundreds of residents who are still waiting to get an answer, or they got denied and now they have to appeal. On that very point, when we were at the Pajaro Park with the boxers, the FEMA staff let us know that if somebody does have hasn't heard anything, they could go to Pajaro Park, and the FEMA workers will help them look up what's happening with their application. If they've been denied, they will help them with the appeal, but they said they must bring additional evidence. For example, an estimate from a contractor, additional photos of damage, things like that. They need to add additional information on an appeal. And I want to just really also thank, so we had Supervisor Lopez there, Supervisor Felipe Hernandez, and even Kings County Supervisor Richard Valle, who also came to visit Pajaro as well. The other thing I want to mention was to thank all the lowrider clubs and car clubs and the musicians who held a fundraiser for Pajaro flood victims at the East Lake Shopping Center in Watsonville last Saturday as well. So those are the only things there. Then the last things I would just mention is we had our Middle Mile Advisory Committee meeting last Friday, getting progress on how the state is building out its 10,000 mile fiber project. We're making a lot of progress in a very short time, thanks to the collaborative efforts of our federal and state agencies, Caltrans, and so we're making some good traction there. This Saturday is the Asian Festival. I want to invite the public. They're opening ceremonies at 11 o'clock in the morning there in Chinatown at the Chinese Confucius Church. And I want to thank the Asian Cultural Experience for their tremendous work on their 14th annual festival in Salinas. And last thing, we will be at the Peace Officers Association of Monterey County at their awards night on Thursday, thanking the top peace officers, even firefighters this time, and then support staff as well. So I look forward to being there supporting them. So with that, that ends our comments, and we'll go to our county council.
There were no reportable actions in closed session today. Thank you.
All right, with that, it's been a long day. Thank you, everybody. We'll adjourn today's meeting. Good luck and good night.